off like a bad bag of dope, you hear me? Ain't nobody want holler. I done shook back like a 4.5 hard. Now everybody want holler. If you ain't keep it real, I don't want holler. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Now that I'm back on my feet, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. When you see me in the street, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Act like you don't know me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I don't want holler. You know how it is when you're ballin', everybody want holler. But the day you fall off, you lose most of your partners. Niggas be acting funny, hoes they won't duck you. Used to sweat you hard, now they don't want fuck you. Screening all your calls, don't want answer the phone. You ain't working with nothing, they want you to leave them alone. You ain't working with nothing, they saying they ain't home. You're saying to yourself, boy, that hoe wrong, I'ma get you. Wait till I get my shit straight, I'ma fix you. I got a cake baked for you, I done bounce back. I'm here to clear my name up. And while I'm doing that, I'm about to fuck the game up. A year ago, I was fucking my veins up. Now I'm on the grind, just getting my change up. The tables done turned, now everybody won't talk. If you ain't keep it real, I don't want talk. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Now that I'm back on my feet, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. When you see me in the street, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Act like you don't know me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I don't want holler. When I was on my ass, niggas was acting funny. Niggas was shooing, look what that dope done him. Niggas done me bad, I couldn't get nothing. Now they see me shining and holler, what up, cuttin', ain't nothing. Better get the fuck on before I sneak ya. Only real niggas can holler at me for a feature. Bitch niggas, I ain't fucking with y'all kind. So don't attempt to holler and waste my time. I don't want your number, I don't want be your friend. I don't want your tracks, I fuck with medicine men. I don't want no dap, don't you grin in my face, cause I know it's fake, you'll make me spit in your face. I'm back now, Chopper City is on the move, and I feel like Ludacris, bitch you better move. Get out the way while I'm walking through. If you ain't real, I don't want to talk to you. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Now that I'm back on my feet, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. When you see me in the street, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Act like you don't know me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I don't want holler. Oh, they got these niggas be getting busted with like 5-10 bricks. Go to the feds looking at life. Be home in like 3 years. You know something ain't right with that. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. You done got an early release. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Looking at life and done 3. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I know you work for the police. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I don't want holler. Man, I ain't lying, the game done got flaky. You don't know who is who, the game done got shady. Niggas play hard, get popped and start faking. Get off of the deal to rat, they hop up and take it. Look up next week, your shops is getting raided. Scared to go to the pen, they know they can't make it. Calling me collect, I'm hanging up in they face. Trying to talk in codes, I know the call being traced. I ain't the one to play, I know you can't be trusted. Everybody know you got half the city busted. Boy, you're down bad, you're playing the game raw. I thought you was a G, you ain't real as I thought. You went against the code, disrespect the game. You lost your ghetto pass, going against the grain. Boy, that's sour, Jesus can't holler. I hope it rain on you and you get shocked by that wire. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. You done got an early release. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. Looking at life and done 3. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I know you work for the police. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I don't want holler.
We go hard in the yard with a library card. We back, y'all. Y'all already know what's going on with us, man. We got a lot of ops, man. We got a lot of enemies. The ops fans of us. They watch all our videos. They fans of our videos. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be dealing with, these two Europoid individuals known as Teotw Ministries. We're dealing with them today again. As we brought out in prior episodes, these guys have been caught red-handed, inventing professors and doctors, and saying there's a guy named William Katz, Dr. Katz, who no one can find him on the face of the earth. Maybe we need to call Blue's Clues. Maybe we need to call Scooby-Doo. There's a mystery out there that needs to be solved. We still haven't found this man. These guys are known for doctoring sources, cutting out words that are in the source. The actual page, like the picture of the page, they cut out the word, photo cropped and crop words out. I'm like, no, we don't do that. That's some pseudo stuff. And these guys are just fraudulent people. They're not even real African Americans. They're not even real Africans. They're fake. They're paternally Georgians. You know what I'm saying? They got haplogroup G2A. They're paternally Khazarians. They're of the Khazarian nobility. You understand? Like, a lot of things about these guys are fraudulent, fake, not real. And we've been promoted too as well. They also said, oh, these guys are COINTELPRO because on his channel, he's teaching that black and white Jews need to unite. That's COINTEL. These guys want to spout racism. They're not about education. These guys are obviously about indoctrination, which, when you look at Afrocentrics, which they are as well, they fall in categorically, they're Afrocentrics. They tend to be very racist in the way they think. It's either all black or all white. There's no in-between area. There's no nuance. I was watching Sonetta last night, and that was shown that when we're talking about ancient Egypt, people trying to claim ancient Egypt to be all black or all white. That was discussed, and this is what happens when we have these discussions. It's either all this or all that, and it comes from a very racist mind frame and racial schema. A lot of people are religiously African. You understand? And I see this with Teotw. They want to be religiously African. Everything about us has to be African and nothing outside of it, to the point that they're even saying that Jerusalem is in Ethiopia. They're even saying that Israel is in South Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. These things have came out of these guys' mouths. This is not founded in a Torah institution. This is a concept that Moses would know nothing about. These are the things that are being stated in their levy and accusations that we are COINTELPRO agents, and we're getting paid by the government to say the things we say. I lose money doing this channel. Okay, I lose money. I put more money into this than it has ever paid me. I buy more books than the usual cat that you know on YouTube. A lot of you guys are PDF warriors. Y'all look for free PDF scans. I actually go out and I spend my hard-earned money on books, materials, collegiate papers, articles. This is a rarity what you get on this channel, right? I lose money. I've put more money into this. And I can show the receipts. You can see how many Google books I have and own and have purchased. You can see what my Kindle record looks like. You guys have seen parts of my library. I've always put more money into this than it ever has given me. But coming from these guys that pretty much make a living off YouTube, you guys get 40, 50,000 views easy. You guys make a living off YouTube. I do not. I put my ideas on YouTube and it's able to be critiqued and tested. A lot of you guys try to shield your ideas. You don't want to debate. You don't want to have a one-on-one swabble. You don't want to come on a live and discuss things live. You want to throw rocks and hide your hand. A lot of you guys are cowardly. You want to hide behind your audience. I don't have much of an audience here. You know what I'm saying? Thank God for the people that come here. And, I want to keep it that way. I only want the people here that wants to be here. I don't want to have a large following of people that just follow me just because they agree. or just because they like what I'm saying. I want people to say, okay, I actually understand where he's getting this from because I sat down and I saw the material being broken down and disseminated, and I read along with him. I actually went out and looked at the source from my. I want those type of people on my channel. You understand? So, my brother Ivry's here, the Levant for the Savant from the Levant. He's going to be bringing out a Facebook conversation, which I cannot see because these guys blocked me on Facebook a long time ago. So a lot of times when they're discussing and bringing my name up on Facebook, I don't even have the ability to even see these comments. You understand? I can't go on Facebook, log on, and actually see what they're saying, which doesn't really mean anything to me because if you guys follow me on Facebook, you know that I don't do the 100 comment battle thing with you guys. I will not comment battle with you too long. I will let you get the last word and go on about my business because I know there's more things that are more important to me in life. Like, especially when we're dealing with these areas of studies, I would rather be spending my time reading and gaining more knowledge. This is why we stay ahead of the flock because we're up to date on our information. And after we do this, I am going to be dealing with the secular understanding of E1B1A. So that will be brought out. Elcom says the truth is a lot of valuable sources aren't found free on the internet. They cost money. Right. We spend so much money just trying to stay ahead of the flock, you know what I'm saying, and trying to stay ahead of the game. We put more money into this thing than we earn. But Ivory, if you're ready, we can go ahead and start the discussion on what was discussed on Facebook.
Do I sound clear?
Clear, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, I'm sharing my screen. All right. So here's how everything sort of started off. So I put in Clubhouse. Oh, excuse me. I put in Facebook in the Rumble, the Biblical Rumble room, the link to this Clubhouse room that we had, and that's currently now in the Clubhouse uh uh the Clubhouse uh club called the Hebrew of Israel. The recording is saved. So here is the here's the discussion that happened, and my internet's running a little bit slow, so give me time. All right. So I didn't even like publicly link Teo and them to this particular post. This was just for anybody that wanted to join the dang getting stuff. That anybody that wanted to join the current discussion at the time. And the room title was White Jews and Black Hebrews Are Related, Prove Me Wrong. And of course, most of y'all likely know this based on haplogroups and based on papers such as the genetic history, the African gene flow into Southern Europeans, Levantines, and Jews. Various papers like that basically illustrate how we're related to Jewish populations. But here's how everything started off. So Teo says, these Negroes, are OFL, and then he has a meme. You can't see it, but I started messaging him in Hebrew, basically debunking all of his points and telling him to debate us, which he refuses. And again, I never even told them to, like, I never even tagged them in this post. They just chose to start clowning us for no reason, even though they're the ones giving fake information. And they use ad hominem attacks, calling me the lion, that's a coward, and they make assumptions such as saying that my mom is Ashkenazi, which is funny. and uh and so then I started blasting them back with things that they said in the past, such as using fake maps. And to this day, they still believe that they have the correct map for haplogroup D, even though I literally have the link. Again, if y'all want to follow along with me, go to the Rumble room. And if they blocked you, because apparently they blocked a lot of people in Yap Gang, like Yashub, But you can always easily just make a new account on Facebook, I suppose. But if you want to follow along with me, just go to the Rumble Room and look up this post dealing with Clubhouse. White Jews and Black Hebrews are related. Prove me wrong. But a lot was said in this whole thread, and other people got involved, such as Jacob Israel, Sean, Shari, Elkham, James, and the whole lot. Rue, and various others. I might be leaving out a few people's names. But basically, they call Shari a coon. Later on in different posts, they even call her a white girl. They call me a fake Negro, and they say that I'm white, which is something that they said in the past, which is interesting. Actually, I'm actually more black than them. Autosomally, and my Y DNA, and my maternal DNA.
The irony coming from people that have Georgian paternal ancestry, the irony, like the nerve, like the audacity of someone who descends from Georgians that has a common paternal link to Georgians and Khazarians to say that you're not black. Stop it. This is the type of racism that we're talking about. And again, it's racism
Mhm.
towards African Americans because you're against we can actually show paternally that we descend from West Africans. You cannot. Go ahead, brother. I just have to say that.
Mhm. No, you're right, and I think that they're autosomally like 73% black or something like that. From what I remember when you brought up that post that they did, I'm like 81% black, or quote unquote sub-Saharan African. So I'm way more black than you, dude. I mean, you're the one that said that you look like a red bone or whatever. But anyways, he says, better than you, fake lion that is a coward. And so he keeps calling me the lion that is a coward. So I just straight up asked him, then let's debate. Unless you're the real coward. And I keep on stressing this. And I want y'all to do that too. Tell them to debate. If you ever see them on Facebook or whatever, tell them let's debate. Like, can their opinions hold up in water? Uh and so I messaged them in Hebrew because I know they don't know Hebrew. And then Laban got involved. I don't know why he did. He needs to go somewhere else. But let me just go scroll through all of this. Sean started speaking too, and he basically brought out the fact that they've been lying for a long time about the map. And then Laban kept messaging, and he diverted the whole conversation. So let me just skip through that. Laban trying to do something else. Anyways, apps. Oh, that's right. Lying to your audience about DNA and being a coward by not debating people on the subject. Georgia G string twins at it again. And basically I showed how back in 2019 they had a map showing that it was G, but really this is the J map, and it's always been J since 2012. But let's just scroll down. And then there's 4 more comments. I'm gonna see what these comments are. Yeah, so this is dealing more with Sean. And basically, Sean brings out the fact that autosomal DNA only goes back a few generations. Therefore, it's not the best evidence to prove if you have Israelite ancestry or not. Because if it can only go back a few generations, like let's say 100 years, that's pretty bad if you need to go back 3,000 years to the Iron Age of Israel. So Sean's right about that, but Teo doesn't seem to understand. He calls Sean a clown. He even calls Sean a clown about, he says, hey, clown, I told you all that G image was taken from Wikipedia site, whether you believe us or not. So they're still lying to this day, 2022, 3 or 4 years later, still lying, saying that G map is haplogroup, that J map is haplogroup G. Amazing. Like they're still lying about that. And that's why it's a cult, by the way. And that's another thing you got to stress to the people that Teo and them are a cult. So they start talking some more. The debate in this Facebook thread, and it's funny how they want to have debates in Facebook, but not on a public platform live on YouTube. They rather debate on Facebook. So again, more attacks, more ad hominem attacks. Again, saying that because they're autosomally Negro and that they came from the transatlantic slave trade, that makes them Israelite automatically. And then let's see. Trying to see if there's more. I'm still telling them let's debate, and I'm calling them out for their anti-Semitism. Against the real Semites, us. And let's see. Then Shari comes in. Actually, let me scroll back up a little bit. Shari comes in, and because Teo and them almost, they said something kind of weird back here, about Sean. Or let me see if I can find that. They specifically message Sean and say, what's with the crap? All you do is hide behind your male boyfriends. So he's saying that Sean has male boyfriends. Interesting how he's going for the whole homosexual thing. And then Shari down here says right here that Sean, he says, you do know that's a man, right? Married, wife, and kids, the whole nine. Plus, Sean is literally older than y'all. So, Teo and them is just going for low blows all around. Like, it doesn't even make sense, the things that they're saying. Because they know Sean. They know that he's married. They know that he has kids. So let's go to the next comments. So right here, I basically say, they have fake maps. They have fake pages in books or in articles. They have fake doctors. That they're liars all around. And then Shari posts a lot of good information, links explaining what a researcher is, and links that talk about DNA. And let's go to the next comment. So then Teo and them basically say this. Again, mind you, they blocked Rashub, so he can't see any of this. They're talking about him behind his back, and he can't see it because they blocked him. So they say, bruh, these guys are on something strange, or is it more COINTELPRO infiltrators? This is a spiritual warfare. Enemies abound. And it's funny that they say that because they're the ones that are lying to people, creating false maps, creating false or cropping out certain information in articles, not showing the full article, creating fake doctors.
Not even citing a source and telling people where they got it from, so you can't even fact check them.
Mm-hmm. They don't want to debate people live publicly. So yeah, you're right. This is spiritual warfare, and you're the one that's acting like Hasatan. And I rarely say stuff like that.
How are we infiltrators for those videos there? Ashkenazi Jews and Biblical Israelites is a literal book that I'm reading from to inform my audience on the formation of East European Jews and what an Ashkenazi Jew is. That's the whole purpose of that. How is that even, what is it, COINTEL behavior? And in the next
black
video,
people aren't supposed to read.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Black people are not supposed to read. It says here, white Jews and black Jews united. This is just a historical fact, man. You have white and black Jews. The Jews of Wargala were black, and then you had some Siljamasa Jews that were white. I don't understand what the beef is on it. The beef comes from a racial schema in your mind where black and white are diametrically opposed and have nothing to do with each other. When really
It should always be at war.
Yeah. Really, it's just two different phenotypes that express differently in a set of different people, where your descendants can be white. This depends on who they admix with. You can pick those phenotypes up. You have ancient Egyptians that were white. A lot of people think all ancient Egypt was what do you call it? Black, and it was not homogenous. So it's the same thing, man. Anybody can produce children that have different phenotypes. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on who you admix with. And you pick autosomes. I was just discussing this on the video, Ashkenazi Jews and Biblical Israelites Part 3. The reason why a lot of these Europoid Jews look Europoid is because they migrated and married the local women of Europe. We
No
just
different than
discussed
today, how black people marry white people.
exactly. There are people walking the earth today that are descendants of African slaves and are white, right? Because of the
Creoles.
history. Yeah, they mixed and they mixed and mixed and mixed into the white population and picked up the autosomes to the fact that they look like Europeans. They have the facial morphology of a European, and you don't know the difference. We brought an article in the Middle Eastern population. A lot of those people, considerable amount of those people, have African fathers and European mothers.
Hmm.
So, so you can't base populations based upon how they look and phenotype because that can change over time through admixture.
Exactly. But you know, these cult members, should I say these cult leaders, TOTW, can't admit that to their audience because, you know, cultists can't do that or they'll lose their followers. So, and that's what we got to keep doing. Remind people that these guys are a cult. They keep calling themselves ministers. I don't even think they went to school to be a minister. They went to college for that. Oops. Anyways, so that's the post. But back out of that. My computer's acting up a little bit.
Yeah, man. So,
All right.
um,
So
I just want to say this one thing.
so basically they say these same people, oh my bad.
Oh, you got a delay, don't you?
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
not
go
hear
ahead.
me as I said. Oh well, I was just gonna
Oh,
say,
there's a delay. Oh no.
yeah, those two videos that they pointed out to say that I was a COINTELPRO member or whatever. What about that is COINTEL? It's just showing you there's a unification that supersede the color line or the racial schema that you are born to believe in here in America that doesn't exist in the Torah institution, doesn't exist with the original writers of the Bible. This is some new age stuff that you have adopted and grafted in, and now you're trying to enforce it as if it's Bible or as if it's gospel. Go ahead, brother. The floor is yours, Avery.
Yeah, so can you hear me by the way? I just want to make sure.
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. There might actually be a delay. Yeah, there's definitely a delay. When I speak, I hear you speak like about 5 seconds later. Yeah, my internet. Yeah, well, anyways, I might switch my internet here in a second if it keep messing up. But so Teo says right here, these same people say we are Japheth while saying that the Ashkenazi are the blood or their blood brothers. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. ROFL. I think that the education system failed these guys. It's funny because they're the ones that have to always make stuff up. But we can actually explain how in a debate. I think I should explain now, but at the same time, I'd rather explain to these guys in a debate. And also, you're kind of generalizing here. But anyways, so again, they just keep spouting racism and anti-Semitism, and also completely twisting our points by saying, we might as well make all Chinese Jews Israel. But if they have the E marker, then they definitely descend from an Afroasiatic population if they have haplogroup E. Now that's just facts. E-P2 birthed Proto-Afroasiatics. So, and then they say that Dr. Razi Khan or Razib Khan, debunked us. They still haven't explained how he debunked us. I'm still waiting for Teo to explain. How did Razib Khan debunk any of our points? He pretty much established our points. I use Razib Khan all the time. I show people his videos. And then we have some very nice comments from Rue and from Elcom. A good video explaining education versus indoctrination. Then I basically bring out stuff like the fact that everything is a conspiracy to these people, to Teo and them. They're a cult. One, fake DNA maps. Two, fake book quotes. Three, fake geneticists. Four, Israel is in Africa. Five, the war in Russia and Ukraine is fake. And that's another thing for those of y'all that might be new to this, Teo and them believe that the war in Russia and Ukraine is fake. So all those deaths of those children, all those deaths of soldiers, all the bombings, all that's not real. It's just fake. Again, nothing is reality to these guys. We're gonna skip over that. So he says when they can't even acknowledge that this is a lie because we already acknowledged this. Get rid of that. When they can't even acknowledge that Esau, Jacob, and Ishmael would all have the same haplogroup, I can't help them. We already told them privately in a conversation, and I'm pretty sure we told them publicly as well. Uh, I should wait for the debate, but I'm just going to tell you this now. Esau, Jacob, and Ishmael will all have the same haplogroup, or would, should I say, all have the same haplogroup. And it will be haplogroup E. All Shemites have was that.
You're breaking up, Avery. You're
Mm.
breaking up. You're starting
So
a
this is
robot.
gonna-
Let me message this brother and tell him he's starting a robot.
How about now?
Or was that on my end? I'm not even sure. You're clear now.
Okay. Yeah, this is I might have to switch my internet. If it happens one more time, you shoot, I'll switch my internet and you can like filibuster. But did you hear the part when I read that post right here? This post?
Yeah, I heard it. And the people can see. But this is just idiocy at this point. Like, of course they would have the same haplogroup. We never said they wouldn't, which would mean that they would. You put yourself out of the conversation by putting this up here. Because if Esau, Jacob, and Ishmael all have the same haplogroup, how the hell do you guys have haplogroup G then? Explain that. And you claim to come from Jacob. Jacob only has one haplogroup. Go ahead, you got it.
Also, another thing, since they go by autosomal DNA, is we can twist the question around to them. Does Esau, Jacob, and Ishmael all have the same autosomal DNA? Are they all sub-Saharan African? See, they can't even answer that question. So what they say down here is these Yap Gang people have a serious cognitive dissonance. Very interesting. Basically, I just straight up told them, this is taking a second. My bad, y'all, about this internet. Anyways, I told them, just zoom out. I told them and said, let's publicly debate live on YouTube about that, referring to this question. And they said, the lion that changed his name speaks. Your reasoning is clearly lacking on the topic. No need for us to waste our time with you. You are being exposed, you and Genesis 49ers. And so this is what I said. And they still haven't messaged me back in an hour. It's been an hour, still haven't messaged me back. I said, if my reasoning is clearly lacking on the topic, then prove it publicly on a debate platform. Stand on your 10 toes and prove me wrong to my face. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is all talk until you step in the ring. You called me a coward, but you're the one dodging debates like a coward would. And so I still haven't got a message back in about an hour. And this goes to show you that Teo and them are the real cowards. And they're a cult because cult leaders do not debate people. If you look at any documentary dealing with cults, they are afraid to talk to people. They're afraid to debate, to have their point of view questioned. And so the fact that they are still dodging my question on a live debate, it just illustrates that they're the liars, they're the cowards, they're everything that they're claiming that we are. It's ironic. And so here's another here actually here's a perfect example of them saying that the Russia attack is fake. This was 6 hours ago. They said, "Keep trying to stop the awakening. I can't count the number of black pastors waking up." So he posts a YouTube video saying, "Russia, Ukraine, the CIA, the Rothschild." Oh my gosh, the Rothschild conspiracy to destroy Vladimir Putin. Interesting. Again, more conspiracies. I'm surprised. I'm not even gonna say what I was about to say, but these guys. And so even Jacob Israel. And Jacob Israel apparently is Hebrew Israelism. And y'all know that I had beef with him in the past to a certain extent. And even he is like agreeing with us, which is funny. Like Teo got me agreeing with Hebrew Israelism. I'm baffled. And so I'm not gonna read everything. I'm just gonna skim through it. But basically, it's just a mini war in this particular thread on Facebook. Again, you can find all these comments on the Biblical Rumble Room on Facebook. You can go to praise visuals like Yeshub, and I think he blocked what's his name? Remy Yah, I believe.
YASHAR-YA'OH.
But again, y'all can find this whole exchange on Facebook. Yahoo. My bad. Sorry about that. Oh yeah. So here Teo actually starts to, even go after Shari, going after women and such. So he says, right here, we have a family. Sister E can verify. I don't know what he means by that. Like, I don't know what Sister E can verify about Shari being the mamzer. That doesn't make any sense to me. Then he says maybe you in the Yap gang should change your name to pronoun group. Again, they're trying to like go with some type of LGBTQ route. Very interesting how they're randomly just throwing that in there. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. He tells Shari, sit down with your pronoun self. Again, another LGBTQ thing. Like, I don't get the angle here. That doesn't really make sense. It kind of comes out of nowhere. Let's see. He calls Shari a coon. And by the way, Shari is like, I'm pretty sure a couple of decades younger than Teo and them. She's like 24. And this 50-something-year-old man is calling a 24-year-old black woman a coon, posting memes, posting gifs on Facebook. This is some interesting stuff. Calls her a white girl. And that's something he called me as well. He called me a white person, or that my mom was Ashkenazi Jewish. Interesting stuff. By the way, those are conspiracies. There's nothing to back that up with. Calls Shari a white girl again. Go have some fun with your white girl crew. Like this is the best he has. Again, he could just debate us instead of doing this Facebook stuff. Like all these memes and gifs and back and forth on Facebook. Like we can just debate. Like what's with all this scared stuff? Let's see if there's anything else. Letting that load while I wait. All right, it's loaded. Man, they even got me liking what Hebrew Israelism said. That's something, man. That's crazy. But Hebrew Israelism does say something good right here. He says, furthermore, our haplogroups, JP58, I disagree with that part, but he does say, and E1B1B are found in ancient cities in Israel. Like, that's a fact. E1B1B is found. Likely haplogroup A will be found there soon as well. E1B1A, excuse me. And then Shari bring out some good points, some good funny points. And then Yakoba brings out some Chinese people for some reason. He calls Shari a coon again. It's very interesting. He's really, really going in on Shari. Actually, compared to like Yashub or Sean or Elkham or James or Remy. What's his, I'm sorry, brother. Relamayahu. Uh, he's really going in on Shari. Compared to all the men, he's not attacking the men as hard as he's attacking Shari, like calling her a coon and stuff. It kind of goes to show you the type of people he chooses to attack. So here's a post from Shari, and it's a pretty funny post actually. And so here's another post. He specifically tagged me in it. So he says, in order to insult me, I must first value your opinion. Nice try, though. It's funny he posts that because he still like replies back to my messages. So apparently he cares about what I'm saying. I'm gonna make this post bigger. So I message him in Hebrew. No, I know he can't read it. He probably has to well, I'm not gonna say what he probably has to do, but anyways, he basically mocks Yap Gang, and then Yap Gang comes in and straightens him out. The whole crew comes in, and it's a pretty good exchange. They get quiet. Again, all this can be prevented if they just do a public debate. Tell him if y'all can message him to debate us publicly on Facebook. Here's another thing. I don't think I got to this yet, but he also posts false images of Shari. This is not Shari, by the way. This is not. I mean, obviously this isn't her, but he's almost trying to make it seem like he's getting images offline, random images of white girls, and just saying it's Shari. So I just want to point that out. And let me see. He also comes in under his own post saying a bunch of random wacky stuff. And so let's see. That's another exchange. That's wait a minute. What? These people are joking. Now they supposed DNA. I'll have to respond to that later. But I feel like that's it for now. I think that might be everything. I can't remember Shari, Sean, Elkham, everybody else. Is there any more posts from Teo on them that I might have left out? I can't remember. Or have I gone through all of the comments trying to see if I remember everything?
Let me get on
But
here and target.
If I
Let me respond to this
if I
comment
did
real
go
quick. Well,
yeah.
no, my brother got a delay, so he's not hearing me as I speak.
What comment?
But we are the Browns urban family says this don't make sense. When will Israel just come together and stop bashing each other for Facebook views? I am not interested in aggregating with anybody that shares racist views, that shares notions of idiocy, or people that fabricate documents to try to force their point, or also create maps and lie to the people about the map, the haplogroup G map. I'm not interested in joining them and have cultic-like behavior. No, I'm not interested in that. No, I'm not going to join with you just because you say you're Israelite. No, I don't care that you call yourself Israel. You are a maniac and you're trying to deceive a swath of people because of your own vainglory. I'm not with that at all. You created a doctor named William Katz. Who does that? You created a doctor named William Katz, and you're standing on it as if he exists in real time, and he doesn't. No one can prove his existence. So we are the Browns urban family. That's Rainbow Coalition that you have is not even tenable. because no one's going to join with anybody that has all of those things on their jacket. Okay? These people have been caught red-handed lying, distorting information, and presenting it to the people as if it's scholarship, and it's not. Right? No one's going to join with nobody like that. That's what's wrong with a lot of African Americans. We blindly follow people in the name of being black. I do not subscribe to that. So this is the wrong channel for that.
It almost reminds me of the whole R. Kelly situation. So just because he's black, we should still support him.
Yeah, just because
even though Teo and them don't want to. Even though Teo and them don't want to support us, I mean,
you don't go over there on their
I don't know
videos and say, stop bashing them brothers. We should all just come together. I don't see y'all over there doing that, man. So chill out.
Right. I don't know if there's still a delay. Is there still a delay, you should? Or
Can
do
you
you
hear
hear
me
me like
speaking?
right now?
I can hear you,
Yeah.
but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Like,
okay,
all
you're
right.
good. You're good.
Okay, because I was about to say in the count of 3, we both speak. But if you can hear me, that's good. So this is the exchange that happened on Facebook. Now, do you want to get into one of their videos, or did you want to cut this video, like in this video, then start a new one addressing one of their videos so that people can kind of watch things in order? We can end this and then start a new live, or just keep going. It's up to you, I guess.
I think we should keep going because we got 42 people watching. Keep
Okay, yeah, we can keep going. Did you want to go on Clubhouse as well?
Well, wait a minute, Akbalak. So, are you ready to have that debate with me on if all African Americans are Jews? Do you want to have that debate? That's the debate we agreed upon, and you seem to be ready. So, you want to go ahead and have the debate? I can arrange that within an hour. We can go ahead and do this debate now.
Nice.
On the channel.
Let's do it.
I have my PowerPoint ready. I'm waiting on you, Akbalak. Are you ready to do the debate? Are all African Americans Jews? That's the topic. That's the topic we agreed upon. I have a witness here who heard us having that discussion.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You said, yes, all African Americans are Jews. I say, no. You can't prove all African Americans are Jews. Are you ready to have this debate today? That's not what our debate was, bro. You getting blocked from the channel, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. These dudes is cowards, bro. You dudes are cowards. Get the fuck out my channel, bro. You niggas lie. Like, it's so easy for lies to roll off y'all tongue. You came on here, said your statement. I challenged you on it. I wrote down what the actual topic was. I messaged my group and let them know what I will be arguing and debating. I have a witness here saying it, and you still deny it. Get off my channel, man. You dudes are liars, bro. A lot of you black Hebrew Israelites are liars, man. Y'all get mad and get upset, man.
They get mad when they get caught, like when I debated Teo all those years ago.
The reason why you want to shuck and jive on the title, the reason why you want to shuck and jive on the title is because he's afraid he's going to get his ass kicked. But you was talking all that noise. You was on my channel. You was confident as hell. But when it came time to show and prove, you tucked your damn tail, bro. Stop it. All right, moving on, man.
But I guess now we can move to one of those videos that they did. And did you want to go on Clubhouse as well and air this? And also, can we air this on Rumble Room? Can somebody in the chat put this video into the Rumble Room? I don't think Yashub can because he's blocked by Teo, so they wouldn't be able to see his post. So one of y'all will have to do it. Maybe I could do it, but I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I mean
Or maybe I could. Let me see.
we're live on MYMG. We're live on what's the other one? The Source Debate League on Facebook. So anyway, this is the video we're gonna cover.
All right, I'll try that one. The Source Debate League. Or
Portugal and Spain DNA confirms our.
I can't see anything, by the way. I don't know if that's just me.
You can't put a 1 in the chat if you can see the YouTube page I'm sharing. Somebody put a 1 in the chat and validate. Can you see the screen share? Because I have the YouTube loaded up on the page right now. You guys should be able to see it. Can you, yep, they can see it. So Avery is
I
on
might
your.
have to just leave and come back. Something's wrong with my internet.
Yeah.
I'm
Jump
gonna
in
have
and
to
jump out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can see him. All right. So we're gonna get started. We'll wait for Avery to get back, but we're gonna get started till he gets back. And the reason why we're covering this video is just to show, like we covered their last videos, that they have no understanding of DNA, and they're pretty much talking outside of their neck when it comes to DNA. See, the thing about these people, they talk so much smack against DNA, but now you got videos called Portugal and Spain DNA confirms our history. This is the crazy thing about this group, man. Which one is it? DNA can't be trusted, or I can use it to prove that I'm from Portugal and Spain. And that's a lie. Majority of Negroes in America don't come from Portugal and Spain. Can you stop telling that lie? Like, come on, man. People are taking information and running with it, and then they're going to easily be debunked on the internet. Anybody with an ounce of research methodology is going to be able to debunk that.
Did you want to put the link in the chat for anyone to join that has knowledge on DNA?
I can do that. Links in the chat. Well, we're going to discuss this video, man. That's what we're going to do. Portugal and Spain DNA confirms our history. A lot of you guys are going to stop. Y'all going to learn to stop speaking in absolutes. Stop going around telling everybody, well, you can do what you want to do. But if you go around and tell everybody that Portuguese and Spanish Jews are all black, they're going to easily be able to dissect that and destroy that argument. Easily. Akmalak, you can go kick rocks, bro. You can kick rocks. Ain't got time for liars.
Wait, how did Akmalak message you?
No, he jumped in. He getting kicked from the studio, man. Get out of here. But anyway, Portugal and Spain DNA confirms our history. Don't go around saying all Portuguese and Spanish people are black, or Spanish Jews are black, because that's easily be dismissed, easily, with minimal effort.
Found historically in a lot of the studies we've done about our history in Portugal, Spain, Africa, Angola, all that type of stuff. Hey, Salama, how's everyone doing today? Highly favored. Today I have Minister Teotw. Minister Teotw, say hi to the fam. Salama family. Salama, how's everyone doing today? So family, we're going to talk about how our DNA lines up with what we have found out historically. Now, we're not going to get into the whole haplogroup debate stuff, right? We're not getting into that. We don't care. We're not getting into the whole thing about how you identify Israel through DNA. But it's interesting that.
Y'all hear that? We're not getting into how to identify Israel through DNA. But the title says Portugal and Spain DNA confirms our history. That's exactly what you're talking about. This is hypocritical, man.
Lying.
Stop it.
In the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's why it's so hard to get through their videos. They lie so damn much.
At our DNA and many others, right, tie back to what we have found historically in a lot of the studies we've done about our history in Portugal, Spain, Africa, Angola, all that type of stuff, right? And so we want to present this to you all. Now, what we have done, we have been on Facebook, and we have been in our Teotw Ministries group, right? And several of the people in the group have also, what you're going to see today, they have done theirs, right? And we all come from the same place. So when some of them other people get over there and say, well, how you know? Okay, we know that some of the Israelites, some of the Jews were on the boats, but we don't know if all of them were Israel, right? I mean, come on now. Now, from what we've seen so far from the people, you know, if you want to go there, you can go over there on Facebook.
That's another one. That's another one. Absolute. They think everybody came off a slave ship as Israelite. As if we're not. You need to learn one word. One word. Heterogeneity. Heterogeneity. You need to learn that word. We're a hodgepodge and blend of people. We can't all have the same patrilines and matrilines. We don't go back to the same forefathers and foremothers. Collectively, we do not. We're a blend of people. There's not just one element. Some of us have a West African element, and then some of us have a European element. And then there's a small fraction of us that have a Native American, indigenous, autochthonous American element. So for you to say everybody that got the African American title, which is arbitrary, has to be automatically Israelites is BS. It's BS, man. Logically, that doesn't make sense.
You kind of can use your. Oh,
my bad. What did you say?
No, I was just about to say, maybe you can use your presentation for this video, because that's pretty much Akmalak's talking point.
Yeah. I could go into my presentation, man. He playing games anyway, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just retarded, man. Hold on real quick. Let me share my screen. I'll show you what I have for Akmalak. Akmalak ain't gonna man up and say, you know what, I did say that. No, he's not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? And here's another thing too. Like, if y'all got a problem outside of YouTube, let's find a rendezvous point. We can talk in person. I don't want to do this back and forth internet with shit with anybody. Let's just meet up in person at a rendezvous point. We figure it out. Hit me up personally if y'all want to take it there. Let me share my screen, man. I ain't got time for that, man. Might as well just look. You're right. Let's just share my presentation that I had for this brother, man. I spent my time building the damn argument. I could have been doing another video for the channel, but this brother act like he was gonna do it, pump fake, and it backfired on him.
When you get a chance, can you send me the links on Facebook as well?
What link?
The live streams. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, no. The live streams that's currently on Facebook.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll take a minute. Let me talk about this. So as y'all can see on the screen, you can clearly see what the debate was going to be. As you can see, all African Americans are not Jews. That's what I was going to debate him on, right? Because he was saying all African Americans are Jews. There's no way all African Americans be Jews. They don't even share the same common male ancestors. How the hell are they Jews? How can every single one of us be Jews? That doesn't make sense. You're using an arbitrary argument and label African American and trying to say that means Israel. You understand? So it's just stupidity at this point. So African Americans, all African Americans are not Jews. I laid out my argumentum before I even got, before we even get into the main meat and potatoes in the dish. The African American population is a diverse population. If it's a diverse population, what does diverse mean? Different. There's differences between within this population. There are different matrilines and patrilines, and different forefathers and foremothers. There's different genetic components that exist in this population. Therefore, they all can't be one of anything. African Americans are products of Africans, Europeans, and Native Americans. So they all can't be descendants of Jacob. They all can't be descendants of ancient Israelites, because we are a hodgepodge. We are a blend. We are a mixture of people. patrilineage of African Americans, which we determine that by the Y-DNA, consists of Africans, Europeans, and Native Americans. There is a small component of African Americans that go back to haplogroup Q, which is tied to Native Americans. This means that all African Americans cannot derive from a putative ancestor, i.e. Jacob. The fact that we have so many different Y-DNA, Y chromosomes amongst us, like Teotw is haplogroup G. You know, he most likely derives his ancestry from a European migrant within the last 100 or 200 years, right? And haplogroup G is less than 1% of the African-American population, right? Which that there shows you that everybody cannot go back to Jacob. Haplogroup G is a haplogroup that's associated with Georgians, is a haplogroup that's associated with people of the Caucasus, not West Africa. We have to allow the empirical data to form our arguments and not the other way around. Also, the term African American encompasses all of the Americas. So you have to deal with that too. All of the Americas, what you call African American, it encompasses Central America, South America, and North America. And then I was going to define what haplogroup is. Haplogroup is a genetic population group of people who share a common ancestor on the patriline or the matriline. So if you have a haplogroup, the letter tells you if you share a common ancestor on the patriline or matriline, meaning everybody that has an E in their Y-DNA or assigned an E on the Y-DNA, they share a common male ancestor that lived in times past that had the M96 mutation and passed it down to his children, and it mutated and deviated into and divulged into the other branches, downstream markers of haplogroup E. Same thing on the mother side, right? You can trace the same thing. So we give an illustration of that here. Y chromosome DNA is inherited from your male line, grandfather to your father to you, right? That's how you get that. Autosomal DNA is inherited from all your ancestors. This is why you cannot use autosomal DNA to do a direct line or direct lineage. You cannot use autosomal DNA to say you descend from Jacob, from a putative ancestor Jacob. You cannot use that for that. And it has a limit. It can only go back as far as 300 years, sometimes, rarely 500 years, right? Cannot go back to the Bronze Age. No, you can't use autosomal DNA to determine whether you descend from Jacob. You would need Y chromosome DNA to infer that. Mitochondrial DNA inherited from your female lineage. As you can see, your grandmother, your mother, and then you as the female, right? That's how DNA works. That's what it does. This is how it traces the DNA transmission from father to son, mother to daughter, right? That's what it does. And within the African American community, we are a hodgepodge of haplogroups, meaning we have different forefathers and different foremothers. So we all can't be Israelites. Okay? This is simple. The debate's over at this point. I don't even have to finish this. The debate would have been over here. All right, so let me continue. This is a haplomap to give you an understanding of what the dominant
when you get a chance, send me the
to Facebook. All right, so this is a haplogroup map. Shows you the dominant haplogroups of each area. So R1 are pretty much dominantly Western Europe. You see I2 here in Europe as well. You see a little E1B1B over here in the Balkans in the Greek area as well. J pretty much dominates what we call the Middle East of Saudi Arabia today. C3C, N1C1, as you can see, the other minor lineages. Then we get to Africa. E1B1B is like 80% of the lineages of North Africa. And as you can see, this lineage is stretched from North to East Africa. These are all YAP markers. YAP pretty much dominated Africa and conquered Africa, right? Then you see a small pocket of A1, B1, 2B, B2, B2A, B2. A lot of these groups were reduced and pushed down south during the Bantu expansion. As you see, E1, B1A pretty much dominates South, Central, and West Africa below the Sahel, as you see. So this gives you a general sense of what you expect to find in these different areas, right? So this first source, and I'm not going to go through the whole presentation, but this is just going to sum it up. Subpopulations within the major European and African-derived haplogroups R1b13. Again, a haplogroup tells you who you descend from on your patriline or your matriline. This is dealing with Y DNA, so this is the patriline. This is your forefathers. So if you're black and you have R1b, you descend from a male that had R1b in times past, and most likely that male would be a white European. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but it's a fact that's observed within the African American peoples. And E3A, which is E1B1A, which is common in Western and Central Africa, says are differentiated previously phylogenetically undefined Y SNPs. So this is the paper. We go into this paper. It says multiple maternal lines exist among African Americans. In our population, 60% of African Americans belong to haplogroup E3A. 60% of us belong to haplogroup E3A, meaning 40% of us don't have the same patrilines. 40% of us don't have the same maternal lineages. 40% of African Americans don't share common male ancestors. Therefore, they all can go back to a putative ancestor known as Jacob. Therefore, all of them cannot be Israel. They can't be, because we have separate lineages. We are a blend. We are a heterogeneous population. This is
Hey, shalom, fam.
Shalom.
Sorry,
Shalom,
I didn't mean
shalom.
to cut you. Shalom. Yeah. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom, but somebody just made a post, a comment. I think it was hold on, let me get to it.
In Facebook or on here?
Power in the name? No. Right here. Power in the name. Could you put that up on the screen? Power in the name.
Yeah, I got it on the stream right now. It said, if genetics were a game of cards, Y DNA, mtDNA haplogroups are like players and autosomes are like cards. The cards can always switch hands, which is why phenotype isn't very useful. I agree with that.
Exactly. Thank you for that, bro. I just wanted you to put that up there and let it sit there. I mean, it'd probably take up some of the areas for you to read, but I just wanted the people to see that. That's a great analogy the brother made, or the sister.
Right. Yeah, man. The phenotype ain't gonna help you tell you what your deep lineage is. You have sub-Saharan African limbas who have haplogroup J, and J goes back to the Zagros Mountains and the Caucasus Mountains. So just because they look sub-Saharan African, they have the phenotype and morphology of what you would consider sub-Saharan African or Africoid, does not mean that they share a common male ancestor with everyone else that has that phenotype. So fast forward to America. Travel to America, the African Americans. Just because we share a similar phenotype does not mean we have common ancestry. As we just read, we don't share the same patrilines, meaning forefathers, or matrilines, foremothers. All of us do not share the same. It's not ubiquitous. 60% of us are E1B1A, 40% of us are not. Meaning we all can't go back to a putative ancestor known as Jacob. Right? So here it says, in our population, 60% of African Americans belong to haplogroup E3A, which is E1B1A. Of the 12 SNPs investigated, 7, U175, U209, U181, U290, U174, and U186 and U247 of them are identified. Only African Americans belonging to haplogroup E3A. So this is makes up the bulk. But the point is, 60% of us have E3A with different clades of E3A, 40% of us do not. It says here, a large parsimonious phylogenetic tree representing the Y chromosomal variations has been constructed and comprises of the major haplogroups A through R. Many of these polymorphisms have proven highly informative on tracing human prehistoric migrations and generating new hypotheses on the human colonization and migration. This is why we use Y haplogroups, and it's going to break each haplogroup down. It is suspected that migration restrictions and population expansions following the last glacial maximum have resulted in survival of a limited number of particular European haplogroups. In the U.S., for example, most Europeans belong to haplogroups I and R. African Americans are descendants of forced migration from certain Western and Western Central African populations. Recent studies, included data presented in this paper, indicate that most African Americans and Caucasians in the United States belong to one of the only two major subhaplogroups, E1B1A at 58 to 62%, and R1B 47 to 58%. So we have R1B among African Americans, and you have E1B1A found amongst African Americans, meaning we're all not the same. It's not ubiquitous across African American population, meaning therefore we all can't be one thing. As we're arguing a putative ancestor being Jacob, we're attributed as our ancestor. He only had one Y chromosome to give. It can't be ENR. It can't be EIR. It has to be one of them. And we argue for E. So therefore, all African Americans can't be Jews. I mean, shall I even keep going? Genetic diversity within African Americans. This is from the Pacific Standard, how slavery changed the DNA of African Americans. Our genetic makeup is the result of history, historical events that influence the patterns of migration and mating among our ancestors are reflected in our DNA. In our genetic relationships with each other, in our genetic risk for disease, this means that to understand how genes affect our biology, geneticists often find it important to tease out how historical drivers of demographic change shape present-day genetics. Understanding the connection between history and DNA is especially important for African Americans. This is why you have to study DNA. You want to know who you are, you want to elucidate ancestry, you have to study DNA. A lot of you guys are running from this. A lot of you guys are trying to avoid this. But if you want to elucidate and make clear who's who and what patriline goes where, you have to study DNA. I was watching Sonetta last night and I heard Sorry himself saying DNA doesn't mean shit. Hell, it does. It tells you who you are. Your haplogroup tells you who you descend from, paternally and maternally. We live in an age of information, but we also live in an age of ignorance. We live in an age of defying information. Anti-science, anti-academia. A lot of you Negroes try to drive Black people away from academics because you don't like what the empirical data says. Because in your mind, all Africans have to be the same, which is a racist notion. That's racist to sit up there and say just because you look somebody else, you got the same exact ancestry without even going in and digging into the history, digging into the anthropology, archaeology, or digging into the DNA. It's an assumption based off skin color. And again, you're not going to find this mode of thinking in the Torah institution. You're not going to find it. Moses was not aware of this. This is something brand new. This racial schema that we go by today was created and invented by German, what do you call them? German.
Blumenbach.
Yeah, Blumenbach. I'm thinking of the what they were.
Nazis?
Sociologists. Yeah, sociologists. They created that line of thinking.
Also the Nazis.
And we're using it as if it's Torah institution. Give me a break, man.
By the way, did you want me to put the StreamYard link into Facebook and tag Teo and them and say let's debate or what?
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't care.
You can, but you know what's going to happen. But go ahead.
All right.
It says right here, understanding the connection between history and DNA is especially important for African Americans. But if you watch these dilettantes on the internet, you wouldn't know that. I want to listen to DNA. All I need to do is say that we Black and that we good. That's racist. It says because slavery and discrimination caused profound and relatively rapid demographic change, a new study now offers a very broad look at African American genetic history and shows how DNA of present-day African Americans reflect their troubled history. Slavery and its aftermath had a direct impact on two critical demographic factors that are especially important in genetics: migration and sex. The transatlantic slave trade was a forced migration that carried nearly 400,000 Africans over to the colonies and later to the United States. Why does it say it like that? Because a lot of people don't even understand how the slave trade was commenced. The initial slaves would go to the Caribbean. Then they will be re-exported from the Caribbean to North America. Y'all don't even know that. Why? Because you anti-education. You don't read. You don't study any goddamn thing, but want to get on the internet and argue. How about you spend the time and the money on educating yourself on something first before you speak about it? This is why I tell my guys all the time. Don't be a know-it-all. Be a show-it-all. It says here, once in North America, African slaves and their descendants mixed with whites of European ancestry. Once in North America, African slaves and their descendants mixed with whites of European ancestry. We are a blend of people. When you bring up African Americans, we are a blend. This is why you have Teotw Ministries having haplogroup G. This is why you have Nasir Jones having haplogroup I. This is why you have Marcus Garvey having haplogroup R and Martin Luther King having haplogroup R, tracing his lineage back to Ireland. Because we are a hodgepodge. We are not one of anything. Once in North America, African slaves and their descendants mixed with whites of European ancestry. Again, this is how you get people like Teotw. Usually because enslaved black women were raped and exploited by white men. Some of us are descendants of relationships like this. It's harsh but true. This is what happened. This is what historically happened. And we can see the history being played out in genetics. It says, and more recently, what's known as the Great Migration dramatically reshaped African-American demographics in the 20th century. Between 1915 and 1970, 6 million blacks left the South and settled in the northern, Midwestern, and Western states in hope of finding opportunities for a better life. Same article. European introgression. It says the researchers first looked at what fraction of African Americans' genetic ancestry could be traced back to Africa. Not surprisingly, the data shows that for most African Americans, the majority of their DNA comes from African ancestors. As we read earlier, 60% of us still retain E1B1A markers. It says the results also show that essentially all African Americans have some European ancestry as well. The genetic mix of African and European DNA, however, following a striking geographical trend. African Americans living in southern states have more DNA, 83 percentile, than those living in other areas of the country at 80%. Conversely, African Americans outside the South have larger fraction of European DNA. Even within the South, this trend holds. Blacks in Florida and South Carolina have more African DNA than those that live in Kentucky and Virginia. One explanation for this geographical bias could be that the interracial marriages have been less frequent in southern states, but the explanation appears to be wrong. The McGill researchers found that most of European DNA among blacks today probably entered the African-American gene pool long before the Civil War, when the vast majority of blacks in the U.S. were slaves living in the South. The genetic patterns observed by the researchers suggest that for at least a century before the Civil War, there was ongoing admixture between blacks and whites. Let me read that again. There was ongoing admixture between blacks and whites. There was ongoing admixture between blacks and whites. So when you see people like Teotw Ministries having haplogroup G, there is no surprise why. When we see people like Nasir Jones having haplogroup I, there's no question why. When you see blacks in general having haplogroup R, which is relegated to Western Europe primarily, there is no question to why. We know exactly why. There was an admixed and blended group at the onset. After slavery ended, this interracial mix dropped off steeply. The implication of these findings won't be surprising to anyone. Widespread sexual exploitation of slaves before the Civil War strongly influenced the genetic makeup of essentially all African Americans alive today. This is a part of our genetic matrix. Can't get around it. I don't even know if I should keep going. This is just European male contributors in the AAs, right? African American.
Well, before you read that next slide, I don't mean to cut your bill, but before you read that next slide, check out Michael Smith's comments.
Let me see. Michael Smith says prophecy
No,
talks.
no. That's Michael Woodward. Michael Smith. The one more above it. He has one more. Then you can go with that one. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
Explain remnant if you know.
And
Michael Smith says
yeah.
explain remnant. What's the point of your question? We know what a remnant is. A remnant is like a fraction of. That's your answer. Then he says, that's not racist. Racist equals prejudice, power, look it up. No, that's not what racist means. Racist also is love for your race. What's wrong with either? So you're proud to be a racist. Are you telling people over here that you're proud to be a racist?
So I guess the Nazis were good guys in his mind because they were proud of their race. I guess the white people who lynched our ancestors, they were pretty proud of their race too, weren't they?
Yeah. When you say that all black people are the same, that's a racist statement. Because you're judging it on their skin color, not judging on their ancestry or their patrilineal or matrilineal. You're just looking at their skin color and saying, yep, y'all are the same because you're black. That's not true at all. You don't afford them diversity. But when you go to Europeans, they all white, you allow them to have diversity. Oh, these are Jews. Oh, these are gypsies. And these guys over here are Italian. And these people are Vikings. These people are from Wales. Like, you let them be diverse as hell. No matter, even though they have the same or similar phenotype. But when it comes to blacks, oh, all you guys are all the same. You guys all come from sub-Saharan Africa. That's racism.
Exactly. And it's funny because
Hey,
even
his next question, I'm sorry, I mean to cut y'all build again, but his next question is, who is the remnant in the scriptures? Stop running. Hey, Michael Smith, somebody drop the link.
Yeah.
And come on up here. Come on up here and have a conversation with us, brother.
But while you drop the link and he comes up, it's funny that you were saying that, when it comes to diversity, we can't be diverse, but everybody else can be diverse. If we're supposed to be Semitic people, we know that even in the ancient Near East, it was diverse. You had the Assyrians, you had the Babylonians, you had the Akkadians, you had Israelites, Moabites, Edomites, like all those groups. We named their actual ethnic group. We named their actual ancestor. But with us, like you said, we can't do that. We have to just be a simple color.
Yeah, we're relegated to our color. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing else to talk about. Links in the chat. Just come on the chat and join. Matter of fact, I'm not reading anything else you got to say. Join. Let me continue to read this. All right. So, again,
Michael Woodward as well, by the way. I sorry to cut you off, but Michael Woodward, what he said is kind of interesting.
Are they the same people?
No, I think it's a different guy. There's Michael Smith and then Michael Woodward.
Okay. So, subpopulations within the major European and African-derived haplogroup R1b3 and E3A. I quoted this earlier. So, this is dealing with the European male contributors and African Americans. It says right here, there's threefold higher European male contribution compared with European females, Y chromosome versus mtDNA, to the genomes of African American individuals, meaning that admixture-based gene discovery will have the most power for the autosomes and will be more limited for X chromosomes analysis. So here we have a threefold higher European male contribution into the African American gene pool. Why? Because most of these men were mixing with African women. And there's a considerable amount of African Americans that are descendants and products of these relations. This is a different source. Population within the major Europe. No, this is the same source. It just cut off. Historical accounts would predict that sex-biased gene flow occurred during the founding of the African American metapopulation. Formerly, this term best matches this group's individuals referred to as African Americans, but for simplicity, we will refer to an African American population in a manner similar to the U.S. Census Bureau. For example, religious and legal sanctions discourage black and white marriages, yet relationships and thus gene flow were understood to be commonplace. Yeah, can you hear me? Can I be heard?
Yeah, it was just super
Yeah, I
quiet.
hear both y'all.
Okay. It says, for example, religious and legal sanctions discourage black and white marriages, yet relationship and thus gene flow were understood to be commonplace during the era of American slavery. Genetic evidence also supports the influence of reasonably strong sex biased gene flow during the founding of the African American population. And Potter et al. 2001 showed evidence for elevated European male Y chromosomes and African female mtDNA genetic contributions. Using the available marker sets, 10 autosomal markers, 6 mtDNA markers, and 1 or 2 Y chromosome markers. So a lot of African Americans are products of for European men and African women. European men and African women. That's just the history. That's just the facts. So again, all of us can't be one of anything. You can't say all blacks are Jews because all African Americans are not the same, paternally and maternally. This is why when a lot of you guys take y'all DNA test, y'all say, "Oh, I took my autosomal DNA test. It said it was 80% African." And then you look at your Y chromosome. Your Y chromosome might be haplogroup G, and your maternal DNA is haplogroup L3. What is that telling you? That your great-grandparent or someone that existed before her was an African or African descent. And what's the G telling you? That your great-grandfather or one of your forefathers was a European. And they admixed and had progeny that brought forth you. That's what that's telling you. This is why y'all are running away from DNA. That's why nobody want to talk about DNA, because y'all don't want to wake up and smell the fucking coffee, man. Some of y'all are descendants of Europeans. Again, nothing inherently wrong with that, but that is the fact. You want to say something, Avery?
No, I was just saying, just like the Hoteps, they run away from DNA, and the Abos, the Aboriginal black people, they all run away from DNA.
Exactly. Yeah, Aboriginals run away from DNA because it doesn't help their claim that say that they are the original peoples of the Americas. You know, all of this madness, man. Israelites run from it, especially if you teach that 12 tribes chart. The 12 tribes chart is the same thing. All African Americans, we don't, majority of African Americans don't share the same patrilineals and matrilineals as Hispanics and Native Indians. It's just the truth. Oh, let me just go off of my interpretation of this scripture right here. Let me just read this scripture and say, oh, that trumps everything. That's bullshit.
No, you're just an atheist.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't even, oh, you don't even believe the Bible. You don't even believe the Bible. All right, let's deal with black slave owners to give more credence to the historical narrative here, right? Because a lot of these black slave owners were indeed descendants of Europeans. It is what it is. So this is from the book Black Slave Owners, Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina, 1790 to 1860 by Larry Koger. In the foreword, it says, in South Carolina, free Negro masters were similar to white slave owners. Both exploited the labor of slaves with the desire for profits. Quite often, the colored artisans bought slaves who were employed in their trades. Others bought slaves to be hired out and then kept the wages of the bondsman. They also established a master-slave relationship which demanded subservience from their slave. The documents I have examined show Negro masters selling rebellious slaves or replacing disobedient bondsmen in the local jail or the workhouse. Yet black slaveholding had a benevolent side. Black folks labored for years to purchase the freedom of family members who were slaves to the white masters. Still others acquired freedom of beloved friends. The survey of local documents could not demonstrate the dominance of the benevolent or kinship aspect of black slave owning. Indeed, the census of 1850 demonstrated that 83.1% of the Negro masters were mulattoes. 83% of blacks that own slaves were indeed mulattoes. What is a mulatto? It's a mix between a black and a white person. And what did we read? This is more likely to be male bias or sex bias, where the males were 3 times likely to mix with an African woman. right? So 9 times out of 10, these mulattoes would definitely be descendants of male Europeans. And that's what we're reading here in this history. It says here, 83.1% of the Negro masters were mulattoes, while nearly 90% of their slaves were dark-skinned. Where was the kinship since mulattoes primarily married mulattoes? The black folk owned by light-skinned Afro-Americans were seldom kin and were overwhelmingly held as laborers. By and large, Negro slave owners were darker copies of their white counterparts. I don't even know if I can just keep going. Chuck,
Hey, Jashu, imagine a black dude would have married a white woman back in that day, they would have lynched his ass.
yeah.
Been running around happy with a white woman, just like it's all good. They'd have lynched that man.
yeah. Yeah, especially in the antebellum South.
But I mean, you can kill the phenotype argument just by going to the Teotw twins' ancestors. Wasn't they Archie? I gotta say, you pull up Archie, I bet they don't look nothing like Archie.
No, they don't at all, bro.
And then they try to act like, where in the Bible it say trace your forefathers through your autosomal DNA? I thought it said through one father to the next, and the way you do that scientifically is with the Y chromosome, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. The biblical tradition is traced to the father, and the way we trace the father is through the Y DNA, through the Y chromosome.
Yep. That's numbers 1 in 18, I think it is.
Exactly. Yep. All right. So that brother still hasn't clicked the link, by the way, y'all. He still hasn't clicked the link, man. Come on, brother. Click that link. I'm not going to answer anything else from you, brother, until you click that link. All right, so let me read this next one, and this might be the Michael who? What'd you say, brother?
Michael Smith. I think there might still be a delay, but Michael Smith, Michael Woodward, and Legend Means. Those 3 people need to click the link. Maybe you need to put it back in one more time, but.
All right, I'll do that. I'll work on that here in a minute. The genetic ancestry of African Americans, Latinos, and European Americans across the United States. So to the left, I want to share this chart. While I was debating, I was going to point this out and illustrate this. So this is the mean African ancestry in these states here, right? Amongst African Americans. So the darker the purple is, the more percentage of African ancestry you have. The lighter the purple is, the less, the least amount of African ancestry you have. So as you can see on this map, we got Mike here to build it. Give me a minute, Mike, while I'm building, and I'll let you come in. All right, let me go back to this chart. I'm going to let this brother in here in a minute, but I want to read this and establish this point. And down here, you have the mean European ancestry. So as you can see, the darker the red gets in the States, you have more European ancestry amongst the African-American population. You have very dark color here in Virginia. You see a dark color in Washington. It's very light in Texas. We're able to retain a lot of the African ancestry here. And then California is light. But you still see between 30 to 15% mean European ancestry. And then you even have some Native American ancestry here. As you can see, the green represented 10 to 1%, and then less than 1% have a mean Native American ancestry. And this is what this map reveals. So within this map, you have the distribution of ancestry of self-reported African Americans across the U.S. That's what we just read. That's pretty much what we just broke down. Gives you the difference in level of European ancestry of African Americans. And as you can see, it's a considerable amount of it. As you can see, all of these states are lit up red, and it's 30 to 15% European. And that's usually what you see with African American autosomal DNA tests. Is usually within that range. You might have 20%, 15%, some may have 30%. You see that range as well. So as we can see, we can clearly see that there was mixing, that we are a blend, that we are not homogenous, we are not all the same. All right. So in that same paper, it says over the past 500 years.
Hey, Yashub, you know what you said about those, that a lot of Arabs have African fathers and European mothers. That make the whole term sand nigga have a new meaning, don't it?
Yep. Definitely. Let me read this, Mike M. Mike W. I'm going to let you in. Let me just finish land here. It says, over the past 500 years, North America has been a site of ongoing mixing of Native Americans, European settlers, and Africans, brought largely by the transatlantic slave trade. Shaping the early history of what became the United States, we studied the genetic ancestry of 5,000 self-described African Americans, 8,000 Latinos, 148,000 European Americans who are 23andMe customers, and show that the legacy of these historical interactions is visible in genetic ancestry of present-day Americans. We document pervasive mixed ancestry and asymmetrical male and female contributions in the group study. We show that the regional ancestry differences reflect historical events such as the Spanish colonization, waves of immigration from many regions of Europe, and forced relocation of Native Americans within the U.S. This study sheds light on the fine-scale differences in ancestry within and across the states and informs our understanding of the relationship between racial and ethnic identities and genetic ancestry. There's also something here, too, that talks about color as well. I'll get to that here in a minute. It says, our admixture dates for African Americans provide evidence that African and European mixture occurred prior to 1860, suggesting that gene flow between these groups might predate the Great Migration of African Americans from the South into the North beginning around 1910. Though more complex models are needed to resolve African and European mixture times. So again, there was a mixture here. And let me read this last one because it deals with the color. Large sample sizes, high density genotype data, and accurate and robust local ancestry estimates allowed us to discern subtle differences in genetic ancestry. In spite of present-day high mobility of individuals, the genetic ancestry of present-day individuals recapitulates historical migration events, known settlement patterns, and admixture processes. Perhaps most importantly, however, our results reveal the impact of centuries of admixture in the U.S., thereby undermining the use of cultural labels that group individuals into discrete, non-overlapping bins in biomedical context, which cannot be adequately represented by arbitrary race and color categories. And this is you guys' problems. You guys y'all think of African Americans as one homogenous group because you're basing off race and color and arbitrary titles like African American, but we're not. We are a blend. This is a history of admixture with Europeans, Africans, and some Native Americans. So again, racial categories are arbitrary. All right, let me let my brother Mike up. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Right. I can hear you fine. You're loud and clear.
Yeah. I love you getting into the DNA, and that's no problem of mine. And I definitely don't think that everybody is one thing, but prophecy trumps all that to me. Whatever we're talking about, it's got to deal with that book. So it's good to do the DNA and all of that, but that don't tell me nothing spiritually, or that you could, even with DNA, it doesn't go back. It can't tell you who you are that way either. So, you know what I mean? I'm just saying it's good for the DNA. I just don't put too much thank you on that because, if you fit prophecy, you just do.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Sure.
So, do you believe this? You believe that scripture tell you that everybody that was on, or prophecy tells you that everybody that
did I say everybody?
No, I didn't. I said I wanted to ask you a question. Why are you getting upset?
No.
Why are you getting upset? I asked if I could ask you a question.
Go ahead. No, everybody black ain't the same. Now next.
Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to get a grasp on your interpretation or what you feel prophecy would be. What happened?
I said I told you I'm not the enemy. I came right on and told you everybody.
No, bro. I'm not treating you like the enemy, but you came up and you asked a question and you said that prophecy trumps everything.
Yeah,
I don't doubt prophecy at all, but I just want to have a grasp. I'm trying to ask you a question to get a grasp on how you see prophecy. I just wanted to know if there's certain prophecies that you think that everybody belongs.
What do you mean? You keep saying everybody belong and everybody ain't the same.
Okay, I'm asking the question again, brother, because you see, you keep getting upset with me. I don't know why. Do you believe that everybody came off the slave ships is Israel?
No, not everybody.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to get a grasp. That's all I was trying to do is get a grasp of what you meant by, prophecy trumps everything, because it does.
Right, it does.
But how far does one take prophecy? How far does one
Take it
take
all
it?
the way. Take it all the way. Even if they were Africans and they came over on slave ship, that would be the very definition of sojourning with Israel and having the same exact situation as they do.
Okay, but those are two different. Those are two.
Right?
Listen, yes, those are two different situations in the sense of this. Because if you have our haplogroup on the boats, right, which means they sojourned with us, they would be Israel religiously, spiritually. They would be considered one,
Okay,
but
and
they
that's all
still
we're
not.
talking about. But
we're still not bloodline. Wait a minute. We have to. What we're trying to do.
Let him finish, brother.
I just care about making the kingdom and the promises, all that. So if you came over here and you face,
but the promises are to a bloodline, not a spiritual Israel.
You face all the curses of Deuteronomy, then obviously you're definitely set up to get the promises.
Are the promises? Let me ask this question real quick. Are the promises to the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or to anybody who sojourns with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? I'm pretty sure
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but it's one law for the stranger.
Okay, but there's a difference between a law and a promise.
After 3 generations, you asked me the question. After 3 generations, do they stay another nation? Is that what the book says?
There's a difference between a promise and a law. Wait a minute, let me say what I gotta say. You asked me a question. Now let me. Okay, I am too. Look, you gotta let me speak though. I don't overtalk you. I let you flow, but you gotta let me speak. All right. I'm going by the book too, because the book differentiates the promise from the law. Paul goes into this where he differentiates the promise from the law, because he said the promise came before the law. So it's greater than the law. Hey, did Paul say that? Look how you avoiding what I said. Did Paul say that? Did Paul agree with me that the promise came before the law, therefore it's greater than the law? Yes or no question?
What does the book say? I don't go against nothing the book says.
I'm asking. Okay, what did Paul say in the book then? Tell me what Paul said in the book then about the law and the promise. Which one he saw as greater?
So you're getting into semantics. I'm just talking about the promises. But
the promises went okay.
Are you saying that people who sojourn with Israel are not won't get any promises?
They do not get the promises.
All the curses, and they picked up the mantle of the covenant. And you saying they're
Again, I differentiate the law from the promise. You get blessings for doing the law. So they decided to take on our law to get the blessings of the law. That doesn't give you the promise that's to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed. That just gives you the blessings.
What's the purpose of cleaving? What's the purpose of sojourning and cleaving?
To get the blessings. Because if you want to deal with it, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. To get the blessings in Deuteronomy. Remember, there's blessings and curses in Deuteronomy, right? Not just one. It ain't just curses. It's blessings and curses. If you obey the law, you get the blessings of the law. If you disobey the law, you get the curses of the law. They joined in with us for the law, for the blessings of the law. But the promise is to a bloodline.
Okay, I said this to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
I got you.
They gave us ways to identify that. But long before it was DNA, they gave us ways to identify it, or did it not?
Well, I don't know about that. Genetics, before we even understood or created this word called genetics, there was a bloodline, and you were genetically created. You were genetically created. So I understand. I understand your premise of what you mean by DNA, but long before there was DNA, I understand your premise, but there was still a genetic code to you and everybody else. So, but the point I want to make to you too, brother, is nobody's saying that anybody else can't get into the kingdom. Nobody's saying that anybody, just because you don't share the same DNA as bloodline Israel, that you can't get into the kingdom, that you can't receive the blessings. All are welcome, but not all want to be welcome. But we're talking about all those who do want to be welcome, which could be people from different nations that cleaved onto us.
That's good. That's fine. Like I said, with the DNA,
So I
I don't have a
understand.
problem with any of that. I'm just saying I'm gonna go by prophecy. I could give a damn about, you know what I mean, as far as spiritually and
No, I
knowing
hear
that
you,
I'm
bro.
Israel.
That's cool.
That's not gonna be an issue for me. You know what I mean? So
I hear you, bro. That's how you feel. That's your walk, and we respect it. But the
Yep.
problem is that people come to us, and we walk Torah, but we're just into we just into these studies because people have been challenging us on this. This is why we got into this.
this reminds me of sort of like the language on the pews. To me, it's like a waste of time. People know who they if they're Israel, they know. I know spiritually. I wouldn't give a damn what a DNA test says. You know what I mean?
Well,
Obviously, I've never had one, but I know my family's experience. I come from slaves, all of that. You know,
Bro, understood. I have no problem with what you're saying. And anybody who believes that like and walks like you do, I have no problem with that. It's just when you come to me and tell me that because like I'm wasting my time. I'm doing this for the nation. You might not want to do it. I'm doing this for the nation because people have challenged us. People from Europeans,
right,
to other
right.
black people other black people who are Christians, people in the conscious community, they challenged us so that we took it
Check
way
this out.
further than they thought that we was going to take it. They thought we was going to skim the surface like they did, and
Check
we
this
went
out.
well beyond.
Check this out. Does prophecy say that the Most High is going to let everybody know who his people are?
the prophecy says, it says the earth shall open up her mouth and spew forth in the land. That's what the prophecy says. So I take it as this. Let me finish, brother. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Does it say he'll cause them to know?
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Right.
I didn't disagree with you. I'm just making a statement. There's also a prophecy that talks about the earth opening up her mouth, and we see this evidence coming out. I mean, I understand it if you don't delve into it. Is you don't really understand it like that because you don't delve into it.
It's not that I don't understand.
I'm not trying to insult you, brother. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not trying to insult you at all. I'm just saying I can understand if anybody who doesn't delve into it, let's make it general, not you, anyone who doesn't delve into genetics like that and just look at it on a surface level, and they can say, well, no, I don't see how this can apply. But if you believe the scriptures where it says this is a bloodline, bloodlines have genetic codes, and we have Y chromosome DNA that can trace father to son all the way back without exception. Okay? So if you can utilize that in order to bring forth evidence of who the children of Israel are, there should be no argument, no pushback from other Israelite brothers just because we can use secular things to prove our spiritual things. We're coming at it from. I'm almost done. I'm about to wrap it up. Hey, let me just finish this right here. I'm gonna wrap it up, brother. You're gonna get your chance to speak. Ain't nobody gonna stop you. You're gonna get your chance. Wrap it up. Because we believe that the scriptures is true, and if it's true, there should be concrete, real-world evidence to substantiate what the scriptures say. And this right here has solidified our faith so much because we have found the concrete evidence to support exactly what the Bible says happened. And that only strengthens faith. It doesn't wane it or anything in any way. And I yield there.
The whole point of what I was saying is I don't discount what you're doing or anything like that. There's limitations with DNA. Firstly, you don't have ancient Israelite DNA to start with that I could trust for to compare it to. So there's that. But besides any of that, prophecy says that the Most High will reveal who his people are. Everybody will know who we are. So, I mean, you're not going to get Gentiles to accept that. Like, you can prove stuff to them. You can do that now. History, you can do that with scriptures. You can do that 1,000 ways. It's more to wake our people up. That would be good, but you're not going to prove nothing to no European. Even if you do, they're not going to. What do you think they're going to do? Give us a country and bless us.
I understood, bro. We try to elucidate to our people. We're not trying. If the Gentiles don't want to listen, they don't have to. This is for
they ain't. Then what are you going? You think they're going to be like? Yes, we're going to give y'all a country. We've been lying this whole time. I'm glad
Right,
y'all
but this is
proved
for
The
our
Israeli
people.
court accepted it.
This
The
is our
Israeli
people.
court is a
Yeah. What does that mean for us? That's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just saying. You asked the question of what they would. You said, well, you didn't ask the question. You made the statement that they wouldn't accept it of these people who you consider Gentiles.
Yeah.
Cool, but a lot of them. But we do have an Israeli court who likely have some R1Bs and different Gentile nation haplogroups in them who fully accepted the fact that there's a clear connection between us and ancient Israel to the point where they've declared Igbos. Let me just finish. They declared Igbos, who 78, I think, % of African Americans share DNA with, Jews. They declared them Israelites. So you can knock it, but I'm seeing it being accepted more and more, and it's actually based on genetic evidence on top of oral traditions and
that's
other things.
Get around, but there's so much historic evidence out here.
Well, that's circular evidence too.
Like,
would you consider that circular evidence?
Huh?
When you consider archaeology and those things circular evidence?
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly
right, but you
what
would consider that circular evidence, right? But you grasp onto that. You would say, okay, we have proven.
My point is, we know how prophecy goes. It don't say a damn DNA test that they're going to bow down and finally accept us and all of that. That's not how it goes.
Because DNA didn't exist, but it exists today.
You're just trying to. I don't understand your argument at this point. Just seems like it's not. It's not.
I don't have one. I don't have one.
No, but you're pushing back. You keep pushing back and telling us that prophecy doesn't say that DNA is going to do this and DNA. We never said prophecy was doing that. We're elucidating.
We all know
we're elucidating information.
He'll cause them to know. You understand? We'll be taken out of here more spectacularly than the Red Sea.
Okay, so I shouldn't want to dig into archaeology. I shouldn't want to dig into.
Say that. I did
not. But that's how it
seems.
You keep pushing against it.
What prophecy says.
Bro, you don't have to tell me.
It's good for our own information.
If that's the argument, then if you're up here telling me about prophecy, I know what prophecy says.
Right. Then you
okay? So I'm trying to figure out why, because right after you say, well, prophecy says this, and it don't say DNA, you're pushing against prophecy. You're pushing against what it is that I like to study.
It doesn't say DNA. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, fine. That's okay, fine. But your argument right now, bro, you're doing a little bit more than just trying to elucidate that prophecy trumps everything. I understand prophecy and the word trumps everything. None of us ever said that it didn't. But right now, you're pushing against us to like we're wrong for even getting into this.
Now, so you put words into my mouth. When I first came on here, I just told you where I'm at with it. Like, to me personally, it's good that y'all are doing that to put up that fight and that thing. But I'm just saying, like, with other Israelites and getting into battles and stuff over that shit, excuse my language, over that stuff, that irritates me.
Well, I get it, and because it irritates us too. We don't want to argue.
Do we come together, or are we going to just keep making more divisions?
Bro, we don't want to argue.
Hey, let me add this to it. Let me add this to it real quick.
Half the slaves ain't it? You already got Negroes out here saying already over here and things like that. You know,
we already got people saying
it always goes left when you don't use the book. That's all I'm saying.
You saying we got people over here?
That's fine, but let me add this real quick, Sean. Let me add this real quick. Yes, prophecy trumps everything. We're just using this as corroborating evidence for the prophecy. That's what we're doing, and I think that's let me just finish this real quick. Brother, I let y'all flow when y'all was talking, bro, and I just actually gave it to add something. You don't have to overtalk me, brother. You're going to get your chance to speak. We ain't told you couldn't speak one time. You're going to get your chance. You ain't got to overtalk nobody. All right? All I'm saying is because it's a meeting right there in the middle. We're using it as corroborating evidence. There's no reason to argue any more about this topic at all, because it's just getting circular at this point. If we want to talk about something else, if you want to talk about some prophecies, or if you want to talk about some history, some archaeology like you brought up, brother, we'd be happy to have discussions on that, where we can have more of some meetings of the minds on topics instead of being at each other right now.
I was hearing what y'all was saying. I want to hear what you say about that though, a little bit more. that everybody over here ain't the same thing. So we got people who were enslaved for hundreds of years, and then somehow they're not Israel. That's what I want to get into.
Okay, so
I want to see how you can fit prophecy and not be his people. That's what I want.
But I just asked you that question. I asked you that, and you told me no, everybody wasn't bloodline that came off the boats. But you did say, what you did say was that, spiritually, these people walked with us, so the curses and these things follow them as well, and we agree. We agree to that. That's a fact, because they would be mixed multitude. So I'm still stuck on where we at.
Yep.
And where we.
You said mixed multitude.
Yeah, they would be part of the mixed multitude.
Yes, they would because the curses follow them. Like I said earlier,
like I separated Nehemiah, the one that got separated from the Israelites after they got the word. Are you talking about that mixed multitude?
We don't.
There's a mixed multitude.
No, we're talking about the mixed multitude in general. In general, like let's just say Revelation's mixed multitude.
According to scriptures, right? Did they not get separated?
Yeah, Revelation's mixed multitude.
So
in the Revelations. I know, but you asked us what we were talking about. We're talking about the mixed multitude in Revelations. That mixed multitude that went through the curses with us because they submitted to the law of Yah will get the blessings with us. We do not argue against that. They will get the blessings with us. The difference is, like I said, is the promise, though. The promise is to the bloodline of Israel.
So you just got cursed for not being Israel. Ain't that something? If you're just family, you just went over here and you just got your tail whooped. Just good.
We just told you that they fell under the curses. You still argued. You still pushing back. We told you that anybody that followed us that was mixed multitude fell under the curses. They fell under the curses.
That's what
they
I'm
are part of the mixed multitude that you will see.
We all agreeing. Now we all agreeing right now. We all agreeing. He's right, because it would be kind of weird to kind of cast them aside when they went through the same trials and tribulations we went through here in America. So if he's saying that he's trying to just make sure that we ain't leaving those folks out, then cool. We saying back to you, brother, yeah, we agree with you, bro. We cannot leave them out because they sojourned with us. They went through the curses. They got to get the blessing.
I love when y'all tearing. You know what I'm talking about? I love it how y'all get to the camps over that chart. I got some things on y'all. Some of y'all videos, I go back and watch them again and again because there's a lot of information in it. You know what I mean? It's just the DNA thing. I like it when y'all get into the history and the prophecy. You know, Genesis 49ers, you don't put out 1 million videos over here. You know what I mean? And I've been watching all of them. So I don't have no projects. Don't want it to be people saying you got to have a DNA test to be part of Israel and all that crazy stuff. And who gives a damn about the Obadiah Council of Devils? You know
I care about it.
I know you do, probably. They ain't got
it.
nothing to do with me making the kingdom. So guess what?
Got it,
I
but
don't.
Got you. But you made a statement as if nobody does, and we do.
I know you do.
It's very important. DNA is very important too, because again, we can separate and find out who's who.
I don't need them for me to get there, so it's all good.
You
haven't
taken a DNA test, have you? I'm gonna guess that you haven't taken one.
No, hell no.
There's a possibility. Hold on. There's a possibility that you're not even related to the core group, which there's nothing wrong with that inherently.
Man, I went through the curses, so you.
That doesn't mean that you are. That doesn't mean you're same common ancestors. That does not mean that you share common experience. Does not mean you have common ancestry. Those two different things.
Doesn't matter.
The first commodity on Wall Street was Native Americans and African slaves. They experienced the same thing. Hold on, brother. They experienced the same exact experience. They both were enslaved. They both were shackled. They both were in the slave market. That does not mean
have that problem. I'm black as hell. My mom black as hell. My grandma black as hell. My granddad black as hell. Ain't nobody that I could see. I got pictures of my great granddad and all of that.
That doesn't mean anything, brother.
I had no different experience that I had the same that I did.
Got you, but it doesn't mean that you're automatically of West African descent. That doesn't mean.
I never said I was. I'm an Israelite.
Well, where do you think the slaves came from, brother?
Yeah, but you said descended from. But okay, yeah, I got you. I'm not denying that we came from West Africa. I'm not
That's what I'm
denying that
talking about.
down through the Levant, down through East Africa, down into Southern Africa, and also into West Africa. I don't look. You got the limber right there. History
Well,
and things.
the Limba's a great example of this because they look like any other sub-Saharan African Bantu population, but they haplogroup J. That comes from the Caucasus. They're not the
See,
same.
they would have to worry about that. I guess them not being in captivity in Babylon. Maybe it's a good way for them to find out. You know what I mean? Who they are, because the book clearly tells me who I am.
Hey, but that's another thing too. Not everybody went into slavery that were related to.
I'm not saying that they. That's why I said, hey, it would be impossible to get a whole people group completely eradicate them from any place. That would be unheard of in modern times, where you got ways to capture, find and capture people much better. Now you couldn't even do it now. So I understand all of that, but I'm saying they might need the proof of that, because me and my family story is the same, just like the book say. You know what I mean?
But there's people out there that say that we don't have nothing to do with that book, and we were just largely Western Central African people, right? How do you combat that? Just tell them, hey, the prophecy says that don't work with everybody.
Listen, it's a spiritual thing, and like you say, I'm on my. Listen, I don't know what to tell them people. Like, they should read the book and find where they're at in there. You know
what if someone came to you and said Western Central Africans, because we've been hearing this lately, Western Central Africans have sickle cell anemia, and that developed in Western Central Africa 7,300 years ago, according to them, right? Therefore, there's no way you were in the Levant, because you guys definitely had to be there because you have that trait and that gene amongst African Americans.
Right.
We just gonna tell them the prophecy? You gonna just read the book to them? You gonna go to Deuteronomy 28? Like, come on, man.
Like you saying like it's a higher authority than the book. Where else you gonna go?
Well, we got to give them evidence. It's not a higher authority than the book, but we got to give them an argument that will back them up and make them think. So, like the sickle cell trait that the brother was talking about, do you know where it came from and where it started?
No, how would I? I'm not.
Okay, well,
I don't have sickle cell. I have no reason to do.
These are the things that we work on, so we have answers for these fools. So we have answers for these fools who try to tell us you were landlocked in Africa, you're West African, you ain't come through the Levant, you ain't come through this, you ain't come through nowhere. Do you know why you know that we came through the Levant and all that? Through the Levant, you know why you can probably say, because of listening to brothers putting it down on DNA like us, because because there's nothing inherently wrong with that. There's nothing inherently wrong with that.
No, I'm not saying that.
But the problem is that nobody's saying that the Bible, nobody's saying that
you don't need you need something else other than the Bible to prove it to who these people are, or where.
If they're going to give me an argument, I'm going to give them. I'm not going to look like these fools that go on Berean channel. I'm not going to look like brothers that go on Berean channel, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't want to give. I don't. Hold on.
I don't mess with Berean channel. That's a propaganda channel. I believe.
But the point is that you hear brothers going up on that channel. Hold on, listen, bro. But the point that I'm trying to make is we got a lot of brothers going up there and arguing with people, and then turn around and get made look fool of because they don't have all the information. Am I right? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right. So what happens is that before we go up on these channels and we start arguing with anybody in the community, in the conscious community, in the Christian circles, we're gonna have our stuff together.
Listen,
because I don't want to make you look bad when I get up on the stage, or if I'm debating with somebody and we're debating. I'm not going up there to make you look bad or me look bad. I'm not going up there to make Israel look bad. I'm going up there to make Israel seem like we're intelligent. We know what we're studying. We don't have reading comprehension problems. We study. That's good, man. I'm coming up there to represent all of us.
That's great. But I already know they hate us. I don't work at all to give a fuck, excuse my language, to give a damn about how these demons think of us. I really don't. I'm glad that some people out here like you that do. And I also appreciate, like, you guys, the one thing I could say about you guys, whether I agree on whatever or not, you guys stay researching. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when y'all do your thing, the reason why I like watching your videos, you go through everything. Now, I haven't been really up on the DNA thing because it don't really matter that much to me. But there's some historic things and some scriptural things that I done got from y'all over the years. Is, I know I appreciate y'all being thorough, but I just think that ain't nobody gonna ever admit it until the Most High make them say uncle. You understand?
All right. Well, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you for your input, man.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. And I continue to listen.
Shalom,
Y'all have
bro.
a good one.
Shalom.
By the way, Teo and them, I think if you go to their YouTube channel, you should, or one of y'all that can share your YouTube channel, they actually made a community post, and they're, I get assuming, watching us right now, and they still haven't accepted the debate. I put on Rumble Room for them to come to the debate, and I sent the StreamYard link, but yeah, cowards. That's all I gotta say.
Listen, they going to keep playing their hand, and we're gonna keep doing what we do. So they could keep playing themselves all they want. Every time they put something out that's false, we on it. Just like they did all these years. Every time Issachar or one of them brothers in the community, Big Judah, you name them brothers jumped right on it. Them brothers was on it. They ain't asked no questions. They ain't reach out to none of their Israelite brothers. They ain't do nothing. They jumped right on them. So we're going to do the same thing.
Facts.
Kersley said, "Are you guys taking more questions, man? I'm gonna let Yak Game answer these questions. You know what I'm saying? Yak Game gonna answer these questions. Kersley, go ahead. Let them have it. Let them have it. Let's see.
Did you want to put the link back in or what?
See, Kersley said I find Y 13% Q and 20% R in my genetics. We're gonna have to break that down.
Nope. That's not how it works.
Yeah, God. Because to tell them they don't understand what that means. Was it my true ancestry?
Yeah, my true ancestry. They're not reading it right, and it's interesting because that's the only DNA test or website that will say that. Why does it say that? They haven't even looked into why it says that.
YASHAR-YA'OH, sickle cell is not a gene; it's a lack of iron. Oh God!
Wait, what? I think he's getting that mixed up with a different type of
Okay,
genetic disorder.
sickle cell. Let's type this in, right? What's sickle cell?
That's to deal with like agriculture and
Definitely a gene because I have a sickle cell trait.
I mean, sickle cell is an inherited blood disorder that affects red blood cells. That's what sickle cell is. It's inherited, so it's a gene.
turns into that moon crescent shape.
Yeah, and it can start to rupture your blood vessels and stuff like that. Only if like two people that have the trait get together and have a child, then it will become sickle cell anemia. So
Yeah, an issue. So someone like James would have to like, if he's going to find a woman to marry, and they have to talk about if she has sickle cell because the kid.
wow. Oh, so DNA does matter right there, doesn't it? You got to get her DNA exam and see what type of genes and what traits and variants she has. And there's things that you can get contracted. Like people that contract things have to go get checked out. You guys can't be this derpy on science, man. Come on, stop it. Yeah, he's thinking about the disease, yeah, not the actual trait. T. Turner says, you don't have to tear the brothers down in speech. They are still made in the image of the Most High. Not cool. Like, stop it, bro. Quit. Like, find another channel.
I mean, R. Kelly's made in the image of the Most High.
This is what I find with black people, man. African Americans, we always sympathize with people that are in the wrong. Y'all notice that? Young Pharaoh right now is in jail for assault with a deadly weapon on a female, and a few more charges. He got like 7 charges that are like felonies, right? And the people that were calling in on the show was like, oh, don't gang up on him. Oh, I wish he was in another state. He was in Texas. That's Trump County. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, if he was in any state and did that, he would be getting locked up. 1, 2, why are we having pity for this guy that committed these atrocious things live on the internet for everyone to see? Like, why do we always do this? We always do. We always have to sympathize with the worst of our people. We don't give a damn about the exemplars.
T.
It's just
Turner
weird
said
to me.
he's out.
Well, you respect them. Well, get out of here then. You don't have to worry about that, man. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not like them brothers. I'm not trying to amass a large following just to say I have a large following.
I have a feeling they're going to lose that whole following. Whatever they're trying to build up is probably going to be gone one
Curtis
day.
Lee says, "Can you explain, please, the why he went to my true ancestry and said he had a percentage of this and percentage of that? Pretty much, they're saying you got autosomes that are usually attributed to those haplogroups, not
Right.
that you actually have. Yeah, not that you actually have pieces of Y chromosome E. You only have one Y chromosome. That's it. Let's see what else. What else you guys are saying? Read what else you guys are saying. Nehemiah says these camps say every Native American, Indian, and Hispanics are Israelites, especially ISUPK, Sakara, GLCC, IUIC. It is ridiculous. But how do you prove that? Emphatically, you prove it with DNA. You show that, hey, Native Indians, if they are truly Native Indians, they're CQ, and a lot of the Hispanics are European.
Hello?
You can't hear us? You can't hear us?
Now we hear you.
I don't know about completely cleared. What they mean by I can't. Where I'm gonna put everything? I can move everything to one side of the garage, to the back of the
Hold
garage.
on. He don't know. He don't. It's a hot mic. That was a hot mic right there. All right, we're gonna watch this video. Michael Woodward says, with no origin DNA, how can you know Israel by DNA? No, we don't have. We never made the claim that we had the Israelite bodies. But ask yourself that question. How do you know you're an Israelite, which is based off an interpretation of Deuteronomy? It's a hypothesis.
Right.
It's just a hypothesis. We have a hypothesis and we have a theory, and we built a strong case for this, built off empirical data. That's how. Using
You want to put the link in?
Yeah, I can put it in. It's based off of source pop. They're not two things. That's our source population, right? Obviously, if they're Semitic people, Afro-Asiatic people, they would have to have haplogroup E. They would not have J. So that's how we argue that. Prophecy is just your interpolation. That's all that is. It's an interpolation. It doesn't get you nowhere. All right. So the link's in there if anybody else wants to join. Let's watch the rest of this.
And join the Teotw Ministries group, you'll see that everybody comes from the same place. Everybody got the same ancestors. What's up, cuz? All of y'all, right? All of y'all Negroes out there. Israelites. What's up, cuz?
That's not true.
Any comments before you take over, Mr. Teotw?
Yeah. Well, when they make that statement, we don't know how many Jews who came to America, but we can't say none of them came, right? They in the beginning they were like, oh, there ain't no black Jews. None, there's no such thing as black Jews. There were no black Jews in West Africa. Oh, there were no black Jews on the slave ship to, oh, there are black Jews in West Africa. Oh, there were Jews on the slave ship. Oh, we just don't know, right? We don't know how many, but you can just look at our get match results, right? And you'll see we all tie back to the Limba. So somehow we're related, right? We all tie back to many of those tribes in West Africa. So even there, you get the DNA pattern.
And this is why
I was just wondering how he tied back.
He don't know. This is why y'all have to understand what autosomal DNA is. I don't understand it. It's admixture. The reason why Yaakov and Minister Teotw tie back to the Limba is because their forefather, which was a European migrant, mixed with an African woman. And with her genetic composition, her autosomes tie back to the Limba because they're a Bantu people. And Africans in sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of them have Bantu-related autosomes. That's why. but they don't explain stuff. They just throw shit out there. This is how you know someone's intelligent or they know what they're talking about, if they can expound on it.
Patterns and say, oh, we are related. So they can't say, oh, maybe one or two go on the boat. All of us are Israel according to scripture, and it's verified according to DNA. So
them curses sit on your head, you Israel.
That's right. That's right. That's the bottom line. That's what we keep trying to tell them. If those curses sit on your head, you Israel. All right. So let me
this right here is the anti-science, anti-intelligence, anti-academia,
Intellectual.
anti-intellectual. If you feel under the curses, you Israel. That's what we're against. We got our brother Curtis Lee in the building. What's going on?
Oh, nothing, man. I like your brothers, man. Y'all spit real stuff. I do. The question I asked him, my grandfather, my mother, father is parents is Native Americans, right? So when I took the test, I was trying to figure out, is that showing? I know it's just showing maybe cousin or family member might be different, that's linked to you some type of way. I know, I understand that part, but I was asking the original question, could that be come from my mother, father, that Q or that R?
Oh, because they're Native Indians? It could be.
Yes.
Definitely.
That's the question I was asking, because I was trying to understand that, because I know on my father's side, you know, you get your haplomarker on the Y side from on that side, but I was trying to figure where the Q and the R was coming from. Because you know, I took seven DNA tests, and I'm still learning. So I'm still going through everything. I'm trying to understand everything. That's why I come to you guys' channel, because y'all break down a lot of stuff that I be needing. So that's the question. That's the original question I was asking about my grandfather, my mother, father, parents.
Yeah, that's definitely where you can be getting that signature from, is from the Native Indian side. That makes sense, because again, Native Indians would be haplogroup Q, and the R could come from that side too, because of the mixing, Europeans mixing with Native Americans.
Okay, yeah, that's all I had to ask. I know I probably couldn't when I try to explain it in the chat, I know you guys probably wouldn't understand it. That's why I jumped on your show. Hey man, I love y'all show, man. Y'all helped me a whole lot. I done read 3-4 books already, but you know, you guys is, helping me a whole lot. So I'm gonna keep on supporting you guys for y'all put that information out. I appreciate it for letting me come on.
Thank you, brother. Thank you as well for participating.
Yep. All right, have a good day.
You too. All right. Alexander McCaskill. This must be a troll account, because this is the same picture that was here earlier, and I just blocked this guy, right? He said, what is ancient DNA? I hear the term ancient DNA often, and does it contain haplogroup E? Ancient DNA is what the word says. Ancient DNA. If an ancient skeleton is pulled out the ground, they exhume it and they sequence the DNA. That's ancient DNA. Yes, you do have ancient DNA. Ancient vessels that had haplogroup E.
Yeah, I'm about to say, they must not study.
I'm thinking that's a troll account, because I seen that picture earlier and I swore I blocked them. Michael Woodard says, do Chinese and Japanese share the same group? No. Chinese.
No. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, you got it, brother. You got it. Let's work on me.
I was just gonna because I had to point out that the imperial family of Japan belong to Yap, so I can't let that slide. They actually are haplogroup D in the imperial family of Japan and the indigenous Japanese.
Yeah, so
and I think the Chinese is what, O, and what else? Is O and something else?
Primarily O. Primarily haplogroup O. So that's definitely a difference. I wonder why you asked that. Why did you pose that question, Michael Woodard? Michael Woodard.
You know, probably because them. They used to say that that the Chinese was
Moab.
Moab and the Japanese was Ammon. So
I'm
remember that
back.
doctrine used to be out there.
I'm back. I was in the middle of something, but I saw somebody pop up. What was that about? I didn't get to hear anything.
Oh,
I'm always late to
he
stuff
just
because my
had
internet.
questions about his true ancestry breakdown and um about the Q and the R and stuff that came up on it. And I was like, it could have been because he said his mother's father was Native American. I said that could be why. You're seeing the Q and the R signals.
Yeah, basically autosomal DNA.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm looking for questions.
Man, I wish
So
Teo and them would just debate us.
they're probably in a chat with fake accounts, man. We've seen that before.
True. They're probably watching us right now. Yeah.
Gary Smith says, I'm confused now. The brother is talking about R and Q, which is two different lineages, neither of which could come from the mother's father because it would now flow through the mother's line. No. So when you look at it, would not flow. I got you. So when you look at what my true ancestry is doing, it's pretty simple. Is they're pretty much saying this percentage of Q is associated with the autosomes. Well, this percentage of your autosomes is associated with this haplogroup.
Is the alleles.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. It's not saying that you have a percentage of Q and a percentage of R. Literally, you have multiple. Your Y chromosome is not a cascade of Y chromosomes. Okay, it's only one Y chromosome. All right, so let me see what else. Brother said, someone explain EL94, E12B. I don't think I know too much about that branch. Let me type that into genetic homeland. DNA pedigree, EL94, right?
Did you want to jump on more? See him in the chat, but I don't know if he wants
Yeah, I
to
about
come
to
up.
say I
Might be
ain't even
busy.
gonna lie. The only E I really study is E1B1A and E1B1B into real depth like that.
So this is a branch of E1A. I don't know too much about this one. So I had to look into that for you. Oh, more's on it. EL132, EM33, EL94.
More, jump on.
Michael Woodard, it doesn't work like that. Like I try to explain to people, DNA is more nuanced. So when you say, I was wondering, does each biblical nation have specific DNA? It's hard to characterize each biblical nation with a particular marker. It just doesn't work like that. DNA is a population. So like EM96 was a population of people, right? It was introduced by one man, and as he grew, it became a population. It's a group of people with this EM96. And those children begin to divulge into the downstream markers of EM96. And EM96 to this day still exists and persists in populations to this day. So it's a little more complicated than you're thinking. Ezekiel ben Israel says, E1B1A was before Abraham. What other ancient nations could be apart from Israel? Huh? E1B1A was what other ancient nations could we
They're
be
saying because the
apart?
haplogroup of E1B1A existed before Abraham existed, what other possible Shemitic peoples could carry that haplogroup? I think that's
Oh,
what they asked.
okay. Yeah. Moabites, Ammonite, like Midianites, you name it.
The descendants of Eber?
Yeah, it's pretty much up in
I
the
would
air.
say the descendants of Eber. I always push for that branch.
Safari says EM41, it's E2A. There's a lot of E branches out there. Yeah, I know. brother was requesting for Orthodox more. He might be busy, man. He might be busy. You never know, man. All right, we're gonna go back to this video. I don't see nothing else. Let's see anything else. Go back to the video. Watch these two buffoons talk.
Share screen. And what we're going to do is start with one of our Hotep brothers who try to prove us wrong and ends up helping us out. So let's share his video.
He was shocked.
Yeah, he didn't get the help he was looking for.
My recent work.
Tell me, can y'all hear that? Right?
Yeah, we hear it.
Okay, just checking. All right, let's do this again.
Some of my recent work, if you read the hybrid report very attentively, you'll have to go to the footnotes. You will see there's got a lot of evidence produced for Black Jewish communities in different parts of West Africa, which are not sort of based upon a particular reading of tribal history, let's put it like that, but are based on fairly hard historical fact. And this hard historical fact is the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and from Portugal at the end of the 15th century, subsequent to which a lot of Jews settled, first of all, in northwest Africa, places like Senegal, in the islands, which I'm sure you know about, Saint Tomé and Principe.
Yes, sir.
Principally. And then, less known, along the coast of Guinea, so that in the middle of the 16th century, 1560 to be precise, the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa in India proclaimed that Judaism was a kind of horrible illness which has killed millions of people throughout history, and the result of being Jewish was to be covered in shame, to fail in everything, even among the Black Jews of Guinea. So, in other words, the existence of Jews in the western part of Africa was absolutely accepted at the time by the likes of the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa.
Minister Teotw.
Yeah.
All I have to say is, what?
Well, we got to play that one, right? You have that video?
I don't have it. I'm gonna have to upload it at some point, not on this show. But did he not say Black Jews, right? And it was known by the popes and the cardinals and everybody in Portugal and Spain. I'm just saying, I think what needs to happen is that Mr. Garfield needs to come back and apologize to all them Israelites. That's all I'm thinking, because he put it on his own show.
Big dummy.
As Minister Dante Forson just said,
pause that part right there?
Backfired a little bit for Garfield.
He always wants people to apologize to them and the Israelite community for this and that, because this isn't his first time saying that. But it's like, you haven't even apologized to your own audience about lying, about making fake maps and fake scholars and stuff. Like, you should be the first to be apologizing, but you still pushing that lie. Anyways, it's gonna come back on Monday.
Fake maps. What did you say? Fake scholars, fake pages, and
cropping out books, quotes,
and they fake niggas, literally, because they European descendants.
Fake war propaganda.
They literally blackface. They literally Europeans in blackface.
Behaving like it too. Trying to send everybody to Africa like Jim Jones.
They literally tried to say that the war was fake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the war
Because they
is
posted,
fake.
because they got caught, but they fool asses got caught posting that gaming explosion.
Oh yeah, yeah. You talking about that invasion?
Yeah.
Knowing these guys, they probably think the Holocaust is fake. If you're going to think a whole war is fake.
Ezekiel Ben Israel says, why is E1B1B extremely higher in Eastern and Western European Jews, Yemeni, and Sephardi than E1B1A? Why did E1B1A Jews go in the numbers with them? I mean, that's hard to explain. I don't know how you're going to explain it. We have to basically do
I
a
kind
whole
of got my
show.
model.
Go ahead. Shoot.
My model, my thought process is this. Our ancestors left Israel around the time of the Assyrio-Babylonian Empire. A lot of E1B1A would have left the Middle East in that point in time, whereas most E1B1B would have been left in the Levant in Israel up until the Roman occupation, and then 70 AD when a lot of Jews went into Europe and whatnot. So that's why you see a lot of Jews with E1B1B in Europe and a lot of us with E1B1A in Africa because we left at an earlier date. That's the way I see it, at least.
I'm starting to hold to a point that I didn't agree with before, and I just think they may have been EP2 a lot longer than I thought, and it's starting to because of that basal West African or whatever he hinted at. To me, that's either EP2 or very very early version of E1B1A. So I'm leaning more towards the EP2. So they're holding on to that, but I think the ones that migrate more towards Europe that way and integrate that ends up mutating into E1B1B, and those who migrate more towards Africa and mutate to an E1B1A. But then you also have where it overlaps, like when you deal with the Iberian Peninsula, where a lot of Jews that were in Africa came up and were in the Iberian Peninsula along with European Jews. So you'll have a remixing of the E1B1A into the E1B1B population, and that's why you see some people like Lithuanian Jews, some Ashkenazi Jews who have E1B1A because it migrated back up during that period.
Yep. Another great model. There's so many different models you can use, It's endless, just about.
Yeah, because it's all theory at this point. Well, not theory, yeah, theory at this point. We just know about which haplogroups we dealing with, though.
Facts.
Yep. Making emphasis on this stuff and try to give y'all guys the best explanation we can. All right, we're gonna continue playing this video.
Phil, what you think, Mr. Teotw?
They keep digging, trying to prove us wrong, and then they help us out. I mean, it is what it is. You can't hide truth. Truth will rise to the surface, and that's what's happening, right? So we're going to have a Hotep Israelite soon, and he'll be going on the Berean show saying I was wrong.
Yep. And Sister E, if you want to come and talk on here, let me know. I send you the link from the back. Same thing with you, Dante. So here's the thing, fam. Here's the thing. We're going to get into some stuff, and we're going to talk about some.
Before we continue, Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses, such as criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So we're gonna be giving our critiques. We're gonna give commentary. We're gonna do this for teaching and scholarship and research purposes. So we're well within our right to review this information today. All right, let's get back to it.
History in connection to DNA, right? So we're not here to debate nothing about DNA. We don't care, right? We keep saying that, right? So here we go.
The title of the video.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, don't get it wrong. I got a little energy for that little Catholic dude, but I'm gonna leave him alone today.
You big dummy.
So, let me. We're gonna share another video.
You big dummy.
So we just laying the foundation here for when we get into what we discovered with our DNA.
Hello, I'm Israel and friends of Israel. It's Rabbi Elazar de Mota here in Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo. We're here at the cemetery where our ancestors that came from.
I remember this part. This part is so hilarious. So, because this Dominican brother is dark skinned, right? This is what they're doing with this video. Since he's dark skinned, and he's a Sephardic Jew descendant, right? That means everybody in this graveyard is black, according to Teotw.
Yep, that's how families work. You know, it's not like we have distant relatives who can be a little different.
Yeah, because I watched it. Remember, we all watched this together a couple weeks ago, and it's like this part right here just blows my mind. Just because they have a descendant that's dark skinned doesn't mean everybody in this graveyard has to be dark skinned too. Stop it. And this is what we call disinformation. Go ahead, Ivry.
You would think Teo and them would know this because they have about 25% of European autosomal DNA. Therefore, you have Europeans in your family, literally in your lineage. So if you were to look back in time, you're going to see white people. So this guy, let's assume he has, 10% European DNA, 20%. He's going to have white people in his family. He's not going to get that European DNA out of nowhere. So, yeah, to say that everybody in that graveyard is black would be kind of disingenuous. You probably will have phenotypically looking Sephardic people of the modern era.
So all we gotta do is find a video of a white Jew at a Sephardic cemetery talking. Then we can assume that everybody are descendant of somebody in the cemetery talking and giving an expose, and we can automatically assume that everybody in the grave is white because he's white. It's the same logic.
Exactly.
Yeah, but shout out to him. Yeah, but that doesn't. He said that's the same rabbi from Sephardic Obadiah Alliance. That's good. But to sit up here and try to use him to say, oh, well, since he's black, then everybody, even the ones he don't directly descend from, are black. Like, stop, bro. All Sephardic Jews are not black, and they weren't always all black, bro. You understand? You had black ones, and you had a lot of white ones. Like, come on, man.
Portugal, Amsterdam, and Curaçao, where they were buried. This is where all began for us. The first Jew that was buried here, Jacob Pardo, who was a native from Amsterdam, who died at the age of 45 years old. As you can see here, he was buried in 1826. The next Jew that was buried here, we have from the family of Crasto, Julia de Curiel, Jacob de Curiel. According to history, the majority of the Jews that came from Curaçao were buried in this cemetery at first. At first, it was a Jewish cemetery exclusively on this side of the cemetery. As you can see, that way you have many crosses. The tombstones that are used where the Jews are buried have no crosses on them. This is a big difference. This is one way we can identify them. We have Moshe de Crasto and Jacobo de Curiel buried here. Over here, as you can see, because no one takes care of the cemetery, we have labor. We have a piece of the tombstone. Also on the other side, we have Benjamin Leon, very next to what it may seem to be a family member. Benjamin Leon, Jaime Leon. The reason why we're recording this video It's because we need your help. One of the problems that we're having here in the Dominican Republic to establish a Sephardic community is that we have no place to bury our grandparents, our aunts, our family members who have died away. As of right now, we have 5 people that need to be buried according to our Jewish tradition, according to the Sephardic tradition. And they're currently buried in Catholic cemeteries in a place where they're separated from the rest. However, we want to honor them. We want to cherish their memories according to the Jewish tradition. We need your help. We plead to you. As it says, Kol Israel Arevim Ze Bazeh. All of Israel is responsible for one another. We plead to you to help us to be able to build a Jewish cemetery for the Sephardic community here in the Dominican Republic.
Shouldn't you be studying?
Can you
I know that look
pause
when
that?
I see it. Did you know
Well,
that you
when
could cut
the
your reading
ad
time
goes
in
up.
half with an
Well, I guess I can say it now, but so what's interesting about that video is that, you know, they're using this guy as an example back in I guess that was a couple of months ago. But I bet you now Teo would probably be against that guy because he probably accepts everyday Sephardic Jewish people. And remember what happened with Remy Arlona, you know, they tried to dog him down for saying what he said. And it's like the very people that Teo's trying to use, they are okay with other looking Jewish people. Like if you were to email that guy and ask him what he thinks about white Sephardic Jews, he'd probably be okay with them.
Go to the website,
Like
Obadiah
Remy.
Alliance. If you go to the website, Obadiah Alliance, there's other. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. I think
I
I've been
bet
in his
Teo would
website
even do their
before.
research.
All right, so watch this. I'm gonna go to the team. I'm on Obadiah Alliance. Hold on, wait till y'all see this. Oh man, they're gonna stop bringing that man up after they see this video.
Yeah, they're gonna do a whole video on him like Remy.
They go to the Obadiah Alliance. So that's Yohanathan Elazar de Mota, right? He said he was born in Miami. He comes from a long line of Sephardic families from Spain, Portugal, and North Africa, which established himself in the Caribbean before migrating to the United States, right? Let's go down here. Oh, what do we have here?
Oh no. It's one of those people. The
It's one of
ish.
those people. He says of Moroccan descent, Michael Hanani family comes from rabbis and cantors, Hakam Hanani, who spent the past 6 years in Los Angeles. So you got him. Let's go down. Oh, you got a brother right there, Jacob de Oliveira. You got, what do we have here? Eleazar Tabar of Spanish and Portuguese descent. What does it say? Y'all not gonna use this is the Obadiah Alliance, bro. Y'all was rocking with him. Y'all gonna stop rocking with him because of this now?
Yep.
All right, so what's the next one? Haim Obadiah. Hakim Haim has served as a rabbi for nearly 30 years in Israel, South America, and both West and East Coast. Let's see what else is a part of the Obadiah Alliance. It's gonna okay, that was it right there. So Teo, you got a problem, man. This is who you guys supporting, bro. If y'all supporting him, he don't got a problem with Jews that don't look like him. He don't have a problem with it. He ain't color struck. So talk to us, man.
See, we ain't doing nothing different than this guy. That's literally what he's doing. Is nothing different. He just
exactly
heard of.
Oh man.
Same thing with Remy Arlona, but we already know that Teo dug into him. So
All right, thank you, Brother Zay, for the gift. So, Minister Teyu, so we have this connection going back to, you know, Portugal and Spain, the Sephardic Jews. You know, they say, well, y'all not the Sephardic Jews. Well, okay, well, we got evidence that says otherwise. And as we continue, they're gonna see it. So, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, well, Psalm 83 is truly in effect, right? And I'm telling you, the more I dig, the more I realize the war between the Most High has never stopped, and we're the pawns in the middle. And so the enemy has used us, caused us to sin against the Most High, so we won't have his covering, his protection, and they can take all the blessings for themselves, which were meant for us. So this is why, right, you see all these things going around the world today, because we woke up. It's an emergency response, DEFCON 1 response by the elite to the awakening of our people, okay? And so Psalm 83 is why we are where we are today, why they rewrote history, why they replaced us with a different set of people, right? But the history doesn't lie. We have people who still identify as Sephardic Jews. We have many other tribes in Africa that have always identified as the biblical Israelite.
You just said
that
we
none of
still
y'all are
have-
related to.
Yeah, you guys ain't even related to them. You talking about people replacement? You're haplogroup G. You're trying to replace and overthrow people right now. But he also said Sephardi Jews still exist today, and I agree with him. There are Sephardi Jews that descend from the old Sephardi population that still exist today. So let's just Google search how these people look. They over here trying to teach that every Sephardic Jew is black, bro. So you just go
Since
to
the
Google, type
beginning to
in,
the end.
just Google search Sephardi, bro. Look, white men.
Nah, man. And you see what happened is that the Rothschilds took over the internet. And so they placed people that look like them as being the true Israelites.
Yo, you guys are a joke, man. Look, these are old classic Sephardi pictures. Look at these, all white. These are white people, dude. So why are y'all on the internet trying to say all of these people are black? No, they're not. Here's another image. Sephardi Jewish history is the theme of the 22nd Tenenbaum lecture. Come on, man. We got to purge the community of bad doctrine. We really do. Sephardi Jewish Argentine. Do they look... Is that black to you? Come on, man.
And the thing is, if he understood genetics, just because these people look like this doesn't mean they're not related to you. Like, we can still be related to these people, even though they look a little different.
Yeah, yeah.
See how these Sephardic Jews, they're typical blue-eyed, blonde-haired Scandinavian types. You can still tell by their features that there's something dark about them, you know, from their hair to their eyes and their tan-ish skin. Like, you can kind of tell there was some black influence. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's how they dress too. Is that like is that a black man? Is that an African? Come on, stop playing, bro. I ain't supporting endorsing that. But look, these white people, bro, they're white phenotypes. See, I'm telling y'all, I'm trying to get the BHIs over their phobia of white people, man. And then you guys are talking about and invoking a Sephardic people, which consists of a lot of white people. The irony. Shari said they red bone. Maybe this is how the Teotw twins look. Maybe they have the same, lack of melanation as well. Let's see.
I think they are pretty light skinned.
They said Sephardi exists today. Does that look like a black man to you? Is that an African morphology? What about this one? How about this one? How about this one, Teo? What about this one? Are you going to just explain all these people away and make up some bullshit on your channel? These people do exist today. You do know that, right? Look. Are these blacks?
You got some questions you shoot from the chat. Maybe need to
Why
put the
would
link back
anyone
in.
want to link with Messiah deniers, non-messianic maniacs? So are these pink people Israel? Some of them are. Man, they sure missed out on the curses. Well, they just said in the video that you still have Sephardic Jews today, and I just wanted to show you what the Sephardic Jews look like. Oh, these pink people Israel? Yes, if they have the DNA, then yes, their forefathers go back to the Levantine Basin. There's nothing wrong with that. Y'all the ones that are color struck. Why would y'all bring up the Sephardic Jews when we could easily look and see how these people looked and how they were depicted? They were not all blacks. They didn't look like African Americans. Come on, man. Now, there may have been some that were black. No one's saying that. No one's denying that. But to sit up here and try to make the claim that every single Sephardic Jew was black, it's a damn lie. Let's go back to the video.
Nah, bro, you just an agent making
I'm just an agent.
$100,000 a year. Wait, no, a month.
Yeah, the government paid me $10,000 a video.
Bro, I wish.
It has never. They could never fully hide us. It's just that the conspiracy is great against us, and so we're going to show
what the conspiracy.
Results we had on this site called My True Ancestry.
Signs of a cult.
But what I'm gonna do also is just share a PowerPoint just to recap what many of you all may have encountered with the Moors, the video on the Moors. All right, so let's see here.
And thank you, Brother Eric, for the gift.
Okay, so just laying the foundation here. So Spain and Portugal, in modern terms, let me read this for you. Al-Andalus was the Muslim root area of the Iberian Peninsula. The term is used by modern historians for the former Islamic states based in modern Portugal and Spain. So this is Portugal and Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, right? And they refer to it as Al-Andalus, right? So just to go back to some references we had previously. Let me pull it. Okay. Right. From my previous show, right? So basically when the Inquisition started, both the European Church, aka Catholic Church, and Islam said to the Jews, you either convert to our religion or you will be killed or enslaved. All of this happened around 1492. Both the Muslims and the Catholics and the
What's the problem with this? What's the problem with this? This is what I take issue with. Where's the citation at? Where are you getting this from?
Yeah, he's just talking.
You have to cite your works, man. These people are against citing their works because they don't want people to go behind, after the video, after live, and fact check any of their stuff. That's why they don't cite their works. You look at our information, we're well cited. We're well cited.
Check out the other comment, Teo.
What'd you say, Sean? Sean was trying to talk.
Oh, my bad.
I said they cutting and pasting again without sources.
They cutting and pasting again without sources, man. We don't even know where this come from. Oh my God!
Check out Michael Woodward's comment. Also, there's going to be an ad that plays in the next 5 seconds.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
If you think the word of Most High can't ID his people, but DNA, which you don't have originals to test against, that's a faith issue to my prophecy is number one, especially a spiritual matter.
You see, what's interesting about prophecy is that when it comes to the Abrahamic faiths, they all have their own prophecies and end times events. Like you talk to a Mormon, Jehovah's Witness, Sunni Muslim, Shiite Muslim, Catholic, Karaite Jew, Orthodox Jew, Eastern Christian Jew, Ethiopian Jew. If you talk to a camp member from GOCC, GMS, ISUBK, whatever, you talk to anybody concerning end times, everybody got their own point of view. and everybody has their own personal interpretation. What if your personal interpretation of end times is wrong? Have you ever considered that? That's why when it comes to prophecy, a lot of monks and Hebrews and Christians throughout the past 2,000 years have been interpreting things pretty differently between each other. And with this whole you going off prophecy thing, there's a 50-50 chance you could be wrong. So when it comes to prophecy, I'll be careful with that. But with DNA, it's 100% concrete. And I know everybody says, well, the Most High tells me this, the Most High tells me that, but that's what everybody says. And some people are wrong when it comes to things that they claim the Most High tells them. Shoot. I mean,
I
the
know a
Most High,
camp
Jim
that
Jones
was
said
saying
God
that the
spoke to
Most
him.
High. I know a camp that was saying that the Most High told him that the world was going to end into the year 2000. They said the prophecy it was fulfilled through the prophecy of the Bible, man. So it's all based off your interpolation. That's why y'all running away from real world examples, what's tangible and empirical data. We're dealing with empirical data, and we build our theories from there, not just loosely off of prophecy.
Right. DNA is concrete, but your personal interpretation is your personal interpretation. Some people in Christianity believe in premillennialism. Some believe in millennialism. Some believe in that all the prophecies in the Old Testament have already happened, and that right now we're just waiting for the Most High to return. Everybody got different views. All right, so I think he said something else. I guess we can go
Deuteronomy,
to his next comment.
Deuteronomy 28.
Deuteronomy 28 wrong. LOL. Please tell me how that could be wrong, please. All right. How about this? What if when it comes to Deuteronomy 28, all the curses is talking about events happening in the land and outside and not outside of the land? How about that? Or how about this? Deuteronomy 28 is talking about slavery. Okay. You know, black people weren't the only folks enslaved throughout human history. Slavic people can use that interpretation. The Slavs were enslaved by the Vikings. What about white people in the British Isles? The Barbary slave trade. White people were enslaved. You might need to bring this up if you type in the Barbary slave trade or the Slavic slave trade. The word slave comes from Slav.
Yeah, it's true.
So there's different interpretations of Deuteronomy 28. And other ethnic groups can use it. Slavic people can use it. Jews can use it because of the Holocaust and stuff. British people can use it because of the Barbary slave trade. Who else can use it? Balkan people in Greece, they were enslaved by the Ottoman Turks. Who else? Man, there's slavery all throughout human history. It ain't just a black thing.
Yeah, I got the Barbary slave trade on the stream. Somebody said, so the Bible isn't concrete. Let's see, Garth. Because Garth be over there watching their videos too. Let me see. Hold on.
What do you think Garfield was watching?
No, Garth Yehuda.
Oh, Garth.
He said, so the word of God isn't concrete? You know what I'm saying?
Did I say that?
No.
I didn't say that the word of God wasn't concrete. But people do have different interpretations. For instance, do you agree with Jim Jones' interpretation of the Bible? Do you agree with the guy who created Mormonism, his interpretation of the Bible? Everybody got different interpretations.
Yeah, he said the mark of
That's one thing
Cain
we can't deny.
He said mark of Cain was black skin. So
Right.
black people come from Cain.
And that's somebody's interpretation.
Right.
Doesn't make them right.
Deuteronomy isn't specific. It's not specific at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not specific. It's not.
Like I could go to a curse in Deuteronomy and show you historical application of it, right? When I can compare a group of people that were starved to death in a siege, that's mentioned in Deuteronomy. Where the Native Indians, they got all their
happened in Babylon right there.
Yeah. Come on, man.
A lot of those things actually happen in the Old Testament. I ain't going front.
In the book of Lamentations, it even quotes Deuteronomy. So yeah, I mean, it's interpretation at the end of the day.
You see, it's kind of interesting how they're using Deuteronomy 28 and stuff, and different things to try to prove that they're Israel. And these very people, it's fun because the very people who leave the camps or stop believing that they're Israelite are the very ones who use these verses. Like, it's weak. It's a weak argument. The curses and blessings of Israel, from my understanding, that happens in the land of Israel. It's not happening outside of the land of Israel, because the Most High gave Israel the promised land, not West Africa. That doesn't mean you
Y'all
can't be
funny, man. He said
enslaved out of
basically,
it.
niggas' interpretations off. There, I said it. Go sit down and cry on another channel. Damn, that white science line up with scripture, just like those white sources about Black Sephardim. Exactly.
Nice.
Thank you, Ruth Smith. Y'all interpretation, doctrines, and dogmas don't equal the words from the mouth of God, nor the way we have historically viewed it as Israelites and Jews. Exactly, bro. Like, y'all think because you have an interpretation, you follow someone's interpretation, it is the word of God. No, that's your interpretation. I'll give you a prime example of that. People use the book of Deuteronomy. Was it Deuteronomy 23 or Exodus 20? I think it's Deuteronomy 23. They use it wrong. They say that the Deuteronomy 23 is talking about black and whites mixing with each other. And the word mamzer means a mixed person or a mulatto. No, it does not.
That's what Teo was calling me and Shari mamzers, or calling her that.
When you go to Deuteronomy 23, it's clear what it's talking about. Matter of
They
fact,
don't know Hebrew.
just to exemplify how these interpretations are like left field of what the Bible actually says, right? You see if is it Deuteronomy 23? Yeah, Deuteronomy 23. Let's do the NLT.
And when you're done with bringing that out, I got another prophecy in Deuteronomy that other people use. Oh, well, I can just go ahead and say it if you don't have it. British Israelism used the blessings of Israel to prove that they're Israelites. They say because the Western world and America are the richest nations on the planet, that's evidence of the blessings of Israel, and that proves that they're the Israelites. Like, we're using curses, they use blessings to prove it. Both from Deuteronomy. So what now?
Completely
Who's
different
right?
mindset.
Exactly. Who's right?
All right. No one said that we're infallible on anything, brother. But the way you guys present your interpretations, you say it's infallible. Oh, I'm just going off of the scripture. You're talking about your interpretation, not the scripture. I'm gonna show you. This is one scripture they use, and their interpretation does not even line up with the words on the paper. Right. So, right here, Deuteronomy 23:1 says, if a man's testicles are crushed or his genitalia is cut off, he may not be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. Right? So it tells you why he cannot go into the assembly of the Lord, meaning he cannot partake in the cultic practices and the religious practices. That's all it's talking about. It doesn't mean they're going to kill him or anything like that, right? Verse 2 said, if a person is illegitimate by birth, neither he nor his descendants for 10 generations may be admitted into the assembly of the Lord. So people use this scripture to say, if you're mixed, I've heard people say this, if you're mixed with black and white, you're a mulatto, you can't come into the assembly of the Lord. This is not what this is talking about. This is also the famous scripture of the Manser.
That sounds kind of racist.
Right. And then they say, oh, well, you're not an Israelite if you're mixed. This is not what this scripture is saying. It means that person that's of illegitimate by birth, right? Or what you call a quote unquote bastard, right? Cannot join the assembly. I mean, he can't involve himself in the religious practices or cultic practices of the Israelites. Right? Doesn't mean he get kicked out of the Israelites. He's no longer an Israelite. Doesn't even say that. Then it goes on to explain itself even further. It says, no Ammonite or Moabite or any of their descendants for 10 generations may be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. 10 generations from what? This time period. Why? Because the Ammonites refused to give them water. It says it here. These nations did not welcome you with food and water when you came out of Egypt. So 10 generations from this time period. After those 10 generations that elapsed, the Ammonites and Moabites could actually partake in our practice and join our nation, right? It says instead, they hired Balaam, son of Beor, or Pethor in distant Aram Naharaim to curse you. But the Lord your God refused to listen to Balaam. He turned and intended to curse into a blessing because the Lord your God loves you. As long as you live, you must never promote the welfare and prosperity of the Ammonites or Moabites. So, verse 7, it says, do not detest the Edomites or Egyptians because the Edomites are your relatives and you lived as foreigners among the Egyptians. The third generation of Edomites and Egyptians may enter the assembly. Here's another doctrine and interpretation that they made. Since this says 3 generations, people are going around saying, if you're mixed, you got to wait 3 generations before you can be called Israel. That has nothing to do with this scripture. And I have heard people come in my comments with this interpretation. This scripture is strictly talking about Edomites and Egyptians.
You might need to put the link in because they asking a lot of questions.
They're not gonna click that link, bro.
I'm just hoping,
I'll put it in again.
But I'll let you finish reading.
Yeah, but people use these scriptures to say crazy things that the scripture is not implying. The third generation of Edomites and Egyptians may enter the assembly of the Lord. Third generation of what? This time period. From the time period this was written until 3 generations after that, then the Egyptians and the Edomites can partake in the cultic practices and religious practices of the Israelites. That's what this is talking about. That's what the assembly of the Lord is. They can hang around, they can be sojourners, but they can't partake in the practices yet until 3 generations elapse from this time period. All right. There's another one. That's a ton of them. They go to this one scripture in Isaiah and they say, oh, this means that you can't mix the Bible with anything else. No. It says none shall want their mate. Let me get that one just to prove that this interpretation shit has gotten out of hand. None shall want her mate. What scripture is that? Isaiah 34 and 16. So when you go to Isaiah 34 and 16, this is one of the famous scriptures one West uses to try to say, oh, well, you can't use the Bible and use something else because you're mixing the Bible with something else, and that's against the scriptures, brother. Let's go to Isaiah 34 and 16. And I actually like the NLT because it's more clear than the KJV. KJV is a terrible translation. But it says, search the book of the Lord and see what he will do. Not one of these birds and animals will be missing, and none will lack a mate. For the Lord has promised this. His spirit will make it all come true. If you read the chapter in its entirety, he's talking about the birds and the scavengers that were going to come and eat the flesh of the desecrated peoples that were punished. This has nothing to do with mixing the Bible with other books. But if you go to the King James Version, if someone doesn't have reading comprehension skills, they will come up to that conclusion, especially following these guys. Let's go to the King James Version. It says, seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail. None shall want her mate. They teach that none shall want her mate means that you can't mix the book with any. You can't mix the Bible with anything else. You can't mention the Bible and mention another book because Isaiah 34 and 16 says not to do so. That's not what this scripture is saying. None shall want her mate means none shall lack her mate. Who is the none here? The birds. If you read the scripture in its entirety, it's talking about birds. That's what we mean about interpolations and interpretations. All right. All right. No one clicked the link, so let's go back to the video. Share stream, Chrome tab.
So-called Christians said, convert or die, right?
That's an ad.
All right. So here's from History of the Moors in Spain by Florian, 1755, 1794.
Now, if we can just get them to cite all their sources.
The primitive Moors were the inhabitants
You're
of
asking
the
too much.
portion of Africa, bounded on the east by Egypt, on the north by the Mediterranean, on the west by the Atlantic, and on the south by the desert of Barbary. The origin of the Moors or Mauritanians is like that of most other ancient nations, obscure, and information we possess concerning their early history confusedly mingled with fables. The fact, however, appears to be established that the Asiatic immigrations were from the earliest times made into Africa, right? So the Moors were Mauritanians. We know where Mauritania is. And even to this day, Mauritania is an Islamic nation. Okay. And so we laying the foundation.
They're going to say, Minister, tell you don't know what you're reading, right?
Okay. I just read it to him. So how about you break it down for me? I mean, the nonsense got to stop, right? The nonsense got to stop because
then they got to deal with that.
The Iceman Israelite.
Oh man, Iceman Israelite.
Stop ducking me, Bree.
And I got school, so I can't do too much debating. So
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom, Phil. How y'all doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, so far, what you think about this video right here?
Man, yeah, did y'all touch on the whole aspect of them trying to do the whole alphabetical thing because they wanted G to come out of E?
Not yet.
Okay, yeah, we got to touch on that one, man, for real.
All right, we're gonna get there eventually.
To that history when we get there.
Well, there you go, right? 1-2 upper punch, uppercut. How Benya's video go, right? So in Pastor Kelly's Batman, we gonna just hit you out. We're gonna punch you out. So, what belief system did the Moors convert from? We saw that the Moors were made up of different nationalities, many of which I am sure were Israelite converts. So from this reading, as from the period when that event occurred, the Mauritanians or Moors, right? Same people. The Mauritanians or Moors, and we know where Mauritania is, who were thus suddenly converted to Muhammadeism, have frequently been confounded with the native Arabians. It will be proper to say a few words concerning that extraordinary people, a people who, after occupying for so many centuries an insignificant place among the nations of the earth, rapidly rendered themselves masters of the greater part of the known world. So they admitted here that the Moors dominated the known world, right? And these Moors are known as Mauritanians. Who lives in Mauritania? Black people.
Thank you, Gracie Book Publishing, for the gift.
So I have here, just to identify what the Moors look like, the Travels of Ludovico di Vatima, right? Let's see. 2 days afterwards, the Sultan took the field and marched to the city, to said city, Sana, with his army, in which there were 3,000 horsemen, sons of Christians, as black as Moors, right? So here we have a quote. Black as Moors. So if you were a Moor, you were what? Black. There was no Arabian Moors. Moors were a black Islamic nation of people from Mauritania. All right.
Can you pause it for a quick?
Now these people ruled so-called.
I see a comment. I was just going to address it real quick. It's from Garth. Can you put it on the panel real quick? Actually, there's a lot of comments, but I'll just read this one real quick. How did white skin come about, and would it survive in the Levant? I'm going to break that up into 2 questions. So, how did white skin come about? White skin came about with Caucasus hunter-gatherers who had a specific allele. Caucasus hunter-gatherers were found in Georgia, modern-day country of Georgia, the western portion. and they had haplogroup J, which is interesting, and also they mixed with Eastern European hunter-gatherers to create the Proto-Indo-Europeans, the Yamnaya culture, and then they also spread the alleles for white skin. White skin likely originated about, there's different estimates, but either 10,000 or 8,000 years ago, something like that. Now, as for would white skin survive in the Levant? Yes, it would. There are different parts of the Levant where white skin can be fine. I mean, white people can be anywhere on the planet. White skin can be anywhere on the planet. But when we think of the Levant, I think I know what you're thinking of. Oh, it's a desert and it's hot and they'll die and all this type of stuff. Well, the topology of ancient Israel is very interesting, and I recommend that you watch a specific video dealing with it. But I'm not going to bring it up right now. But ancient Israel was a little bit different than it is today. There's evidence that it had more forests, and there have been shade. I mean, if that's what you're thinking about, shade for light skin or whatever. But there would have been shade. There would have been places to. Also, you can just build a house to protect yourself from the sun. But there is evidence of light skinned people in the Levant. When Egypt depicted the Asiatics are light skinned. Like you can just look at, I might even pull it up myself. You can just look up depictions of Asiatics by the ancient Egyptians, and you can find extremely light skinned people
in Egypt.
So,
you got light skinned people in Egypt too.
There's light skinned people in Egypt too, and in North Africa, the Libyans, they picted them white as well. Israel isn't that decent distance from the equator. So, yeah, it basically, when you think of the Levant, it would have been typically Mediterranean type of phenotype. Like, I'm not denying that there were dark skinned people or black people or brown people. Yeah, they were there, but I'm not going to deny that there weren't white people either, because we know the J markers came into the Levant around the time of the Bronze Age. They would have been light skinned because they had Iranian DNA.
Yeah,
But
so
anyway,
if you read about the Canaanite burials, it tells you that they sequenced their genome and they could look just like the modern Lebanese people. Well, modern Lebanese people are white. So that was 4,000 years ago. Yeah. But let's talk about what they said about the Moor thing, right? That's why I always try to speak in nuance and try not to be too definitive because of stuff like this. So it says the term is a little used in describing the ethnic characteristics of any groups, ancient or modern, from the Middle Ages to the 17th century. Talking about the term Moor. Europeans depicted Moors as being black, swarthy, or tawny in skin color. Europeans designated Muslims of any other complexion as white Moors, despite the fact that the population of most of North Africa differs little in physical appearance from that of the Southern Europe. In Morocco, for example, red and blonde hair are relatively common. So there's nuance to this. And yes, there were dark-skinned Moors, but there were also what you would call white or light-skinned Moors too as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that were leaving Christendom and coming into the Muslim territories and whatnot. Like it was so much of a big thing. They have a term for it called going renegade, right? Renegade is a Christian who turns into a Muslim and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so there was a lot of people who were actually working with the Barbary states. Like there were like there's like European pirates working with the Moors to go raid other European ships. Like you got the British Sea Dogs and other people doing that, all the type of stuff with the Moors, right? But also having the ability to go back into the Moorish realms and have a residency there. Like they were like sojourning with the Moors.
Facts, big facts, man. And after they crossed the Gibraltar and invaded Spain or Andalus, a lot of there's writings about them getting a lot of what do you call them, harem. So if they're having chicks, they're having babies with these women, they're going to change their phenotype, especially if the population out Andalus at that time was primarily lighter skin. So let's get back to this video, man.
Oh yeah, by the way, YASHAR-YA'OH killed it when she said the Moors were not haplogroup G.
Haplogroup E.
Al-Andalus, right, the Iberian Peninsula, dominated, taught the Europeans how to write, how to do mathematics, how to use soap. This is what the Moors taught them, and who ruled with them? The Jews, right?
Man, they getting
When
paid.
you're born into Islam,
Yeah, they're getting them pennies.
They getting paid.
So here we have a treatise on physical geography comprising hydrology, geodesy, geology. Okay, we need go no further than the Jews of southern Spain and compare them with those of Holland and northern Germany to perceive a very striking difference. The Spanish Jew is always dark complexion, and his hair is uniformly black, while the German Jew is often as fair as any German. All right, so the German Jew.
You know what kills me about that? Because it says the German Jew is white, and they just ignore that part. You know what I'm saying? They just ignore that. Let's show you there's white Jews right there, bro.
Right off rip, they tell you of the Jewess on the banks of the Elbe, right? Where's the Elbe River at, fam? It's right there next to it's that dramatic slide of land, fam. Like, that's
okay.
It's right. I'm like, yo, it's crazy.
Jewish on the banks of the Elbe. Oh,
yeah. They start off with white Jews.
Well, why they ignore
and this
that
goes
part,
back to the
man?
14th century, correct? This goes back to the 14th century, correct?
I'm not certain.
It probably does.
I was about to say,
we don't know. We don't know because they don't cite this very well. I mean,
no,
they give
that's
us
true.
book,
Yeah.
no author, no page number. They just give you the book, bro. This is sloppy.
And real quick, I want to say something about the complexion and whatnot too, in terms of what people are talking about, skin complexion and like the Levant and whatnot. Like, so there's three kinds of melanin basically. You have the pheomelanin, eumelanin, and neuromelanin, right? They all have ranges to their shades, right? Like, so pheomelanin can go all the way from white to like the lightest of like, or the darkest red. You know what I'm saying? And so if people who have white skin, I'm not talking about albinos, but people who have white skin, if they actually adjust their diet properly and get enough vitamin D, they will actually they can actually get to the darkest ranges of their pheomelanin, if that makes sense. Like, so if they're exposed to direct sunlight, they can, if they eat enough vitamin D, they can actually get to the darkest levels of their pheomelanin, right? If they end up getting skin cancer, because I know a lot of people talk about skin cancer in the Levant and whatnot. Yeah, like, so there's a lot of people that aren't living a Levantine lifestyle. So most people in the Levant, like if we talk about, like, they cover themselves right from head to toe, right? They try to stay out the direct sunlight. But there's things they can do to actually make it work and whatnot, right? So for instance, you're seeing people in the Levant, like in the Mediterranean in particular, they have a high seafood diet, right? The fats and a lot of stuff in the vitamin D in the fish will help them maintain a darker skin in the Mediterranean climates and whatnot. So not only were you having like dark complected people because of the fact that they were mixing with dark people, but you can also have white people, right, who can tan, right? I'm not saying they're becoming black people. I'm saying, like, there's white people who burn and white people who can tan, right? And there's a difference between that, guys. So people got to understand that.
Yeah, man. I think we went over that one show about the different shades of people when we're talking about what they call olive skin and complexion and the ability to tan and burn, like you brought out.
Actually, I got a perfect image that can illustrate that, unless you're ready to start the video.
No, bring it out.
Yeah, real quick. Grandma YA'OH was just talking about this the other night. So we got that comment in the chat. He was just bringing this on a Clubhouse to this exact quote, man. talking about the same thing. Like, they recognize the black Jews, but they never recognize the white Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like it's right there in the same quote, bro. Like, what's up? Like, it's like, deliberate at this point. Power and name. What are you doing, man? You posting entire scriptures in the chat. What's going on, brother? This brother is
just spazzing out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tape.
You know those Canaanite tribes that he keep on pulling up. Israelites were a mix of those Canaanites, and those Canaanites were basically white skinned.
Oh yeah, we can definitely prove that. Who is Philoman? Philoman, what's going on?
I don't know.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. That's me. That's me. Power and name. Can you hear me?
All right, so here's
Yeah,
I'm about to pull up the image right here.
Oh, one second. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, that's me in the chat because basically one of the guys was going off talking about the whole Ezra thing and them putting away the wives, and it's like people keep on quoting the scripture and they don't read the chapter beforehand and they don't understand that it comes from Deuteronomy 7, where it's talking about specific nations. So I was just trying I was trying to correct him. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you good, brother. I just didn't understand. I was like, whoa, what's going on?
yeah, I'll delete it. Don't worry.
So here's an image of light-skinned Canaanite peoples, Levantine peoples, and let me just show my source because people don't like showing sources like Teo. This is from archaeology.com, Archaeological Institute of America. You can type in Egypt's final final rebout in Canaan, and this is from the time period of the Pharaoh Tutmosis III. He's attacking in Gaza. Well, I guess I'll just read it. For 3 centuries, Egyptians ruled the land of Canaan, armies of chariots and 10,000 foot soldiers under the Pharaoh Tutmosis III thundered through Gaza and defeated a coalition of Canaanite chiefdoms in Megiddo in what is now northern Israel in 1458 BC. And here's the depiction of the Canaanites, of these Levantine peoples. Obviously, their phenotype is not sub-Saharan Africa. These clearly look like people of today. And I believe that these people are J markers, although some of them could be E markers as well. I mean, I'm not going to deny that either. But it would have been a mixture.
Canaanites too, fam.
Say that again.
They found R1 amongst the Canaanites too.
Okay, some of these guys could even be R markers as well, like this guy. But no, I'm playing. I'm not going to single that guy out. But here is depictions of. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. Here is depictions of this is a Syrian soldier from Ramses the third time period, and I think this is specifically a Hittite. You can look at his phenotype. This is a Hittite for sure. See his skin tone, see his hair. This is an Amorite. This is a Syrian. This is a Hittite. All pretty pale skin, dark haired. So there was white skinned people in the Middle East all the way in the time period of the ancient Israelites, 3,000 years ago. Technically, this is the Bronze Age, so this is even before the Israelites. Here's a Hittite. Look at that features. Look at his nose, the typical Armenoid phenotype. This is a Hittite. Here's another Hittite, white-skinned, dark-haired. Another Hittite. Look at his features. Another Hittite. This is from Ramses III, the Book of Gates. These are also Asiatic peoples. You see their skin. Let me go back. This is for a future presentation. Here are Hittites as well, more Hittites. You can look at this Armenian man. And to me, what's interesting is that a lot of these ancient Middle Eastern peoples, like Hittites, look like a lot of modern day Middle Eastern peoples, specifically from the Caucasus, like this Armenian man. This Armenian man's phenotype perfectly fits the Hittites, who are an ancient Anatolian European people. And go there. And so here's all the images put together. So there definitely was light-skinned people in the ancient Middle East. We can't keep thinking that the Middle East was only Semitic. We have to acknowledge the fact that there was non-Semitic people in the Middle East, and that would be your J markers and your R markers. And they likely look like this. And their descendants are still there to this day. A lot of their descendants pretty much look like this. Tan skin, white skin, dark haired, dark eyed, they all kind of look the same.
Tails relatives might look like that, man.
Yeah, his ancestors look like that.
I'm just saying, like.
Right. But that's what we'll end right there. By the way, they might be thinking that I'm saying the Middle East was only white. Maybe I should pull up some images that prove that I can.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. Well, I guess I will. Let me just, I did presentations in the past about Middle Easterners being dark skinned, specifically Semites. Let me just pull up that so no one gets all in an uproar about things.
You know, we don't speak in absolutes over here, man. So they should know better than that.
All right, I got my
Good
image.
question. Michael Bruce Smith posed this to Michael Woodard. Says, so all those Jews from antiquity that rejected Yeshua stopped being Jews. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's on here saying uncursed, denying the Messiah, but Israel. Well, these people connected to Sephardic Jews.
Doesn't Garfield deny the Most High?
Yeah.
93.
Yeah. They atheists.
Pretty much
They don't
any
believe
black
in the book.
atheist.
They think the whole book is just a fairy tale. From start to finish.
Exactly.
And then,
you got black atheists.
Hey, and also, they connecting with the Sephardics. They was rich. We were just reading that they was rich. A lot of them was rich. A lot of Ashkenazis was going to, get down with the Sephardics because the Sephardics was getting money, man. You know what I'm saying? Is that cursed? Like, come on, like y'all be picking and choosing. Y'all be picking and choosing. You got them images? It's on the screen.
Yeah, I do. I just now started. Well, anyways, yeah. So, just so people don't think that, I'm saying, oh, the Middle East is only white. Give me a second.
Yeah. So what he's showing, I believe these are Elamites or Persians, right?
Yeah, these are the Elamites. Elamites from Iran. So, I do believe that there was dark-skinned Middle Easterners. That would be your Semites. So here are Elamites. Here are some Mesopotamian people, likely Akkadians from Mesopotamia, Mari. And here are Aramean peoples from the upper Mesopotamia. What else do I got? Right here is Sabaean peoples and Ethiopians. I think the phenotype of Sabaeans and Ethiopians fit. Again, here are your Mesopotamian, Akkadian peoples. Here are your Elamites. And here are just everyday Bedouins who are quite dark skinned. So I just want to point out that I don't think the Middle East was only light skinned. There is definitely dark skinned people there. Those would be the Semites. But at the same time, I'm not going to deny people who look like this that live in the Middle East. You did have that typical Armenoid looking phenotype in the Middle East. By Armenoid, I mean a hook nose, white to tanned skin, and black haired. That was also in the Middle East. So there's basically two types of Middle Easterners: this Armenoid phenotype and this, this brown, you're African or brown Mediterranean phenotype. What some people might call black or brown. So I just want to point that out because I know people might try to run and be like, "Oh, Avery's saying the Middle East was only white."
You know they will. Hey, they'll snip that one part out. All right, let's get back to this video.
Converts, right? The Ashkenaz, but the original are those Spanish Jews who are dark complexion. Okay. In Eda Brower's book, The Black Jews, right? Let's see here. When William Brereton noted his impressions of the Jews.
Y'all suck, bro.
Isn't it Edith Bruder or something?
Yeah,
like that?
Like they just butchered the name and everything.
Yo.
Well, they don't want us to know those sources, so that's why they had to do that. They
They're
don't
trying
want
to throw you off.
Wow.
Oh, let me see if this is make sure this is actually the page.
Edit Brower.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't y'all actually read this book out read the whole man? Okay.
Page 47.
Oh my goodness.
Real life fact check, real time film.
Yeah, they really paid attention to this book, right?
Oh yeah, he on point. It's in there. Just making sure. Next time, spell it right.
He was in the synagogue of Amsterdam in 1635. he observed that the Jewish men are most black and insatiably given unto women. Drawing on contemporary prejudices linking blackness and licentiousness, the Scottish minister Robert Kirk, when he paid a visit to a synagogue in London in 1690, observed more than 200 Jews worshiping and noted they were all very black men. This is in Amsterdam, right? And indistinct in their reasoning as gypsies. This point of view dominated the vision of the Jews so much that Adam G. Degorski, a Polish nobleman, took every light-colored mulatto for a Jew. Let's see here. Yeah, point of view dominated this. Okay, that's the same thing. Okay. Let's see. Francois Maximilian Mission in a new voyage in Italy, 1714, moderated this opinion. Considering that it is a vulgar error that Jews are all black, it is only true of the Portuguese Jews, who marrying always among one another beget children like themselves. So hold on 1 second there. Because they keep telling us Israel come in multiple colors. Thank you, JSBS, for the gift. So, but here it says they marry amongst each other and they're always black. So who's right?
Well, it just said that's only for the Portuguese
Mixed multitude
Jews.
was not a color. They didn't look at themselves as we do concerning color. Mixed multitude was about nations, right? You had the children of Ham, right? The Cushites, the Canaanites, the Mizraim, the children of Mizraim, which are the Egyptians. That was your mixed multitude. It was black people from other nations. They didn't have the concept of.
Hey, say it again, bro. Say it again. What color was the Canaanites?
The Canaanites were white. I literally just showed images of the Canaanites. Them people were around us.
Nations and tribes. So, you know, the misuse of that phrase mixed multitude is because, you know, these modern fake scholars are trying to use the term that we use in America when we talk about the melting pot, right? All nations, all colors and creeds. That is not what was being said when the Bible mentioned mixed multitude left Egypt. Okay, there was no concept of that. Thank you, Bruce.
So they're making the case that Israelites always mix within themselves, right? So where is the basal haplogroup G? They gotta show us that, right? What was that?
He's basically calling us inbred. We mix with nobody but ourselves. We're inbred.
The nerve and audacity of a people that came into the African American gene pool through admixing.
Bro, can you say that one more time for people? You know what I'm saying? For the people in the back, you know what I mean? Like
the nerve and audacity of a person who descends that came into the African American gene pool through admixing. Y'all came into the African American gene pool through admixing. You descend from Europeans, bro. Stop it.
Yeah, I'll try to slide right on in. You know what I'm saying?
Just like the Horians.
Just like the Horians. Hey, it's exactly what the Horians did. They came to Israel. They adopted the culture. They came to the Levant, adopted Semite culture. Then 2,000-3,000 years later, they're saying they're the original people. They doing the same thing.
Just in blackface.
Yep.
Yo, they don't even know who the Horians are. Right now, they're like, what?
They probably don't know about the Horians, the Mitanni, the Kassites. I mean, I can go on.
Man, this is just crazy, bro.
Got to learn about the Near East, bro.
We gotta break this dude's video down, and he's literally a European in blackface, literally. Like,
I see some interesting comments. I don't know if you want to respond to some of them, but
which one?
Let me go. It said there's one comment that says, where is it? I think it's right here. So wait, no, that's not. Yes, we're getting. One comment says, wait, you lot believe the Canaanites was white?
Is that what it says? Where is it at? Who said it?
Kenos.
Which brothers?
Kenos. Kenos.
I don't see him.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
It was just like 7 or 8 comments ago.
I see him. I see it. I see it right here.
Wait,
All right,
you
so let me get this.
believe the Canaanites was white?
Let me get this article. Live
Yeah,
science,
get
right?
that paper. Yeah. And I'll get the images because I literally just showed it. He may not have been here though. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Source up or shut up.
Facts.
Let me see, because I literally just posted this in the Genesis 49 resource messenger.
I know why he said that because Canaan descends from Ham and all that stuff. And it's like, man, there's nuance to that.
Right. See, you guys gotta understand something happened to the original Canaanites, right? Introgression happened. People invaded or invasive people. And these people came from the Zagros and Caucasus Mountain range, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these people would have carried the alleles for white skin.
Yep.
Right? So let me go to
I got my image.
Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah, I'll let you do that while I grab this.
At New Hope Family Investment. That's a good one. That was funny.
So hopefully you're still there, Kinos. But this is from Archaeological Institute of America. And basically, this is how the Egyptians depicted the Canaanites when they were fighting them in 1458 BC. Tutmosis III in his campaign in Megiddo, which is in Israel, northern Israel. So these guys, they don't look like us. They don't look like a Nigerian or a Kenyan. Clearly, these are typically Levantine, Mediterranean peoples, and they're white. They're like white to tanned skinned. And so, I have more images. Here are Hittites. These Hittites clearly are light skinned. You have an Amorite right here. You have a Syrian. You have a Hittite. All are white skin to tan skin with black hair. I'm not saying that these people are blonde haired and blue eyed. No, they're like modern day Middle Eastern people who are white or tanned with black, dark hair and dark eyes. You see this Hittite right here. Look at his nose. This nose is hooked. It's a hooked nose. It's the Armenoid phenotype, typical of Middle Easterners. Here's another Hittite head. There's another Hittite head. And here are people in the Book of Gates, Middle Easterners.
More funny, man.
And
how you gonna be an admixed purist?
An admixed purist. And here's a Armenian man, and here's Hittites, similar phenotype. Hittites are an Anatolian, Indo-European people. And here's all the images put together. All the images put together, you get basically this phenotype. You get this white to tan skin, dark hair, dark-eyed people, which is pretty typical of Iranians. Iranians are basically the same thing. They have that tan to white skin phenotype with dark hair. And when you look at the genetics, an Iranian component entered the Levant carrying haplogroup J. And the Canaanite images or those Middle Eastern images, those Asiatics fit this phenotype. Like they literally have the same skin complexion. Look at them, and then you look at them. It's like literally the same thing.
That man could have had haplogroup G right there.
Yeah. I mean,
right, the cool part is like the haplogroup G. We know for a fact that was an area definitely descended from like some Eurasian, like you know what I'm saying, invaders and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They belong to the Levant, man.
Oh wow!
Okay. They came down from the Caucasus too.
So real quick, Bree, in your paradigm, so is are the Canaanites like A and B, but also like they got taken over by the invasion, or what are you saying?
So, in my viewpoint, I'm just going to give one model because I have another model, but I'm not going to give the other one. So, in one viewpoint,
I always be
the
asking you a question.
Canaanites.
You got you show
Rules
part of
in the back. Sorry, rules in the back. Sure, rules in the back.
Yeah, my fault. My fault.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Rue.
Yeah, the Canaanites would. just going to give one view. The Canaanites would be A and B haplogroups, just like their other brothers, Mizraim, Punt, and who's the other one? Cush. And so that, and then the Canaanites would be obviously, I guess there will be two types of Canaanites, because Canaanite would sort of be like this. Canaanite would just be a general designation of people who lived in the Canaan. And I have a book that actually confirms this. I'm just going to bring it out while I speak on it. But basically, when the J markers came in, they too would be considered Canaanites because they're living in the general landmass of Canaan. But the Canaanites from Ham, yes, they would have been dark skinned. They would have been A and B markers, but they got conquered and pushed out of the Levant into Africa. That's just one view. Now, the other view is that there was no descendants of Canaan, but some people don't like that view. But that's the two different views. Here's a good book that actually illustrates that land Canaan just illustrates a general landmass, and it doesn't necessarily have to be about race. This book
Like how
should
the
be
Egyptian would talk about like the retinue as a general concept.
exactly like that. Oh, here it is. So this is a good book. I advise everybody to read it. It's called Israel. Excuse me. It's called Canaan and Israel in Antiquity. This is the second edition, textbook of history and religion by K. L. Knoll, and it reads: the ancient label Canaanite was not an ethnic designation or a means of personal identity. In the ancient text, Canaan was a geographic term designating very roughly the eastern shore of the Mediterranean Sea. As a result, many ancient documents define a Canaanite as anyone who lived in the land of Canaan, regardless of ethnic background. So those J markers would technically be Canaanites. And if anybody's white living in Canaan, they also would be technically Canaanites. Am I in the Matrix?
Yeah, but he was talking about the invasive element too. So yeah, the original, what I would say, the original occupants or original Canaanites would be A and B, but then they would get overtaken by the Hurrians. And just like you said, they would have been called Canaanites as well.
Yep. And that's right, class and session. Divine Prospect does use this book. It's a good book. Deals with ancient Canaan and Israel.
All right, let me show this source here. Canaanites from Live Science talks about the Canaanites were ancestors of the Lebanese. And when they sequenced the genome, this is what they found. It says the findings reveal broad overlap between Canaanite genetics and sequence of modern day people from Lebanon. Researchers even found some ancient gene variations that suggested the Canaanites probably had similar coloration in skin, eyes, and hair as Lebanese people do today. These would have been white people. That's what they would have been, white
Maybe
people.
need to pull up Lebanese people. What do they look like? Maybe no one's ever seen a Lebanese.
All right. We look at Lebanese. Oh, they got like a rock band or something like over there. Let me see if I can find them. They're a perfect example.
Yeah.
These are your Lebanese people. These are white people. So when they dug up these Canaanite burials and they matched the genes in the gene variants, they found that these people look just like the modern population, white.
Yeah.
Similar
They fit
coloration,
exactly.
color eyes.
My bad. You can keep going.
No, I was just saying a similar coloration of skin and eye color and hair color.
Yeah, and they fit perfectly those depictions by the Egyptians of the ancient Canaanite population. White to tan skin, dark haired, dark eyed.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Let's go back to the video. Because we're 20 minutes in, man. Let's try to get this video done.
Oh yeah, man.
Queen and Susan for the gift.
Okay. History of the ancient synagogue of the Spanish.
Hold on, Michael Woodward. What are you talking about? Are black people anyone? What are you
Wait, what?
talking about, man? How
Yeah,
do
what
you
does
even
that
get that from that? He said, I see whites are everybody. Listen, all we're
What?
showing you is that people are black and white. They have different phenotypes. That's all we're showing you, brother.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
it.
I already let me pull up the images of the Middle East again and show them that I do think people are dark skinned in the Middle East. I already did this. Let's do it again. I do think there are dark skinned Middle Easterners. And I have entire videos displaying this. All right. But let me just show you this image because this image perfectly fits everything. You have people that look like this in the Middle East that are light skinned, white, whatever. And you have people that look like this in the Middle East who are dark skinned, dark haired, basically black. I'm just going to use the term black. Yeah, black people and white people in the Middle East. Both of these images come from Mesopotamia in the Bronze Age. It wasn't just one type of person in the Middle East. You had different types of people. Like, let me just go through a few more images. Here, this is from ancient Mari, the ancient Akkadians. I believe Semites were dark skinned. I'm not denying that. Those white skinned people that I was showing y'all would have been descendants of Japheth in my opinion. And then you have people that look like this in Mesopotamia, in the Middle East. You can't deny that you do have, in fact, white skinned people in the Middle East. And this statue even has blue eyes, which is kind of interesting. But oops. And then you have people that look like this in the Middle East. These are the Elamites from Iran. Elam was one of the sons of Shem. And then you got people that look like this in the Middle East. These hook nose, big nose type people with white skin and all that other stuff. And then you have people that look like this in the Middle East. These are Arameans. Some people even believe Abraham was an Aramean, the wandering Aramean. Abraham could have looked like this, in my personal opinion. And then you have people that look like this in the Middle East, like these big hook noses, which isn't typical of our people. I mean, that's the Armenoid phenotype. And for some reason my computer's messing up right when I'm trying to explain the phenotypes. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull down my screen.
He doesn't understand that one male can have descendants, right? And his progeny can have a myriad of phenotypes, right? It just depends where they disperse, where they go to, the selective and environmental pressures, who they mix with. There's a lot of factors that go into how you look. He thinks that, once a man is black, all his kids and all his descendants are going to be black until perpetuity, forever, right? They're always going to be black no matter where they go, no matter who they mix with. That's not how it works. I think that's why he's confused.
But everybody knows that, though, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying, bro. Everybody that goes to their own family reunion, they see the mixed people at the family reunion, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And then they see their kids a few years later who are mixed even more, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, stop playing. We are like,
the problem is they believe that lie that we used to get told, Afrocentrist lie about black genes being dominant, and it's like we're the black coffee and the whiteness is the milk. It's gonna overpower it, and it's like it doesn't work like that, man. It mixes. It always mixes.
Who's that speaking?
That's Brother Philo Maffey.
Yeah.
Oh, shalom, bro.
Shalom. That's me. That's been messaging you on Facebook. Shalom.
Yeah, I figured that. I heard the voice. I was like, it sounded like the brother, but I wasn't sure because the PTR, you don't have the PTR up.
Oh yeah, I need to sort that out. But yeah, man, we believe that lie, and that's all we focus on now. And people are carrying these perceptions into this truth, awakening, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, and now you're seeing, okay, look at this coming on the screen now.
Yeah. So curses and color. So at least he admitted that he's just only about color. That's good. At least.
I think he's representing for Teo.
Yeah,
He is Teo. Confused. The brother's confused. He's still color and curses, they go together. There's certain people, the brother's still in a mindset. But stick around, Michael Woodard, hang out with us. Come up on the platform, have some discussions with us.
Yeah,
we may be able to sway your thinking a little bit. It'll help. You'll see things in a
drop the link one more time.
Michael Woodard is actually Teo. He's most likely Teo, man.
You know what?
I don't want to scare the brother into not wanting to come up. I want him to come up and just speak. I want him to come up. No contention, no nothing. Come up and speak your piece, bro. And let's chop it up. Let's see if we can meet.
That's Michael Woodard. Was that the brother that was on earlier?
No contention, no nothing. That's you again, bro?
Yeah, it's me.
And let's chop it up. Let's see if we can meet.
He said, I'm Teo. Come on, man. Yeah, it's me. Ain't no damn Teo. I'm Teo. Come on, man. I said, I'm not Teo. Hey, I just want you to do me one thing. You could clear up a whole bunch real quick. Just show me some white, non-Messianic Jews under curse. It's simple.
Are you familiar with the pogroms of Europe?
Right now, today, like we're under curses, how do they get relief from it if they're not under it right now today? We are. We're the white Jews getting killed in the streets. We're the white Jews in jail getting locked up. Were they on any of these prophecies? And I believe you.
So basically, show them being persecuted, right? They've been persecuted. They went through pogroms in Europe.
They have a country and everything, and they're persecuted to this day.
Yeah,
they own the banks,
we had a country
industry, and all that, and they under curses.
Technically, don't we have countries too? We got Nigeria, we got Ghana, we got Kenya, we got countries too.
Okay, show where they're at.
Hey, when we were ruling in the Songhai Empire, they were catching hell in Europe. So I was like, what are you talking about?
So their curses are up. They're stopped from that incident you just mentioned. How long ago was that? When they were getting persecuted.
That's medieval.
What, 400 or 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, that's medieval. We were doing good during that time.
Right. Where are they under curses? They don't accept the Messiah, and you're saying they're all good and hoity-toity. They did their little toy on that sit.
But if they don't accept the Messiah, most of these of Jews that you're talking about today, they don't accept the Torah. Basically, they're not following, or are they under the curses because they're not actually really truly following or under.
Well,
let me finish.
Why are we under curse then?
Bro, let me finish. So we're talking about a people who are who have put themselves in another person's place, in another people's place. So you can't count them as being cursed if they know who they are.
So you
and then wait, they know who they are,
right? They're not the real Jews, right?
That's not all of them, bro. Not all of them. See, you're broad brushing again. Not all of them.
I'm not broad brushing.
Not all of them. There are Ashkenazis. About 20% of Ashkenazis have E haplogroup. Don't think that they haven't gone through their changes. Not all Ashkenazis have gone through what we go. All right, bro. So if you don't want to hear it, bro, I don't know what to tell you. Ask for an explanation.
All right. What percentage of those people over there are that? The way you're talking like there's a.
Dude, why don't you? How about this? How about I send you some studies, or you reach out, or you dig and you get some genetic studies, and it'll tell you. You can type in. You can Google it right now.
That's
you
fine.
can Google. I'm telling you. I asked you. All right, bro. We back here again, and I'm telling you that they're not under the prophecy curse. They're not all of them.
Can I ask another question? Can I ask
not
another question?
all of them, brother.
Amen to that.
Why should they be under the curses if they're living their culture?
They are not.
Thank you.
They did not.
Thank you, Lord.
What culture can you deny the Messiah and not be cursed?
So real quick, so in the scrolls, does it not tell us to turn back to the Most High and live our culture to get out them curses? Yeah.
No, it says go up under the Messiah, or you're cheating. You're trying to get through the thief door. Sorry,
man.
Hold on. Show me. Hold on. Whoa. I need you to show me that in Deuteronomy 28.
I don't need to show it to you. The Messiah is. Listen. You could be non-Messianic or you.
Hold on, you came onto the source. Hold on, you came onto the Source Debate League just talking something I don't need to show you. It's called the Source Debate League, fam.
I don't want to
gotta
debate
show
you.
sources, man.
That's not my point. My point was to
You're
ask
debating right
where
now. You're
are white
having a
folks
discussion.
that are.
So again, I'm gonna ask you the simple question. Where should hold on? Where should any Israelite? Where should any Israelite?
You got to take it to something else.
Where should any Israelite? Why should any Israelite be under the curses if they're living their culture?
We saw
nobody's under a curse to you, man. I'm not talking to you.
Mike, you do know that there are such things as
you don't have the same belief. Right now, you're being real. You're out of order now.
Hey, Mike, are there blessings? Mike, are there blessings?
Like I said, you don't have the same beliefs. I'm not on here to do that debate thing. I could do that.
Okay, cool.
I just wanted to hear.
So you want to come as one check. You want to talk. You want to do the rhetoric thing, yeah? So as an Israelite, is in your belief system, is there any way for you to get under the blessing? Is there any way for you to get under the blessings in your belief?
A lot of other race people, because the first thing they try to go through is intelligence.
Hey, Mike, you're doing a lot of running right now,
fam. Sitting here in my office.
Your track shoes are looking beautiful right now, fam.
Mike, Mike, you do know that there are such things as Jews for
whites
Jesus,
under
right?
curse, man. I don't just whites under curses. It should be easy. I
thought
can
You're asking for sources, and we asked you for one source. And
I
you
don't
talk
want
about you
no
got to
source.
give it.
I want you to show me today.
That's a source.
Right now, people
That's
who
a
deny the
source.
Messiah, why are they not being cursed?
That's a source. That's a source.
How
oppressed are we?
Mike, are you asserting that black people can never be under a blessing?
And the two people who don't descend from slaves probably is the one that got the most thought. That Hebrew Israel and Orthodox born. I'm not even talking to y'all. Of course, you're going to say it because you're not.
Hey, show me your haplogroup, fam.
Wait, what do you think?
Show me your DNA, fam.
You descend from slaves?
100% I do.
Bro,
okay. Well, you're a Muslim, so you know.
That's gonna tell stuff, bro.
I descend from slaves on one side, from people who went through the Inquisition on the other, fam.
All right, that's good for you. Inquisition.
Why is that good? Like, why is being mistreated a good thing in the black community? I don't understand this.
So how do Israelites get under the blessings, fam?
So Israelites, to you, according to y'all beliefs, Deuteronomy 28 is somehow defunct for white people. If not, show me whites under curse.
If you're not going to show me the Messiah, what you're talking about Deuteronomy 28, you can't cite Deuteronomy 28, fam.
Let's ask the main question. Why use Deuteronomy 28 at all? Why use Deuteronomy 28 at all?
So black people ain't under curses right now.
No, why use Deuteronomy 28?
Israelites are under a curse, not black people.
Israelites. Descendants of slaves that came over here on
Israelites.
Okay, what about the kids in Syria? They're persecuted. Hold on, wait. What about the children in Syria? Aren't they not persecuted? What about Afghanistan? Aren't they not persecuted?
Do they know their history and heritage? Did anybody cut them off from their language? Okay, then.
Hold on. Yes, that did happen.
Let's not act like that's the same thing.
That is the same thing because you're bringing up people that are persecuted.
Listen.
There's tons of people that are persecuted,
the worst
brother.
Captivity in history. Were they a part of it?
You should bring up the Barbary slave trade. Bring it up.
And I know about the Barbary slave trade. There's nothing worse than chattel slavery. European event. I could say you want source.
You know what chattel slavery?
You want me to say slavery is, brother? You don't know that?
Saying that the Barbary slavery? You saying that the trans-Saharan slave trade wasn't horrific?
What? I said the transatlantic slave trade is the worst one in history.
What
okay,
so
talking about?
The trans-Saharan was longer.
You can say
longer, and they are brutal. They are brutal to West Africans.
Are you talking about the other way, the Muslim way? Are you talking about going the other way? Because they have had servants that came and been generals in their armies.
They got castrated.
You know West Africans are still being. You know the trans-Saharan slave trade is still going on, right?
Let Mike say what he's saying. I'm trying to hear him. Say that
again. Could even walk down the street as a white man on his own.
Well,
come on,
Jews,
that's the
that's
same
why I was
thing.
bringing out that Jews are being persecuted like that in Europe, and that's why I'm
No,
trying
they
to
ain't.
bring
They
it
got
out
their
the
own
floor.
country. They got their own country, and
Well,
they get billions of dollars from all over the world.
Mike W.
Hell of a
Mike
curse.
W. Mike W. That doesn't change history, right?
Right, it don't change. It don't change.
In the
What
history,
changes is what changes. It doesn't.
it
change
wasn't safe
for
for
me.
them to
If
walk
it don't fit
around
prophecy,
Europe.
I don't give a damn what anything says.
So
If
you don't
it
care
fit
about
prophecy,
history.
The word of God is over that.
Do
It's
we
over
not
with.
have Nigeria? Do we not have
No.
Nigeria and Ghana?
Listen, you
Are
always
the
you
gypsies
always
oppressed
can
in
run
Europe?
to some little small little point. Just find some white people that's under curses like we are. Simple.
Hey, Mike,
Do
are
you know the
the
trans-Saharan? Do you know the trans-Saharan slave trade is still going on?
Right now. You know what I mean?
White
Right
people,
now.
you
hold on,
said-
watch this, Sean. Watch this, Sean. You brought up getting killed, right?
No,
Who
I
gets
brought up
slaved?
under the
Hold on,
curses
Mike
of
W, Mike
Deuteronomy
W, Mike
28.
W. Hold
Don't
on,
try to-
chill.
now.
Who get killed? Who gets slaved by police officers? In
Oh
America?
my God,
No.
man.
You brought that
If
up,
you're
bro.
fucking
You brought it up, man.
60% of the population,
Mike,
then of
Mike.
course
So
you're
you
gonna
already
get-
know
of
who
course
gets
you're
shot
gonna
down.
die more
Hold
than
on, wait.
13%.
Numerically, hold on, stop, Mike. Mike, you brought it up. I heard you say it. Are they getting killed? They getting killed. They getting killed, bro.
Yes, we're not under curse. We got the same situation here
It's
as
in
white
the state.
people. That what
Jews
you
get
telling me?
persecuted in Africa.
That
I don't know what you're
telling
talking
me?
about.
You telling me? Are you trying to make an argument that we're not under the curses of Deuteronomy 28?
No, I'm not
Is that what
making
you're
an
trying to
argument
do?
at all, but I'm just telling you there's
Okay,
nuance to what you're saying, and you're not
I
even
don't want to do
admitting
the
to it.
minutia. I'm not a debater. I'm about truth and facts. It's very simple to hear what I'm talking
So if you
about.
do not
You
truth and
understand
facts,
the
can I
curses
see
of
some
Deuteronomy 8?
sources?
Show me some white
Can I
people
see
like
some
that.
sources?
Show me some white.
If we're under the curses, how
Show
come
me
you're
some-
not
my
a slave
source
right
is the
now?
Bible, Deuteronomy
How
28.
come
Read
you're not a
68
slave right
on
now if
down
we're
to
under the
50.
curses? Are you a slave right now? Are you a slave? Are you a slave?
Yes.
Oh, you're a
I'm in the
slave.
land of my captivity. Yes.
You're not
That
a
doesn't
slave,
make you a
brother.
slave.
Yes, a wage slave.
That
Do
doesn't
pay
make you a
taxes?
slave, bro.
You're not a
You
chattel
You're a free
slave.
man.
You're not in chattel slavery. You may be persecuted against, but you're not a slave in chattel
Okay.
slavery.
Oh,
You might be a
where are
debt
they like
slave.
this at? Where
You
are they
might
like
be a
this?
debt
Where are they the
slave.
bottom? Where is the
You
bottom?
might be a debt slave.
The first
Okay,
shall be
but
last,
you
and
bro,
last
you
shall be
gotta
first.
watch
If
what
you
you're
own the
saying because
bank,
you're like
you're
you're
not
just throwing
elect.
out these terms and you're
If
not
you
and you're
own
not
the banks,
understanding nuance. You're
if you
not.
own the banks,
You're
are
not
you an
understanding nuance.
If you own the banks, are
Do
you
you
under
have a
curse?
house? Do you have
If
food
you
in your
have a
fridge?
nation,
Do you have
if you
clothes
have
on
a
your
whole
back?
nation, are you under
Can you go
curse?
to work?
If you have a
Do
nation,
you
a
get paid?
home,
You're not a
guess
slave,
what
bro.
Israel don't have? A home nation. Do y'all know that? Do you
You got a
understand
house?
that Israel has no home nation?
So
That's
are
one of the reasons.
South Africans Israelites?
You some of this stuff, y'all. I know you know. I understand what you're saying about the DNA, but let's not go off. You got to fit the curses. It doesn't matter what that DNA
All right,
says.
okay, cool.
Before
So
it was
it
DNA,
doesn't matter what that
it was
DNA is.
curses.
It doesn't matter. They literally come out the same.
It doesn't matter
way.
what prophecy, the word of God to you.
Listen what you just said.
Prophecy
It doesn't matter
to you.
that they come out the
They don't
same
have to
coins
fit the
that
curses
I
to you.
come
They
out
can
of.
own banks, have a country, and be the same as us while we getting our ass whipped.
Thank
every
you,
day.
Sound
Well,
Mind.
Mike,
In America, you have
That
more
is
rights and
crazy.
freedoms than anywhere else in the
That
global.
is crazy.
But listen to what Sound Mind just said, Mike. In America, you have more rights and
He's full
freedoms
of
than.
crap. It doesn't matter what he
That's
says.
a
I
fact.
live my life. 51
Bro, you
years
go to
old. He
China
can say
and
whatever he
try to.
wants. I live life as a black man every day.
can I chime in?
There is
I
say
live
whatever the
life
hell
as a
you
black
want.
man
So
too. I
in the
don't think
private,
I'm
in
a
the private, hey Mike,
Oh
Mike,
my
real
God.
quick, Mike, in the private chat,
And I've been
Mike,
in
bro, man.
23 different countries. I was in the Navy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
So
what country you go
out
to?
of here.
Where'd
It's
you go?
whole countries that didn't enslave us, that
Did you ever
don't
go to
look
Europe?
at you the same
What
way.
country
That
Did you
feels
go to
better
Europe?
to walk down the street than
Did
it
you go to
does
Europe?
here. So
Did you go to
stop
Europe?
it, sound mind. Take your ass out the country sometime.
Did you go to Europe?
I've been to Europe.
Oh, okay. So when you were when you're in Europe, did you see the Roma people or the Gypsy people?
No, not particularly. No, not that I know.
Do you know
of.
who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Are they an oppressed people in Europe?
No, not like we are.
Wow.
You
Wow.
don't even know about the
Wow.
Okay. I put the link in the back chat. I got my sources.
I
Where's
don't
yours?
need your link. I already heard about the Gypsy.
I thought you was about truth, bro. How do you fact
I
check
am
truth,
about
man?
truth. I'm
How
about
do you fact check
Israelites.
truth?
I don't care about no damn gypsies. I care about Israel. Israel. And
Hold on,
find out who
hold
they
on,
are.
but the gypsies got historical ties to the Moors and Israelites in Spain, though, fam. What are you talking about?
Man, listen.
Do they or do they
Keep
not?
trying to put white
Do
Israelites
they or
in
do they not, Mike?
Why are they first or last?
Do the gypsies have any ties to the Moors and Israelites in Spain? Yes, no. Yes, no, bro.
I don't know nothing about the Moors in Spain.
You sound like you don't know nothing, period, bro. What you talking about?
I'm saying,
What do
like,
you know? What do you know? What can you prove?
I can prove that we're under the curse of the
Historical and ongoing.
Ain't nobody else is.
Hold on. What was that title? What was that title? Historical and ongoing persecution of Europe's gypsies.
Listen,
They don't look black to
nobody
me
in Europe
either.
persecuted like this with chattel slavery. Let me send you a damn link of how chattel slavery is the worst in the world, and Europe
that guy in the
invented
back
it.
kind of
And Europe
looks.
invented it. You want that source?
Chattel
Huh?
They were
slavery does
enslaved
not
other
prove you're Israel.
Europeans
Do you want
before
it?
they went to
Do
the
you want
coast of Africa, brother.
Do you want it? Do you want it?
White people are in chattel
Bro, if
slavery
you want
too.
to show your
The
source, you
heavyweight
can show your
champ is
source.
a damn gypsy.
If you want to show your source, show your source.
White people are in chattel slavery too.
No.
Yeah.
Where? Show me.
All right.
Show
White
me
people
where
were
the
in chattel
source.
slavery.
You
They
understand what
were.
chattel slavery is? We're not mincing words.
They literally got a term
They
called
made them
white
lose their history,
slavery.
language, culture. Huh? Were they in the realm of that?
Yeshu, can you pull
Were
up
they in the realm of that?
the
But you trying to make the
Slavic
worst
slave
captivity
trade?
in history relatable to some intra-Europe battles. Sorry, it don't work that way.
No,
They
it's
were
not in
athletes.
Europe.
They didn't make them forget who they were.
A slave is a slave.
They
Maybe I need to show
they
him
didn't
what
have a
chattel
lifetime
slavery
of
is.
Slavery
generation
didn't make
after
you forget who you
generation.
were, bro.
There is
The Most High
nobody
made
who
you
has been
forget who you were.
enslaved
The
for
Most High
all
made you forget who you were.
centuries all
Slavery
over the
didn't do
world.
that.
Hold
All over the
on.
world.
Mike W. This is chattel slavery, the enslaving and owning of human beings and their offspring as property, able to be bought, sold, and forced to work without wages. Are you saying this only happened?
You can do whatever you want and say that white people have suffered this.
I'm just trying to ask you a
it's the worst
question,
in
Mike. You're not
history.
even
Go
letting me
ahead.
ask the question.
Go ahead.
Are you
Not
saying
worse than
that
black people.
nobody
That's what I'm
else
saying.
fits this definition? Because you brought out
Not
chattel.
worse than black people. Not the same as American child. Did they name some Europeans where they had to lose their
See,
own
you
heritage?
can't accept
Not
the
we.
truth.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm about to share my screen right
So
now.
what about the Cossacks? Do you know about the Cossacks and what they
Yes,
did
they
to the
our
East?
roots. Yep.
I'm
None
sharing
of them
my
had
screen.
to change and lose their whole damn identity.
Yes, they
None of them had
did. They had to
none
drop
of
their
them was
religion
made
and
to
everything.
forget who they were because the Cossacks know who they are the fucking day. So that
No.
obviously it ain't that.
The Cossacks put Jews into slavery and forced them to drop their
Okay, then it
culture
was
and
us.
integrate.
Then it wasn't no white people. What's
Yeah,
slavery?
they were white.
Let's look it up. Let's look it up and see if they were made to forget their language and everything
Yes,
else. Not just
yes.
their religion. Not just their religion. Let's go. Listen. What year are you saying this happened with the Cossacks?
The Cossacks
Bro, you asking too many questions at one time. You said
No, I
pull up
asked
the
one
source, so
question.
give us
I asked two
nah,
questions, really.
one
I
question
asked-
at a
I
time,
asked
bro.
the one question I
Bro,
want answered, and none
one
of y'all
question
would
at a
do.
time. Let them do what you asked me to do because you still just running off because you're upset.
I don't get it,
Because
bro.
white people is the same.
Share my
as us.
screen,
Bro, you're
Yeshu. Can you share my
upset and you
screen?
need to calm down.
White people is the
Can you
same
share my
as us.
screen, Yeshu?
You
They
need to
suffer
calm
like
down.
we do. They just found a way to get around it for the
Bro,
last
Here
100
it
years.
you need to calm down. You're still talking, and you need to calm down and allow other people to speak.
Here's the Barbary slave trade, and you have
You wanna say something about
European
stuff
Christians.
Bro, allow
European
him to
Christians.
speak.
You have European Christians
Same thing as us,
enslaved
yeah,
by
right.
Muslims, and today many of these groups are Muslim. They would have lost their language, they would have lost their culture. Like a British person, a woman being taken to, let's say, North Africa as a slave, she ain't going to be speaking the Queen's English anymore. She's going to be speaking Arabic. She's going to have mixed Arab babies, and her whole bloodline's going to be pretty much Arab culture.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Like,
She gets the
there's
Jews
tons
there,
of
all that.
examples.
It's just so
I'm
fucking
pretty sure you've
horrible.
seen all these
It's
images
looking
of
like
white.
she was
Why
getting
are
a-
you
looked
talking
like
over
she
the
was
brother?
getting whooped right then.
All right, you know what, yo, because he's not being respectful. Could somebody just get rid of him, please? Because I can't do this no
I'm
more.
not going to push. I'm
You
not going to
asked
push all
you
the
asked for
images.
sources, you're getting them, and
I
you
didn't-
just acting. You just
I said
acting
as
up,
bad as what we got, and nothing he showed me.
bro.
is
Let him
what we
finish.
had. So you're
Let
right.
him
I'm
finish,
done. You ain't gonna
and then
have
you
that.
can say what you have to
You
say.
can read this book. You can read this book, White Slavery, the Barbary States. I mean, it's a fact that a lot of them got enslaved. A lot of these Christian Europeans taken to Muslim countries and had to convert.
There was white
Also-
slavery in the Americas, fam. In the 1800s.
You acting
So,
like
Mike,
these images don't exist.
Mike, it's obvious you don't care, right? You don't care. So what do you want to achieve on the panel? What do you want?
I wanted y'all to tell the truth about that. We had the worst captivity that lines up with prophecy. You bringing up the Barbary slavery and white slavery.
I don't think anyone's
Wasn't our
denying
man's
that. Mike, I don't think
Wasn't
anyone's denying that.
It wasn't like you said. Y'all got it.
I don't think anyone's denying that, Mike. But how many channels do you want to go to and hear the same thing?
Listen, you're showing me stuff that ain't nowhere near as bad.
No, but bro, answer my
That's
question.
all right.
How many channels do you want to go
Answer
to
my
and hear the
question
same thing
already.
over and
It
over
answered my
again?
question already.
We're
There is
talking
no
about other things now. That's what's
non-Messianic.
happening.
That's real
You want to
Jews
come to the
that
channel
don't
and hear
believe
the
in the
same thing that
Messiah.
you hear in every other channel. We're talking about
What
other
channel do
things
I
now.
listen to for you to be saying that?
Pardon?
What channel do I listen to for you to be saying that? Like you're saying,
It's obvious to listen to channels.
What?
It's obvious to listen to channels. Am I lying?
TLTW.
I don't listen to Teo, just like you. Yo, stop with the straw. You guys are crazy, right? Like you accuse
How did you
people
find this
of
channel, by the way?
accuse me of over talking, and then you accuse me of straw man, and then y'all just go right and do the same
All
thing.
right, let's reset, bro. I got a source on the stream. This is the Cambridge World History of Slavery, Volume 3. No, I just want you to bring. Just want this to bring this to your attention, man, because you think that the slavery that happened to other people is a very insignificant thing, and it's not. Right.
It
So
wasn't
I
as
just
good as ours. I'm not saying it wasn't significant. I'm saying it's nowhere on the scale. Scope
All right,
or
bro, but
numbers
you
of us.
keep repeating that, and nobody's arguing that. But if
Well,
you're
then
gonna say
that proves that they're not under curses. Why are they
Bruh,
not now
bruh,
being?
bruh,
So the
bruh,
curses stop for them. It
bruh,
stopped.
bruh.
Okay.
All right, let me bring this out real quick. All right, so this is like I already quoted it, the Cambridge World History of Slavery. It says supplies from the Black Sea appear to have been larger. Muslim Tartar raiders, especially those settled in Crimea and loose vassals to Istanbul, harvested the Christian steppes and forests with ruthless efficiency, sacking Moscow outside the Kremlin walls in 1571. A compilation of partial statistics and patchy estimates indicates that the Crimean Tartars seized a little fewer than 2 million Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles from 1468 to 1694.
Hey, why didn't you just go with World War II? More Europeans died from that. That proves
No. Seized. It says seized here, brother.
Germany
Not killed.
seized Poland. Germany seized Romania. They seized Austria.
This is talking about slaves,
what
brother.
about seized?
They were enslaving people that were Christians, bro. That's what they were doing.
Okay.
I just want you to know that. I'm just bringing that
I
up.
know. Listen, I know other people were enslaved. It's just like every white person you talk to. They'll tell you that. It's always the same. I got you, man. But all I'm saying is everybody didn't go through them curses and they're not the same. If you don't fit the curses, you're not Israel. Not to me. Maybe to y'all. Y'all can go ahead and say non-Messianic white people are not who are
All right,
not
well,
under
then,
curse.
if that's how you feel, then just go ahead, back down. Just go ahead. Have a good day, brother. Shalom.
Yep. Non-Messianic white people do not have to face curses. That's the best Israel to be, I guess.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No problem.
All right, we got brother Kadar Scales in the building. Your microphone muted, brother. I had to mute your mic because you had background noise.
Oh, yeah, I was doing a little moving around. What's going on, brothers?
Shalom, bro.
Shalom. Yeah, brother Kadar. Y'all, I don't know if y'all probably see me. I'm on Salt of the Earth channel. We be bringing that word just like y'all do. But I want to ask you a question. You know, when I had debated, I used to live right near DC, so I ran into a lot of, the Jewish people or whatever, the Jewish, and they would say stuff like, yeah, other people were being in slavery, and just like the sources y'all pulled up, but mostly them, they was in slavery because of war, like what's going on today. And they did used to slave one another, but the brother, I know he probably was getting in his feelings, but he did have a point. They was not scattered through the four corners of the earth like the Bible said, and we were. That's the difference. And as
we understand that. We understand that. That's true.
Yeah. That's
like
different.
Bro came up here and he was just like in his emotions and he wouldn't listen to reason.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not gonna get upset over that. I could care less. But and yes, I see that you can run, I know a little bit about DNA. I don't say I'm a master, but you'll you'll see certain white people that have, one I think I met, it was EV3. They have an E marker, but also when you talk to them, when they be honest about it, when you talk to them, they're like great grandfather was a black man, something like that. It was something. It wasn't like an E marker as coming from European. What I'm saying, and or they had an E mark. I believe in the word too, so I do research, but I believe, like the book of Joshua tells us, that Esau subdued all the part of Europe. So Esau's grandson, I'm sorry, a great grandson. So if that happened, we're gonna see white people having E markers, but
exactly.
But majority is us. And I guess the brother was in his feelings about that. But like I said, slavery, when it comes to us, is totally different. We're not in chattel slavery, but either the Bible is lying, it says that you would be, these curses will be upon you forever. That's what it says. So
yeah. But forever would be objective. Forever just meant until he decided to take you out of it.
Yeah.
Forever
So
supposed to be
the
forever.
the curses are cyclic. They're cyclic. So they happen in cycles. So what enacts the curse? If the people are breaking the commandments, then the Most High put the curses on you.
Right.
The curses
It's like an
happen.
algorithm.
Yeah, the curses
It's an
happen in
algorithm.
Lamentations. They even quoted the curses in the book of Lamentations, right? But then the Most High allowed them to build back up. So obviously it didn't happen for them forever. They were able to build back up. Nehemiah built the wall, and they were able to also build Jerusalem again, right? The second temple. They were able to do all those things, and they were able to flourish. So obviously the curses are not indefinite from the time that the curses were enacted in Deuteronomy 3,000 years ago to now, right?
So they would be perpetual. They would be perpetual, meaning they would happen over and over again. So if you stop sinning, then the algorithm, falls back. And then if you fall back into sin again later on, maybe 2 or 3 or 5 generations later, the algorithm kicks back in. My personal belief is that the Most High don't have to do anything. Once that blood touched everybody, that Moses sprinkled that blood, when everybody said, yes, we go under the covenant, we'll do as he said, automatically, whether you individually, if you're doing something as a man today and you walking in this light, you walking in truth, and then you turn around, you've been doing well for a long time, not sinning, and then you fall into sin. Immediately, the algorithm kicks in, and the curses fall upon you. For me, it's more of an algorithm than he took the situation and goes, okay, I see what you just did. I'm putting you back under the curse. I think it's just automatic.
Well, there's Deuteronomy 28, and then there's Deuteronomy 30. It's like Deuteronomy 28, you see the blessings and the curses, and then Deuteronomy 30, it literally tells you it's gonna happen, that you're gonna be restored, and this is how it's gonna happen. So, we're gonna have to look at it the way it's supposed to be looked at. Like we weren't told these things. We weren't told Deuteronomy 28 without knowing Deuteronomy 30. You know what I mean? Like it's right there. We got both of them together, right there. So we know it's gonna. We know that the curse is gonna happen, and we know the restoration is gonna happen too.
How dare you tell me about the restoration and the blessing, sir? That I'm saying. I can't pimp people based upon I'm saying oppression, based upon that teaching there, sir. You're messing up my my oppression pimping with your literacy, sir.
No, more you got it wrong. Yeah, God's running the oppression Olympics, so we got to be oppressed as possible in order to get redemption.
Yeah, sounds like Democrat stuff.
But look, y'all made a good point.
That was called. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. That was called Orthodox Moors' intellectual smartassness.
Love it, right?
But look, y'all made a good point, and that's why now we're talking about us, the ones that's waking up, getting back to the statute of law commandments. You're right. We're not up under the curse. We're coming out of curses. But what about our people that's still in Christianity and all these other religion and still following Babylon? They got to be up under curses if not keeping the statute of laws and commandments. Correct?
I mean, not really.
Correct.
I've seen a lot of Black Christians living their life pretty well. Nice big houses, family, job. I mean,
I would agree with the brother in that just because you live in a big house doesn't mean, just because you're living in a big house and you're doing well for yourself does not mean that when you get in your car and you drive down the road, you might not be a victim of something serious concerning police or whatever. You're still under the thumb. You're still under the thumb of a nation of people that you live under. Whether you was in Greece, whether you was under Roman captivity, whatever you was in here now, under the captivity we're in now, I believe that, yeah, you know, you're gonna, regardless to how successful you may become, you're still gonna suffer because your son could walk out the house. Y'all could be doing well. Your son can go to school tomorrow and may not make it back home. I don't care how much money you got.
Yeah,
so that's not an issue.
Plummer right here. I guess that's Plummer. He said the Messiah redeemed us from the curses of the law. No, he's talking about the death penalty, because when we broke the law, the Messiah was the one that had to be that sacrifice. Other than that, we would have to die. That's not, he didn't redeem us from the curse. If that's the case, then everything what the Messiah said would happen after he died and resurrected, which should never happen. It shouldn't have been a 70 AD. Shouldn't have been us going in slavery.
Yeah, we put ourselves in that. We put ourselves into that.
Yes,
Hey,
I
Jermaine,
know.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jermaine.
It's part of the curses.
Hey, Jermaine, man, we'd love for you to come up on the panel, bro. We know you follow. You rock with us, man. Come up and speak, bro. You go on the Berean channel, speak. Come holler at us, bro.
But look, brothers, I'm gonna get off here. But I love that DNA. Y'all, Genesis 49. Man, y'all taught me a whole lot about DNA. I like looking at it. Man, y'all be going hard. Orthodox more. You got a unique way of bringing the word. So, but if y'all ever on, y'all see the salt of the earth. So that's what we
drop your link in the chat, bro. Drop your link in the chat.
All right, shalom.
All right,
Shalom,
shalom,
brother.
bro. All praises to the Most High.
See, that's how you have a conversation, man. You allow us to say our points. We allow him to talk. Like, why is that so hard? We don't have to agree on everything, but can we at least have a conversation? Like, damn.
Yeah.
Let me see what else I saw that was interesting in the comments. Let me see. We aren't in slavery. We're not in slavery right now, man. Like because he kept bringing up child slavery. Like, we're not in child slavery right now, bro.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We still
That's why I
under
asked him that.
there's some oppression going on, but we're not in chattel slavery.
Right. It's like when Christ was walking the earth, right? They were under Roman occupation, but they wasn't in no chattel slavery.
Exactly.
Shalom.
Yeah.
Shalom.
Yeah. I'm coming through drive-by time. It's like, no. But man, I just want to tell everybody listening, man. If y'all want to see emotional stuff, yo, please chill, man. We ain't trying to attack nobody. You feel me? We ain't telling you ain't no Israelite, none of that for real. You feel me? Everything we're saying. You feel me? If they gonna give you scriptures to line up, that's a lie too, that we don't know scriptures. That's a lie. You feel me? That's like a little struggle to keep you off of the coming to the channel, trying to learn from brothers and stuff like that. Ain't nothing like that, bro. We're not trying to diss nobody, nothing like that. But we not gonna sit there unless you give false information to the brothers and sisters on YouTube for real. Like, we not gonna do that.
That's a fact, bro.
So like it's all love for real, but don't come on here like like saying we love white women and that we like
I saw
we
that
love white
comment.
people.
We love white women. I saw that comment.
Y'all niggas out y'all mind, man. Y'all out y'all mind, man. Stop playing with us. Don't even play with us like that. You feel me? And what the brother just said that came on from the side of the earth, you feel me? He was talking about like how a white person would have, a E marker for real, and you go back, they got a black ancestor. Duh, that's what we trying to tell. That's what we trying to tell y'all. This brother just came on. This brother just came on.
Exactly.
God damn, you hear me? It's like, bro, it's possible. Like, I just clearly just showed Yashu, my white European Jewish grandmother. What the hell? Years later down the line, look at me, running the streets and all that, brown skin, bro. Like, what the hell? Like, it's not like y'all. It's crazy, man. Y'all is crazy. Y'all racist. I don't give a hell what nobody say. Y'all goddamn racist. I don't care.
That's true though. That's
y'all
true.
racist. I'm flat out. Anybody say they not right, you lying. Because whenever that word white come up, y'all face look crazy.
You got white ancestors, and your face looking crazy, and you directly descend from somebody European.
It's nonsense, yo. And this is another thing. we all know the whole earth, was melanated at one time for real. You feel me? You tell somebody that the first Europeans is black, they be like, what the heck? Like, y'all stupid. Shut up. Shut up. Y'all just be saying
First
anything. Y'all,
Scandinavians were
y'all try to go to scriptures, you feel me, and only use that for real. You feel me? Really, y'all scared of the truth because y'all really black supremacists. That's what y'all is. That's what y'all is.
That ain't in the Bible either.
These people was the type of people that didn't want to be a part of the conscious community for real, and had some type of little faith a little bit. You feel me? And then hear somebody on the corner, the camp guys tell them like, yeah, you're black, you're an Israelite. You feel me? Like, that's y'all. I ain't like that. That's not how I came to knowledge of that. That's not. You feel me? That's y'all. You feel me? Y'all are black supremacists. That's y'all is. You feel me? That's all they is for real. I don't care, man. Look, my mouth ruthless, man. I don't care, man. Y'all niggas racist, man.
Hey,
flat out.
The KKK already came out and said that the Black Hebrew Israelites was the black version of them. They really said that.
Yeah, they come on, man. Like, keep it a buck. Like,
we ain't hanging. We ain't hang near nobody. We ain't hang near nobody. But we want to be like them.
Hey, bro, look,
they're talking about their talking points, the way they talk.
Hey, bro, listen to this story. Yo. I was locked up one time, right? Yeah, man, I'm locked up. I used to go to different Bible studies for real, this past time for real. Yeah, man, the Israelite brothers coming. I think they what they call ISUPK or something like that. They coming in, right? Yeah, man. So I'm like, I was doing Bible study with them. So I ended up next time they came in, I took one of my homeboys in there with me. And guess what? My homeboy was a white boy. So boom, I took him to Bible study with me for real. They looking at him for real. I was like, yeah, it's my friend. And they look at him like, oh, this your friend? And I gave him that for real. And he tried to get him that for real. They said, So they start hitting with the Esau and they scream. My homeboy sitting there about to cry. Man, y'all niggas racist, man.
They abusing him. It was abusing him.
Yeah, they was, man, them niggas, man, y'all niggas racist, man. I ain't trying to hit none of that. All y'all for real that support that nonsense, y'all racist for real. That tail stuff racist. I don't care what nobody say. You feel me? Y'all soft. It's baby doo-doo. Flat out.
See Garth's comments, by the way, you shoot.
Oh, Jermaine said shalom, bro.
Shalom, brother. Shalom, everybody. Shalom.
Man.
Glad to see you here, bro. Glad to see you jump on the panel and talk to us.
Yeah, man. I've been watching for a while. I ain't never really said nothing, maybe a couple times. But I've been watching y'all for about a year now. Real talk.
God.
So,
yeah,
and
I know. I
appreciate
see you down in the comments every once in a while. You know, you don't say too much, but I know you there. I know you be watching.
Yeah, and I appreciate what y'all doing, man, because it really helped me out. You know, when I first came into this walk, I wasn't on the racist stuff. And, you know, I didn't even know about a Black Hebrew Israelite. Real talk. When I first came to this, years and years ago, there wasn't nobody on no corner I saw talking about it. You know what I mean? And I was fellowshipping with my white brothers and sisters and black brothers and sisters and everything. You know what I mean? And I don't know what happened, man. I don't know if it was, you know, the last few years, all the police killings, whatever happened, I started getting on that militant side. Then I started listening to these brothers that's talking about that, you know what I mean? And I kind of fell off into that for a second. And I want to accredit you brothers as being, you know, you part of the reason why I came, not just y'all, but, you know, y'all was part of the reason why I came up out of that type of thinking for real.
But it's not hard for us to fall into that thinking, Jermaine, especially, you know, because we get in our flesh about our people when things happen on the street. We see things constantly happen in our lifetime. You live to be a certain age and you keep seeing it constant happening over and over again. It's easy to fall into that, you know. So I respect that. I respect you being truthful about that.
Yeah, and I just want to, you know, that's what I wanted to come here and say. I appreciate it. I think I put it in the chat the other day, but I really do appreciate it, you know, because I for a long time, I didn't even do nothing with my DNA. And so I did it I did it here a few months ago. It's been probably about 5-6 months ago. I did it, and you know, I'm the EP 252.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my haplogroup. That's actually mine.
Yeah, and
yes,
yeah, and I went and watched it. I went and watched the video too more, and yeah, I went and watched that too. And so you know, and then I'm looking at my family. You know, my great grandmother, she could have passed for white.
Same with me.
My great grandfather, I had a great grandfather could have passed for white. I got an uncle. My last name is Howell. He started calling himself Hoel, and he was passing for white. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a little more brown than all them. You know, all their kids, all their children are more brown than them, except for my one uncle. But you know, and that had to make me start thinking. And I'm looking, and I'm thinking about. I got a cousin. I think I said this on Maria's show too. I got a cousin. Her mom is black, and her dad is black. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Her mom is black, and her dad is black. And then she married a white guy, right? And then she had a baby. And then the baby married a white girl, and now they got a blonde hair, look like straight Caucasian baby. You know what I mean? So it only takes a couple generations to change the whole color scheme. And we keep thinking about color, and that is the trap that we're in, you know. That's the trap that we're in, because that's how they build America. They build America on color, on race, and that's where we at. And it's hard for people to get out of that paradigm, you know?
Exactly. I'm glad you came out of it though, bro.
Yeah. I'm glad I came out of it too, because even when you look at the Pauline letters, when you look at Galatians, well, let's say Ephesians, when he's talking about breaking down the middle wall partition, that all has to do with racism. Them Israelites back in the day, they was discriminating against the Gentiles, and they was racist towards them. That's what was going on. That's why Peter, you know, he said, hey, it's unlawful for a Jew to sit down with a Gentile, you know, and what law is that in? That's not in the Torah. That's not in the Torah. So that's got to be in Jewish law and their oral traditions that they were teaching, and that all them people were the Pharisaical law, rabbinic law, and they were following it. And that's what the problem that's what the problem was with them. They was being racist.
Everybody want to be white.
Yeah, they putting up that's what we got. They put up the middle wall partition back then. Paul talked about it in Ephesians, and that's what's going on now. Brothers, they finding out who they are, and they trying to put that wall back up. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with y'all because y'all white. I don't want to deal with y'all because y'all, you know, and that they did the same to us and so forth and so on. And it's just here. It's just, you know, of course, United States spread it across the world, but it started out here.
Man, somebody said everybody want to be white. Man, get up here, chump. Don't get talking all that stuff, boy. Hey,
Put the
crazy.
link down below.
I got a question. This is my question, right? So everybody that came out the slave ship, all the men was all the men that was Israelites. And I'm asking the black supremacists. All the Israelite men, all the men was Israelite men, and all the women was African, or they both was Israelite, the men and the women. Like it was. So y'all basically saying no Israelite women was married to no African indigenous African men. That's what y'all believe?
93 is an Israelite.
I knew you gonna bring him up.
Like, these niggas is crazy. Like, yo, do people think like is they only thinking like, hey, only the Israelite men were marrying, you know, African women? You feel me? They not thinking about the African women the Israelite women marrying African men, because that's all through scriptures too.
That's true.
They weren't
y'all
thinking
silly.
at all, bro. They're not
Y'all
thinking
silly.
at all.
Y'all stupid. Y'all silly. Y'all stupid, man.
I can't get mad at them too hard because they getting it from these people on YouTube that's feeding them that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be trying to attack them. I be trying to go like tail, like I be going at tail them, like They the ones spreading this information, making our people think this way, you know?
Ramon Yahoo, real quick, to your point, that's the only way the EU 290 could have got to Spain. And you know what I'm saying? Like the one I like to cling to when they're talking about like the whole like the Sephardic Jews went to West Africa, South America, all type of stuff, right? They have two types of E markers there, right? Or the E1B1A markers, right? One of them is EU 290, right? Or 290. Which one? EU 290 or 291? Which one is it? You shoot? I always get that one messed up.
I think it's U290.
Yeah. So like what Ramon Yahoo saying is right on point, because like so that E marker doesn't originate in the East, right? We can see that one in West Africa. Like I can show you E1B1A that's in East Africa that can come over, etc. Whatnot, but not that one, right? So how did that one get amongst the Israelite people? How are you claiming that one if you're not talking about Israelite women mixed with African men?
Right. Like, come on, man. Like, y'all don't use your brain, man. Like, this stuff is pure like propaganda and conspiracy, man. Like, it's garbage. I be laughing at y'all. Y'all special. Y'all special. I mean, like, bro, I taught real talk, yo. I learned how to read and stuff from reading the Bible, being locked up for real, really doing, being out here acting crazy. And I be smarter than y'all. That's crazy. That's crazy. And tell me shut up. Nah, you come up here and drop some knowledge, champ.
Let me put the link back in the chat.
Everybody be hiding down there. Everybody hiding down there for real. Come up here.
Typing real loud.
Yeah, typing real loud. You feel me? Come on down. Yeah, like, come on, man.
Can I say one thing, and I want to jump off? I just wanted to get up here and give y'all props, man. I appreciate y'all, and I'm still listening. And I've joined your little Facebook page and all that, and I really appreciate it. But I wanted to say something. I've been put in the chat earlier that Messiah delivers us, redeems us from the curse of the law, and I think that's Galatians chapter 3. I can't remember what verse it is. It says that he delivers us from the curse of the law. And so we think about the curses being on us as a people. And I think that's a disservice for that to always be preached so heavy, because now we can't break free from that mindset. Curses. But it said the Messiah delivers us. He redeems us from the curse of the law. So it's about believing in him, because he came to fulfill the law, plerou, which means to teach it in its fullest capacity, to teach it overflowing. So he came to teach us how to do the thing correctly, so we won't have to be under no curses. So I just want to drop that with the brother that, if he's still listening, that was on there. That's how I see that. And I appreciate y'all. Thank you for inviting me on too. And I'm just going to sit back and listen to y'all, because I really can't touch y'all on that D. I can't even conversate about it. Real talk to DNA and all that. I can't do it, but I appreciate it.
No problem, brother. Anytime, brother. Shalom.
Shalom, family. Yeah.
Shalom.
Yeah.
It's a two-way street to this thing when it come down to what we're talking about. You got to understand, because Yeshua came, it put us in a better place than being just cursed. But in the same breath, the curses and the blessings still apply, because of the simple fact, if we in disobedience, period, if we in disobedience, we're not blessed. Okay, let's just be honest, right? If we're not doing what YASHAR set as an example for us, how can we be? And the example that he said, he kept the law. So if you understand what to keep, which is where a lot of us is lacking, this is why we still having these back and forth discussions about this topic of the law being done away with. It's not that, fam. Remember what we're being judged by, right? We're being judged by the law. And if we don't pass that judgment, right, our names is not found in the book of life. Right. So let's just put it together, make sense of what it is that we're dealing with, because everybody that's really touching on it, people are sticking to one point when it's not just one point. Are you?
I want to say for real, this for real, man. I work in like a welding shop for real. You feel me? And you know, like I work with a bunch of like racist people, yo. Yeah, you know I mean, the brothers in here, the black brothers in here, man, they good people for real, man. They encourage me and all, like, you feel me? You know I mean, the white people be, you know, trying low key, like trying shit on me for real. You feel me? You know I mean, but I don't hate them, bro. I don't. You feel me? Like, I don't. You feel me? I just know if you actually utter some racist stuff to me, I'm gonna smack you. You feel me? That's just what it is. But I'm not like I don't have no like yo Torah don't teach you no hate like that, yo. Like that's what I'm confused about for real. Like y'all reading Torah? Y'all reading
They got their
Torah?
own oral Torah,
Hey, bro,
Teo and
like,
them.
man, y'all reading Torah, but y'all literally hate people because of their skin color? Get the hell out of here, man. Ain't no Israelite, man. Cut it out. That's all I gotta say.
And
That's
also
why, man.
they're going against like precepts, man. Like if you look at First Chronicles 2, you got that story about what's his name? Shishan or something like that. And he had an Egyptian servant, manservant, and all he had was daughters. And so he gave his daughter to his servant. And that Egyptian servant, he had a lineage that lasted in Israel.
Like 12, 14 generations, they listed him out.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, our ancestors obviously didn't see things the way we're seeing them now. You know, we're the ones who obviously have this problem now.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that statement right there? They'll say, like, it's the allegation has been levied toward us all day that y'all don't believe the Bible. Then the Bible, you know, doesn't mean anything to y'all. But what doesn't the Bible tell you to love the stranger? I don't understand. What are y'all talking about? Like, what y'all teaching ain't in the Bible. Moses don't know nothing about that. You understand that these concepts are foreign to the people that wrote the Bible, to our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? You don't know nothing about no, you know what I'm saying? Oh, judge a brother based on how he looked, skin color, and all that. Like, he don't know nothing like that. That was introduced to us in slavery. That was introduced to us in colonial America. And it's a hard pill for some of y'all to swallow. You understand? But you want to come to us and say, oh, you guys don't believe the Bible. All right.
You know, I got a question for my brothers, man. Especially my brothers that's teaching, right? When it comes down to your classes, if a heathen, any other nation outside of YASHAR-YA'OH, right? And that's not a negative word towards, unless you looking at it from a Western mindset. It's just talking about the other different nations. So if the different nations walk into the teaching, right, do you allow them to sit in and listen? Because remember, just like Yeshua just said, we allow strangers in the land, right? We allow foreigners in the land as long as they abided by our laws and our rules. Right? We had no issues with them being there. Of course, they couldn't take on office. They couldn't run anything in our land because it's our land, right? That was a part of the laws and the rules. We got that. But what I'm asking is, did we turn them away from them hearing and listening to the laws and the words that the Most High was giving us? That's a question for y'all.
You remember, I just want to say something quickly. You remember in YASHAR-YA'OH, Solomon's benediction of the temple, and he's praying, like, you know, he's going into depth about, yes, when your people have sinned and they turn and pray towards this temple, hear them, forgive them, etc. He's saying all these things. Remember, there's that note he makes, and he says, and when the stranger who's heard of your name, because your name is like, because basically everyone's going to hear about your name, when he turns and prays towards this, your temple, hear him, like I'm paraphrasing, but basically he says so that your name can spread even further, so that people know that you the Almighty, the highest one, you are the Elohim of YASHAR-YA'OH. So again, that's a king. You know what I'm saying? That's a king who's already factoring in the fact that strangers, people who are not of the bloodline, are going to hear and turn towards the Elohim of YASHAR-YA'OH. So to me, it just seems, like I said again, it just seems like we're the ones who have this problem currently because of all the things that have happened.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, fam.
Shalom.
Who's that?
This is Malek. I was on with y'all brothers last night on the couple nights in a row there.
Akbalak?
No,
Malek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I was over on the other clubhouse with y'all, but I was telling the brothers the other day, this thing about the One West, and I think that's part of the problem. It's good in a way because they do be out there waking brothers up. But there's also this assumption, and it's kind of comical to me when I hear it, that everybody came that's in the Hebraic movement, just like the brother that was on, that sound like he's from Baltimore or something. It's like, or Philly, like not everybody came to this walk through that same process. And so I think because I was raised like this, and so I'm from Detroit, and I was surrounded by Sephardic Jews. I got older, moved to Washington State, stayed in the faith, and went to college. And I've had a lot of support from Ashkenazi, Sephardic Jews still connected to the community. They never asked me for a thing, trained me in whatever I wanted to know, whether it was the Hebrew or anything. And I'm Messianic. They never gave me no drama, right? I have a couple of businesses. They always support me, anything that I need help with. And, I think that sometimes people sit in these echo chambers and they think they know what people think about them, and they haven't even really approached them in any real sincere way to know what they actually think, And on the other side, I try to have empathy for our people because there's a lot of truth, there's a lot of hurt. There's a reality that our people have been persecuted for so many years that when you hear something that it's almost like what Isaiah said on the positive, though, like having seen, you have not seen, having heard, you have not heard, because when you look at the Obadiah Alliance, and like the brother pulled it up earlier, you see that, because one of the brothers looks like us, right? They assume that's what everybody looks like, but he's the only one that looks like that, right? And they all supported that. You read the declaration, and I was telling the brothers yesterday, I reached out to the rabbis when they first did the declaration, and they sent me a copy of the full declaration. And you look at all those rabbis that are listed there. Like, I ain't seen pictures of everybody, but the vast majority of them that you can see the pictures, they're what we would call white people, and they're in support, right? The chief rabbis in support, what you would call a white person. So I think we're looking right at a document where somebody's saying, we believe your report, and not understanding the implications of what that declaration means. This is going to lead to Aliyah for Hebrews, right? And it's a beautiful thing. And the brothers are going to have to really let go of a lot of these social constructs, because we're going to need to be able to walk in peace with each other no matter what color we are. And but I also understand that our people have been hurt for so long that it's hard to see that, because that's what brother was trying to get through him on Deuteronomy 28. Did you read the first 14 verses? If you keep the commandments, then this will happen. And because we're returning, then Yah is responding on our behalf. And so they're not just saying, hey, this is our land. No, there are rabbis, there are people, there are scientists, anthropologists, lawyers coming to the table and saying, no, these are also our people, and embracing us. And we need to be prepared and approaching that. It's not going to happen overnight, but that's the power of that court ruling, you know, and it's a fulfillment of prophecy. But I think so many people have been in these camps for so long, they think, you know, like I ain't knocking nobody, but you know, they think spaceships are coming to come get us. Many of these things happen through actual processes. I say that when we ask Yah for something, he generally sends a man, right? And this comes down to some of the most basic understanding of Hebrew. That an angel, Moshe was considered an malach as well, right? An angel, a messenger, right? It could be an actual angel from heaven, but he also sends his messengers. And so we're actively involved and used as his hand on this planet. And I think that some of the practical things are missed as a result. And we end up with that same old great by and by. You just, you know, be a good slave, and, you know, great by and by, you'll go to heaven. We can be blessed right now. And I'm very blessed, but I failed in the past, but when I'm on my stuff and doing it right, I'm very, very blessed. I'm at my office at the biggest mall in Washington. I'm a computer programmer. I'm sitting in my office. It's hard for me to sit here and say that I am personally cursed. And the people that I see keeping the commandments, blessings flow into their lives. And so I think that, but I get it, because when I see, you know, Tamir Rice or something, man, it does something to me. Like, you know, so I think we have to be compassionate at the same time. And I love that y'all willing to have the discord with the brothers, because they deserve it. They need it. And they're going to think about it. You know, they may not want to be humble online, but they're going to think about it. So I just commend the brothers, and I'm happy to find like-minded individuals that are either self-educating, utilizing the proper research methodology, or going to college. I'm a college graduate. I was a TA in anthropology. I wrote ethnographic studies and the whole nine. So we talking about peer-reviewed articles. Like, I get that. Like, so that when I have to also understand that there are people who don't understand what that means. They don't understand that that is a validating process, that you're just not reading something that you just made up or you typed on a screen like some of these brothers be doing. You actually are reading something that has been peer-reviewed, that has the proper research methodology, and they come to conclusions, and then still have enough humility to say, this is not exhaustive, all right? It's not complete. So I just wanted to join in the conversation and say shalom, like the other brother. I've been sitting back watching for a while, but I like the flavor, man, and it's a blessing to be involved, and thought I'd get on and give my 2 cents, man. Shalom.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom, shalom. Yashar, I would say we would not turn that stranger away from teaching. That's what I would say in response to what you were saying earlier, brother. If you're still there, I don't even know if is Yashar there?
Yeah, I'm still here, and that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Like I've been my maturation allowed me to come to that conclusion. Because again, I see my ancestors, you know what I mean, doing that, you know, allowing the strangers, allowing the foreigners to come live amongst. But again, we don't have to allow them to be teachers amongst us, but they need to be teachers in their own homes so that they can teach their children how to get it and how to do it right. Right. This way they can live amongst us, right, and do things accordingly and not according to their ancestors. Right. So it just makes sense, man. That's why I thought I'd just propose the question for those that's listening, so that, you know, maybe you can deal with the Most High on that. You know, if it's really important to you, right? If you're really trying to walk righteous, be that upright man, right, in front of the Most High and in front of man. So that should be all of our goal, to be honest, right? But
that's a fact, brother. That's a fact. That's why I said I find it odd the people that say that we don't believe in the Bible, like they skip over stuff like that, like what Moore bringing up 1 Kings 8:41 through 43. Like, it's clear, like we didn't have this, this what's the word I'm looking for, man? Like, where everything is black and white, pretty much. Like, oh, we only messing with the black folks. We ain't dealing with no white. Like, I don't see that in the Bible, bro. I don't see it. Matter of fact, that concept is foreign to them. They don't even know what that. If you went back in time and tried to convey that to them or say that to them, they wouldn't understand what you're
They
talking
look
about.
at you like you crazy. They
Yeah,
look at you like you
what
crazy, man. They probably stone you, man.
It's just crazy, bro. All right, let's get back into this video. Try to finish this video. Hopefully we can. Hopefully we can get through the rest of this joint here.
Portuguese Jews and cathedral synagogue. So I have this here because as the second video we showed from the Sephardic Jew brother, if you notice in the title, was concerning Amsterdam, right? So he was I think he was burying his people in Amsterdam. There were in Amsterdam at the beginning 3 different synagogues, not always friendly disposed toward each other. First, Beth Yaakov, established in 1597, then Neve Shalom, established in 1608, and the third synagogue, Beth Israel, established in 1618. It was only through the influence of the Haham Joseph Pardo, assisted by the other Hahamim, that the 3 synagogues were united into one in 1639. The Eskimo, or the rules of the United Synagogue, numbering 42 paragraphs, were promulgated in 1638. In 1639, 15 more paragraphs were added when the fusion took place, and then they built the old United Synagogue. So you have a whole community of Jews in Amsterdam, but as you saw in the previous quotes that we had, they mentioned that the Jews in Amsterdam were black and given to lusting after women, basically, is what they were saying, right? And that was the ones in Amsterdam.
Thank you, Brother Robert, for the gift.
Yeah, so we see laying the foundation. Who was in Amsterdam were black people. Who were in Spain and Portugal? The Portuguese Jews were what? Always black, right? So now we're going to get into the our discovery.
Man, these people have a million ads,
forecasting
bro.
real-world behavior. Neo4j's new.
I feel like we've been in 24 minutes and we've probably
so
seen like
just give me a
7
second.
ads.
All about that guap.
They getting paid, man.
Y'all ain't even halfway through the video. It's been a 5-hour video. Oh, we done got to the spot. There we go.
Okay, so
oh my God.
On mytrueancestry.com, we loaded our DNA. And let me explain to you what this site does. So let's read what we do. Our mission is to help you take your DNA results a step further. Discover your ancient relatives by comparing yourself to thousands of ancient samples from real archaeological sites. Our simple and secure service puts 10,000 years of history and over 85 ancient civilizations from around the world at your fingertips. So this site is unique compared to many other DNA sites in that it
quick
compares.
Question, Minister Teotw. So in the past, everyone has been comparing themselves to people who were either living today or at some time in the recent time frame, modern time, and they were comparing their haplogroups and all this stuff, right? But the difference here is that they're comparing this to ancient DNA that they physically dug up. That is ancient people living where? In Spain and Portugal. Is that correct?
Correct. Right. So yeah, a lot of people are theorizing based on haplogroups. Oh, we may belong to this group. This group migrated this way. And so some errors would occur when we if they attempted to. I lost my thought there. Anyway, ask that question again. I'm sorry, I lost my thought here.
Yeah, I was saying that the archaeological digs is what the difference is, because in the past they were comparing to modern people, right? And so like let's say in South Africa, they would take like 4 people and take a sample, and then they say that's haplogroup whatever, right? As opposed to, you know, having, you know, someone historically validated. So we know the history. We had the history first before we got into the DNA. And
yeah, and that was where I was going. I thank you, because I was going to mention the coenine example where they try to compare the limber to coenine. And right, the coenine gene is a bad example because it doesn't tie you to ancient DNA. It ties you to a group of people in Europe who claim to be descendants of Levites, right? And so that's not a fair comparison. Hold on one second.
I stepped away for a sec. You wanted me to do something, Mr. Teotw?
Yo, do they always do
I
this?
just had to tone it down in here.
Hey, real quick.
The
I want to point out that they didn't say that the Kohinomoto haplotype concept was bunked because it was based off of haplogroups, right? They just say it was bunked because it was based off a European haplogroup.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going against haplogroups; they're just going against the European haplogroup.
But they got a European haplogroup, so it's like, it's like double-edged sword there. Come on, man.
G-Unit.
Comparison, because it didn't compare you to known archaeological discoveries, right? And so what this site does is compare you to known archaeological discoveries. So let's say you know, the Egyptian king, you know, you can compare your DNA to his DNA, and they use autosomal comparisons, or at least the methodologies that they use to look at the chromosome mutations. They will do an STR profile, right?
This dude don't know what the hell he's talking about compared to the Egyptian king. The reason why we trace back to Ramesses III is because a lot of us are E markers, or E1B1A, and Ramesses III is E1B1A. It has nothing to do with the autosomes. We don't have the same autosomal admixture as Ramesses III.
Right, and you can, on the Y chromosome, and you can actually do a paternal comparison. So, you know, some of these guys say, well, you can't use autosomal methodology to look at paternal haplogroups, but you can, because as long as you have the sample, you can sample anything. As long as you have the Y chromosome, you can sample anything.
Big dummy. That just showed you that person didn't know what he was talking about.
That was a damn lie. You can't use autosomes. You just said you got to use the Y DNA. You just use the Y DNA. Autosomal admixture means nothing. E1B1A in Ramesses III is E1B1A. That's how we know we're related to him. Not because of his autosomal admixture. He probably had a high Levantine Eurasian admixture that we don't have. You understand? Like, you guys are silly as hell.
About
that Catholic boy.
Yeah.
But so, you know, there's many mistakes there because autosomal is available as long as you have samples, right? There's no limitation as long as you have quality samples. All right. So let's get into what we discovered. So
you're gonna do the FAQ, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the FAQ first. Yeah. So we're gonna go and look at the FAQ. What is ancient DNA? Samples are retrieved from archaeological digs, e.g. a tooth from human remains, and the DNA is scanned in a complex process aligning the data with the human genome. Samples which are of high quality can then be processed as ancient DNA samples, right? So if you have good samples, you can compare yourself to anything, no matter how far back in the past that those discoveries are, right? You just need quality samples. So in many cases, some samples are preserved well because they're in cool, cold caves in the dirt or in ice, and they're well preserved. So if you have those good samples, you can do a comparison, right? And so you can see whether or not you actually related to that person or not. You don't have to rely on just haplogroup, right? So where does my true ancestry get its sample?
Where did he read anything in this sentence where it said you don't rely on haplogroups? Nothing in this said anything about not relying on haplogroups. These ancient DNA samples, that what they're pulling from is the Y-DNA and the mtDNA. You're not going to match the autosomal DNA of like Natufians. You're just not going to. They're not even largely sub-Saharan African, but they are E markers. This is what I'm talking about. This is disinformation.
How can there be thousands of samples? Raw samples are available to the public on online academic databases in raw format. Many ancient samples are of poor quality, but using advanced techniques, it is possible to pull valuable information which can be used for comparisons. How can my true ancestry determine my ancient origin? By combining the latest archaeogenetic techniques with powerful admixture algorithms and cloud computing, my true ancestry can accurately compare anyone with a wide variety of ancient DNA samples via data triangulation and clustering. One can be categorized and compared with ancestors separated by thousands of years. So there's no problem comparing yourself to Ramses III, for example, right? So, Minister Jacoby, you want to add anything?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to go to the next tab and we're going to show you some of the results from our DNA when we loaded our DNA to this site. So if you do have your DNA from a company that provides you the raw files, you can load it at this site and see what your results are.
Yeah, and we went through this with Brother Rawls. We got together with him. We did his as well. And guess what? He showed up as well. I'm just saying, they say a lot of us wasn't on the boat. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Right. So, but the thing is, what you notice is how large the conspiracy is, right? Because once we start putting the pieces together, it took a coordinated effort, Psalm 83. It took a coordinated effort to oppress the information and suppress our people. All right. So right now, you know, almost every nation is involved in hiding who we are. And the fact that we're waking up without their help is concerning to them. All right. So this is why you have the global lockdown. All right. So our closest ancient population, Yoruba, right? A Nigerian nation, and Al-Andalus, right? Which is part of the image in our logo. And as I had mentioned here, Al-Andalus was the Muslim root area, see here, of the Iberian Peninsula. So it's the area that was involved in the Spanish Inquisition, right? So it's going somewhere, it's lining up with the history we discovered. So the history came first. It just so happens our DNA is reaffirming these things, right?
Wop, wop, wop.
Quick question, Minister Tate.
Yeah.
Brother Rawls want to show his results. Okay, to
yeah, bring him in, and when I'm finished with what I'm doing, he can show his. That would be awesome.
All right, Brother Rawls, I'm gonna send you the link through Facebook.
Okay, so you can see here at the bottom our comparison. Now this can be a little different from everyone else's, but usually it's very similar in the ballpark, right? So we have Yoruba, Al-Andalus. Al-Andalus is that Iberian Peninsula area, right? Yoruba and Moor, Khoisan, Al-Andalus, Khoisan, Moor, Bantu, Yoruba. Now, so for our enemies, they'll say, well, Khoisan are Hamites, and so therefore you're a Hamite and you're tied to Al-Andalus. But as we know about the Bantu migration, we came in and took over areas that were led by the Khoisan.
I don't remember haplogroup G, a part of the Bantu. Does anybody know about the haplogroup G being a part of the Bantu migration? Can anybody fill me in on that?
No, I can't. But I know they're talking about their autosomal, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying like they just said they're a part of the Bond 2 expansion.
That's because G came out of V, isn't it? That's why.
That's probably what they're thinking, man. Oh man, this is bad.
Right. So this is how you see this combination.
Said we need to
our
speed it
top
up.
level, our top.
Hey, do y'all agree? Should we speed this video up? 1.5 speed. Philo Man said they take too damn long. Speed it up. Let me see. I don't even know how to speed it up. Hey, Mark.
Playback speed versus normal.
Oh, I say there it is. Okay, cool. 1.5. All right, let's see how that sounds.
Top level distance is Yoruba and Al-Andalus, which is Spain and Portugal. So let's put it this way. You are Nigerian Negroes who have genetic ties to Spain and Portugal. Well, why is that? Right. Your secondary match is Yoruba and Moors. Now, if you go back and watch our Moor video, you'll find out that many Moors were Israelites who converted to Islam. Right. So that will break that down for you. So next would be our closest genetic modern population. So our results here now in our modern comparison of their samples, our number one match is what a surprise, Limba. So that Catholic boy was wondering if we'd match up to Limba in our first match, right? But we do. See, our number one match is Limba, Bantu, Biaka, Pygmy. You see all of these same results in Jed match, right? Same thing, right? So you can see this PNA analysis. It's going to look similar to Jed match, right? You see Ethiopian Jew, Moroccan, Egyptian. Oh, I thought y'all were a bunch of Negroes from West Africa that had no history, right? Limba, Bantu, right? So this is our connection, Jordan. So, well, the color ones is the ones we actually match, but this is the range they looked at. And so you can see Ethiopian Jew, Ethiopian, Biaki, Pygmy, Bantu, Limba, right? The blue. All right. So now here's something interesting, right? So your full Y-DNA breakdown. Now this is interesting. So what this is really showing you here is that our genetic match, right? Our Y-DNA breakdown, basically you're looking at the chromosome loci, the loci is on the chromosome, and saying, how do you match, which group do you match the closest to, right? So even though we are G2A4, right? Everybody like to harp on that, but even though we G2A4 now, our G2A4, our genetic makeup matches mostly E1B, right? So I don't understand.
So they understand it. They explain it correctly more. Their genetic makeup matches people with E1B because they got a lot of African ancestry because their father married an African woman, and then those children most likely married more African women and had children.
Can I ask you a simple genetics question? Because I defer to you, fam. Do women have Y-DNA?
No, they don't.
Appreciate that.
Where are they going with this? I don't remember this part. Let's see where they're going with this.
Well, hold on. Before you go any further, I think where they're going with this is what they always do. They're trying to say that, like, you can't go by haplogroups because you can have more than one, haplogroups are not solid. Like,
but
they're showing their autosomal, which this is all autosomal, and it's saying like these particular alleles or what, your DNA is associated, your autosomal can be associated with these people because, it looks or it's familiar looking or similar, to these people, but that's not your Y chromosome.
Thank you.
This is why I like Sean, right? Because Sean be trying to give people the benefit of the doubt like he's a boo, right? A boo don't want to be attacking nobody. He's like, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I think you're doing it like this and not this other way. Nah, fam. What they're trying to do is a sleight of hand, right? We're G, but we're really E, fam. We're G, but we're really E, fam. See that? We're mostly E, fam. I got all the people thinking you can be multiple different haplogroups on your DNA. Fam, that's not how it works.
Right. No, I agree with you 100%. It does not work like that. You only have one Y chromosome, and they're trying to muddy the waters and say, look, all of these haplogroups, these are Y chromosome, and they're saying we match them.
But we need to slow this all the way down, right? So we're looking at 100% of somebody's DNA, right? And that joint says 34.9% E1B, right? I see a whole bunch of R1, I see a whole bunch of Q, I see a whole bunch of G, I see a whole bunch of R1B, etc., right? This is what I'm saying by the whole sleight of hand. So, like, if you add all this up, are they more E1B or more other stuff than E1B?
Oh, they're definitely QR. That's 23.
We should probably park here for a second for the people, not even them, just for the people, just to let them know what it is.
34, 38. Damn.
You feel me?
Yeah, they're about 40% non-E or some shit. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, good, bruh.
Let me look at this. Hold on. What's that? What's that at the bottom? B2, 1.2. Yeah, you about 40. So you're in the ballpark of 40%.
So they're more non-E than they are E, is what you're telling me, Phil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate that.
Are y'all okay with this 1.5 speed? Can y'all hear it?
Oh, yeah, I hear it perfect. I listen to everything on 2.0. You know what I'm saying? So 1.5 is just fine.
Okay, gotcha.
You sped it up on purpose, trying to get through it, right?
No, my brother Philo Math was like, change the speed. This shit's slow as hell.
Okay. All right.
So I want to sit here and listen. It's bad enough that they're terrible. Now I got to hear it in slow mo. No, speed that shit up. That's what he told me.
It's like 2 a.m. over here, man. I'm tired.
Oh, okay. You trying to get through it. You sound like me. You sound like me with my brothers. I say that to them all the time. I can't get through it. I got to get up in the morning type thing.
No, it's a good idea. I never thought about that, man. Yeah, just speed the video up.
Stan,
All right,
to you. So they were saying that we
I'm
can
sorry.
identify who Israel is by haplogroups.
So the people are clear on what this is. You explain to the people why they're showing up with all of these different Y chromosome, these Y haplogroups.
Even Teo just said it, Sean, that the people with these haplogroups have a similar autosomal breakdown than them.
Oh,
that's
okay.
why it's
All right.
showing that. So
I stepped
34.
away. That's why. Okay.
I said at least Teo said it, but like Moore said, they're trying to be tricky with this, man. Trying to be slick. So 34% of E carriers have a similar autosomal makeup like as them.
Right. Okay.
So shouldn't our G be a closer match than E1B1A?
Well, this was part of our argument.
No, it won't be, because those G's, majority of G's don't mix with African American or African women, right? A lot of these G's are in the European areas. They're in Georgia. They're mixing with those women over there. So, of course, their autosomal makeup will not be similar to you. It's obvious you're going to be closer to E1B because a lot of the E1B markers over here in the Americas mix with other Africans, right? It's just that simple. So the autosomal DNA will be more similar to yours. That's all it means.
You're wrong, sir. You see that G marker, right? You see that G thing right there? It's got a black person right there. You see that? You're wrong, sir. You're wrong, sir.
I just noticed that they use the same image for G and J. Oh, man. They're going to say that too, watch. That's going to be an argument. That's going to be one of the arguments.
That's going to be the new icon right quick. You feel me?
And we were like, shouldn't your haplogroup be reaffirmed and confirmed by your autosomal? It should, if your theory holds, right? Your haplogroup should be reaffirmed by your autosomal, but it didn't, because when we were on Orthodox More Show, we had Anonymous Hebrew, we had a couple other brothers on there with us when we were talking, and even Orthodox More, each one of us had a different haplogroup, right? But genetically, autosomally, we all showed up tied to the limba and things like that, Nigeria, that whole breakdown. But some of them were R1, we were G, some were E, right?
Who was R1?
From the way things are being taught, they're saying your haplogroup proves who you are, but yet the haplogroup in that scenario, we each had different haplogroups, but we all tied back autosomally. Well,
yes, you all tie back autosomally because you admix with the same people. That's all that means. It doesn't mean you are the same. You admix with the same group of people. We're all African Americans. We all share a common gene pool, but that doesn't mean we all share the same foremothers and forefathers. You may have foremothers that are common with us. You don't have the same forefathers. Your forefather, again, goes back to a European migrant. Y'all keep trying to explain it away or try to, tiptoe through it. No, bro, that's exactly what it is. You guys are European descendants, man.
In this case, you can see.
What you saying, Sean?
You was about to say they tried to tiptoe through the tulips.
Yeah, they tried to tiptoe through the tulips, man. Yeah, miss me with that BS, man. Hey, come on.
We are G2A4, but out of all of their samples, our autosomal genetic match ties back to E1B. Right? So even though we G2A4, we only match to G 4.85%. We match to E1B 34.9%. So our genetic makeup, our autosomal match matches people who are E1B more so than people who are G. You see? So that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, and we're not here to debate this whole thing, but it's the complexities that we were talking about. There's complexities to this whole thing that was not being discussed.
Yeah, I mean, when we met with the YAP group, I love that because it was private. We were in a private group. We discussed things. We asked questions. Nobody grandstanding. So if y'all want to ever talk about that, we could do that. Let's get together. Let's go over our DNA together. Let's talk about these results, and let's see if we could come to a meeting of minds. But that's what.
Hold on. Did y'all hear that? If y'all ever want to talk about that, but we didn't send invitations to talk about it. We didn't request it to talk about it. Brothers don't want to have the discussion because
they don't want to have the discussion.
You know what's going to happen, Sean? They're going to get shut down on all these points they're making, and they're not going to be able to just sit there and rely on the echo chamber.
Also, if they ever did want to have another conversation with us, I could guarantee you they're going to want it to be private again.
Of course. So they won't get exposed.
Exactly.
Don't let
like
Maury Shub show up. We can show up, but don't let Maury Shub come there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Exactly.
Hey, Teo, we know you're watching. If you really meant what you said in this video, click the link. Matter of fact, let me drop that link real quick.
Also, that's not me that sent them $20, all right?
That's Sean. You sending gifts and shit. He greasing their palms, man. Come on.
That was more. He you see, he got the Teo, you got the what they call them, the Boondock Kids in there. more put my name there, dropped them $20.
Oh, wait. How does this prove that they were in Spain? Oh, because they had the autosomal connection with Spain. So that automatically makes them Sephardic Jews. Give me a damn break.
We're seeing here is that
Thank you, Sean, Brother Sean, for you.
Is that although we G2A4, we only match to the G group 4.85%. The majority of our genetic makeup matches people who are E1B. All right, so
yo, they got people
ancestral globe, right? So in the Neolithic period, which is 3,000 years ago or so,
they really got people in my comment section talking about like multiple haplogroups. I'm like, if y'all don't stop this nonsense, bro. Because they really got people out here believing this stuff. They don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? They don't know no better. You know, it's like, oh yeah, you can be this percentage E, this percentage J. Like, no. Like, could you imagine on a paternity test, right?
Somebody said that. No, bro. Somebody said that last night. Or was it Clubhouse? Was it last night or the night before? Somebody said that on Clubhouse.
They think the Y chromosome is a tapestry.
Right now, Maury is watching this show like, hey, we need to start changing the DNA test and just go with my true ancestry right quick. You know what I'm saying? Let's just do it like multiple haplogroups. It'll be way funner that way. They tripping, yo. Like, can you have multiple mitochondrial DNA now? What are we talking about, Fib?
Where's a boo at?
We got alphabetical haplogroups and we got multiple haplogroups. Yo, I can't even off of one chromosome. Like,
this is why we got to do these videos. You have to undo the bad teaching.
And they still haven't said or tried to express how Dr. Khan completely destroyed us. Every time I asked them, they refused to say.
So they don't even know what he meant. They don't even understand. I can tell the way they breaking these videos down.
If Connor really destroyed y'all, hold on real quick. If Connor really destroyed y'all, they would have made a video using him, right? Like they would have reviewed that video and broke down how he was destroying y'all. They wouldn't even talk about, like, hey, we're gonna share this picture right quick. This thing, hey, yeah, he destroyed it. Yeah.
Isn't that what they usually do? They did it with Garfield and To the Prophet earlier in this video.
Yeah, they out of pocket, man. All right, so watch this. It says sample matches Neolithic Morocco, 3760 BC. How does this make you a Sephardic Jew? That's what I'm trying to understand, because 3760 BC wasn't no damn Jews, man. But I digress. I'm gonna let it play.
Things match up to Morocco, right? And we know this claim that a lot of Sephardic Jews went there. We know the Limba history that they ultimately ended up there and then into Nigeria. Many the Yoruba have a similar Jewish migration where they went through North Africa, ended up in Morocco, and then came down to Nigeria, right? And this is
Did he just say the Limba went to Morocco?
Is that what he just said?
He just said the Limba went to Morocco.
Rewind.
Hold on, let me rewind this shit.
Yeah. Rewind.
He didn't say that, did he?
In the Neolithic period, which is 3,000 years ago or so, right? Our genes match up to Morocco, right? And we know this claim that a lot of Sephardic Jews went there. We know the Limba history that they ultimately ended up there and then into Nigeria.
He said the Limba ended up.
Yo, I'm done, fam. Word, son. Word, son. Like,
hey,
yo, I like when they make. I like when they make videos on DNA.
That boy freestyle king, bro. Yeah, ultimately the Limba ended up there. What? According to what?
With no source, no nothing. They just ended up there.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Many the Yoruba have a similar Jewish migration where they went through North Africa, ended up in Morocco, and then came down to Nigeria, right? And this is the Neolithic.
I'm sorry, y'all. Why y'all shoehorning everybody into Morocco?
because Moroccan Jews have G.
Is that what it is?
They stress on that. Moroccan Jews have G.
Oh, they do? They do more?
These niggas said Yoruba went
Yeah,
to
as a matter of fact,
Morocco.
they do. Yeah, they do.
Hey, boy. These niggas said.
At what frequency?
I want to say, there's one study I saw that said 20% somewhere. I got to double check. Hold on.
The Limba circumnavigated Africa.
He said they circumnavigate.
They circumnavigate. Next, he gonna say the Igbos went through Morocco. Like everybody going through Morocco.
So
we
they
going to Morocco.
They were just going in circles, bro.
I guess that's what's going on, bro.
Didn't quite make it up out of Africa. They just.
You know how you going down south and everybody stops at south of the border?
Bro, these
North Carolina, South Carolina.
These niggas will make a story out of nothing. They found out they was haplogroup G. They made a story out of that. Oh, everybody got haplogroup G is black. These boys will make up anything fast off the dome quick. And nobody in the audience is challenging them. And if they are, they probably got kicked out the chat.
Yeah, ain't nobody challenging them because nobody knows this discipline. Nobody knows this particular science, so nobody's questioning.
But they can know. Shouldn't they know enough to be like, "Hey, wait a minute! You just said the Limba came from Morocco. Can you show me a source from that?"
You see how fast he said it? You see how fast he said it?
He said it got right. He went on and kept going. Did
Yep.
He didn't pause and break it down or nothing.
That was an express stop. You know, the train stopped. The train passed that station. Oh shit!
Somebody got to get at him on Facebook. Somebody
don't
get at
stop
him.
right
on-
Exactly. We running express right now. We blowing all lights, and we running through all stations.
Man, this dude, he done blew through seven tolls, bro. Oh man. Somebody hit these brothers up on Facebook and asked them for proof that the limba started in Morocco. You know what I'm saying? Migrated to Morocco. I want proof.
Yeah, we need a source on that. No, use that new we could drop this in Facebook. Use that
the clip.
Yes, that clip that Dante sent us.
The YouTube app where you can clip.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. I'll play with it and figure out how to do it.
All right. I think Elcom knows how to do it.
Right, which is pre-Israel. With the Bronze Age, you can see, oh, look what happened here. We're in Iberia. We're in Spain and Portugal, right? 2200 BC. So I understand, if we didn't do the history first, we'd be looking at this and not saying, how do we get to Spain? How do we get to Portugal? Shouldn't we be in Africa? That's what we would be saying. Well, yeah, I mean, if we saw this first, we'd be like, what? We'd be like, how does that line up, right? Because if you go by traditional European teaching, Europe was always all white, right? France was white. Spain and Portugal was white.
Like
no blacks were there, right? We're breaking that narrative, right? The more we dig into history, the more the DNA evidence comes out, that is not going to hold. All right, so you can see here, right? Our genetic match to now. Don't forget, this is being compared to ancient DNA discoveries, ancient bones, right? This is using real discoveries in these areas, and we're matching genetically to discoveries in this area. So another one was what? The Levant. We matched to a person who died 2,250 years ago, according to them. Now, this is real ancient DNA matches, right? And then you also have Kenya, well, Ethiopia, right? Ethiopian Jews, Kenya, and I don't know what, Kenya again. Kenya, Preet John. I wonder if Preet John is tied to Prester John. Yeah, that is Prester John. Okay, exactly. Prester John. And once again, I'm just going to say this, right? You ain't got to agree. But the fact that it's showing up in East Africa and Kenya and all that stuff just makes it more relevant that I'm close to where the true land of Israel, Jerusalem is. That's just my opinion. But, right, because our older DNA starts off here, right? In East Africa, right? It starts off in East Africa.
So y'all heard.
Yeah, I just choked. I was drinking something and I choked.
The true land of Israel is in Ethiopia, bro, East Africa, and the Horn of Africa. That's the land of Israel, y'all. According to Teotw Ministries. But we don't believe the Bible. They said we don't believe the Bible. I ain't never heard nothing or read anything in the Bible to indicate that it was in the Horn of Africa.
As you progress from Bronze Age to Iron Age like that, it moves out, right? So the late Bronze Age, I think we ended up, let's see, this says 2200 BC. Now, I just wonder how they're able to properly date that. Carbon dating is known to not be that accurate, so I don't know if it's really 2200 BC.
So before you continue, Minister Teotw, can you comment on this? And thank you for the gift, Brian.
Okay, this person must have came in late because I already answered that. I already said that many Moors were known to be Jews who converted to Islam. Yes. Not only that, the Moors and the Jews ruled Spain and Portugal during that period in history, right? During the 700 AD to 1492. And it was ruled by Moors and Jews.
And if he were to go watch some of our older videos, he would find out that some of the Moors came to the United States and they were descendants of Jews and they were black Negroes.
Well documented. Yep, well documented. You need to go watch our other video on the Moors before you make statements and you haven't done the work because you're just feeling a little some kind of way, and that's not proper, right? You want to do some research, back it up. All right. Late Bronze Age, Iron Age, right? Iron Age, pretty much when a lot of that biblical.
Bro, why are they not talking about all them red dots up here? They're gonna avoid these red dots over here. This gotta be what's this above?
Yo, it's more red dots over there than anywhere else, man.
Bro, what is this is above India, so this is like, man, what is this over here, bro? This gotta be
you can expand that.
That's north of Khazaria, fam.
That's north. That's above the
That's north of the Khazars, fam.
Yes. Because this is the Black Sea here. That's the
Why
Black
are they
Sea,
not talking
right?
about
And the
this
Caspian,
part?
yes, bro. That's
The
north of
Caspian is-
the.
Yes.
That is like the heart of Eurasia, fam.
Is that like that's like Borat's family, right?
Oh my goodness, he said Borat's family, yeah. But look how many dots is over there.
Let's go into Russia.
Russia.
bro, and these niggas so in what do you call it? Disingenuous that they not gonna even speak about this. They're not gonna even bring this out. It's like, yeah, we had family.
You know why? Because they looked at it, right? And so like where do you think their oldest DNA is, man?
It's probably in the Caucasus or somewhere.
Up in there. Right up in there.
If they're G2A, you feel me? Like, anyway.
But hold on. They accused us of not going into the technical parts of DNA. And, we always seem to, and we don't, but here's their technical part. All up here past, all north, all that up there, all them red dots, that's their tech. They ain't, why they not expounding on their technical parts of their DNA?
Yo, that's like 30, 40
a
dots.
lot of red dots, yo. Look at
that's
how many dots are there?
Somebody put Putin bombing his folks.
Don't do that, yo. We ain't gonna do all that, yo. Let's not be. Let's not.
They need to go over there and help their people. Well, we don't see all the red dots in West Africa.
Yo, it's not one dot in West Africa. Not one.
Yo, it's not even in where like.
Not even Angola, not like yo.
Yeah, I'm like looking. No, even.
You know how they be altering and making shit look fake? Like they should have altered.
This is one thing they should have altered.
They should have cropped out the dots. They should have.
All right, come on, let's move forward. I know it is, but come on, let's go.
Late Bronze Age, Iron Age, when a lot of the biblical events took place. Whoa, lo and behold, 500 AD. So our genes were still there after BC, after Christ, 500 AD.
So I have a question that they're not going to ask. Why we keep showing up in Spain and Portugal if we black Africans? You know what I'm saying? Why are we over there?
You're not black Africans. That's the point.
Why are we over there?
Well, according to them, you're an African Hamite, and if you're African Hamite, you should not be showing up in Europe.
Nope. Let alone, it all ties to the history that we've been showing that the Negroes were black Jews, and they were in Spain and Portugal, and went to Sao Tome, and went to Angola, and blah 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 blah.
But look, you can still see even during this Iron Age.
Stop that! Stop. So Negroes didn't come through Africa; they came to Africa.
Yeah.
Wow. Negroes come from Spain, fam.
Yo, more. I would have. Yo, that. It's not even funny.
This the
that
greatest
flew
shit.
right by me. Had you not caught it, that shit flew right by me.
First nigga said the Limba migrated through Morocco. They said Negroes actually come from Spain.
Originated in Spain, G. Yo,
run it back again. Just run it back.
If you're not a Sao Tome nigga, you're not a real nigga, fam.
No, if you're not an Al and a loose nigga, you're not a real nigga. Oh, this is gold. This is gold. This like 5 minutes. Just this 5 minute part of this video is like gold, bro. Let me go back.
Don't go back too far. Yeah, don't go back too far.
How we keep showing up in Spain and Portugal if we black Africans? You know what I'm saying? Why are we over there? If we're not the Jews, why are we over there?
Well, according to them, you're an African Hamite, and if you're African Hamite, you should not be showing up in Europe.
Nope. Let alone, it all ties to the history that we've been showing that the Negroes were black Jews, and they were in Spain and Portugal, and went to Sao Tome, and went to Angola, and blah 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 blah.
But look, you can still see even during this Iron Age. Look at this gathering, this cluster here. So, as Minister Yacobo was saying, this sort of would hint to where our origins in Africa probably were, and if that's the case, somewhere along this East Coast would be where true Jerusalem is.
Why don't you go to them red dots over there?
Hey, real quick, pause this up. Like, so this is amazing because Benaiah has a migration map, right? And you can see it on my interview with him on Debate Talk and on my channel, right? So in his migration map, there is no migration through Africa. And I thought it was a mess up, right? No, bro, they really believe this thing. They believe that the Negro migrated from Babylon, you know what I'm saying, to Spain, to West Africa.
Really?
That's how they break it down.
Well, in this video, I think at the beginning he makes mention of Benaiah. I might be wrong, but this is definitely a Benaiah model.
I believe it.
Don't tell me we're gonna have to do a series on Benaiah now.
Bruh, he's the one talking about E1B1As amongst the Natufian samples, fam.
Not old enough.
We're gonna have to do a whole marathon on his ass too.
Okay, so Benaiah's paradigm is that, you know what I'm saying? Like, so E1B1A was found amongst some people claiming to be among the descendants of Judah, the house of Judah in Spain. So like E1B1A is the Israelite DNA based upon in the house of Judah DNA and all the type of stuff. You know, that's how you know you're Judah if you got E1B1A. But yet still he won't show his haplogroup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know where he got his model from, right? You know who's his
Yeah.
homie, right?
No, yeah, exactly.
Ron Dalton.
Yep.
This doesn't stop. Yap Gang gonna have to straighten out. Yap Gang gonna have to straighten out all this DNA shit. We gonna have to straighten it out with every video.
Yeah.
The Ringlings,
Yeah.
brother. Hey, I'm sorry, man. Y'all need to clean this shit up, bro. This is not good. All right.
But Ross,
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, look at all these dots throughout Europe, all up. Are they going to address this? Amor, do they address this in this video?
I haven't even seen this part, bro. This is new to me, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I stopped watching the video once I got to multiple haplogroups, bro. I couldn't do it no more. This is all fresh to me, bro. I'm like, yo, I got the popcorn out right now, son.
Wow.
I'm just so glad that I got a chance to sit down with y'all. You know, salam and shalom to all the family out there. But yeah, I'm thankful. And I told y'all tonight that we got a chance to chill. And I'm thankful that we sat down and did this and shared both our results right then and there, because y'all got the same match, almost the same matches I got. You know, and I already knew, you know, just to put it out there, see, with my mom being a Gentile, I knew I was going to come up with plenty of European descent from my mom's side. So let's just go ahead and dead all of that.
Oh, wait. So if your mom was a Gentile, you knew you was going to get Gentile, you were going to get European markers and Central Asian above Black Sea region markers, right? So why does Teotw have these markers?
His man's in them.
Yeah, why
And I
Teotw
respect
got it?
Rose. I respect Rose. Ross Talley. I respect this brother. You know, he got his own channel. He do a lot of biblical reading. He a good brother. But like you said, he makes a statement and makes a disclaimer. But these two cats can't do the same thing. Go ahead, bro. I'm
Exactly.
sorry.
They even mention it because they know it's on their father's side. All the
Exactly.
red dots is pinging because of your father's side, bro. That's what it's telling you. That your daddy's was European, man. That's what it's telling you, bro.
I knew. So I'm not even bothered, not even flinching from there, none of that. But when we're talking about our wide DNA, you know what I'm saying? Just to be on the specific side to make sure, I mean, these same matches right here, and here in a couple seconds or a couple moments whenever y'all ready, and I share mine, everybody gonna see the same matches.
exactly. And you know, like I mentioned, in the Teotw group on Facebook, there's a whole bunch of other people as well. All right, Mr. Teotw, continue.
Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna leave it right there on the ancestral globe, but it's, you know, it's very interesting. You can see the move through the ages and see how early our DNA was there, right? And according to the historical references like Yaya Negro and them, right? Yaya Negro claimed that they came to Spain
There
after
you
the
go,
Babylonian,
Yashu. There's
invasion,
the Benaiah
and
joint.
that they were of the royal house of David, right?
Yeah,
And yet
yeah,
all of us,
Negro.
now if that statement can hold water, if that's true that Yaya Negro was from the house of David, they came after the Babylonian captivity, then that means that we are probably of the house of David, right? We already know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
So they believe they came straight from the Babylon, went straight to Spain, and that connection
Through his autosomal. Through their autosomal now, on top of that, which only goes back about 6 generations. Through their
Oh, man.
autosomal.
So
They
so
go
y'all
all the
ain't
way
even
back.
so they didn't even come from West Africa then. They teach you they don't even come from West Africa.
Nope, exactly.
Wow.
Now check this out. He just said that we are Judah, right? Like, so again, the person they try to connect to with Yaya the Negro is like there's somebody who was dug up amongst their people that is connected to one that was E1B1A. So they try to say that like E1B1A is the house of Judah DNA, right? And they're saying we're Judah. It doesn't make any.
Wait. So The Igbos were in West Africa, so they're not a part of this, right? How do they account for the Igbos is what I'm trying to ask. What do they say about the Igbos? Are they saying the Igbos come from Spain too?
Well, what you talking about? If they just put the limb in Morocco, where do you think the Igbo's going?
Everybody is in Morocco. Fucking everybody come from
We
Morocco.
go to Morocco.
Oh, bro.
This is some classic shit.
Can't get no better than this, man. This is what they do, man. This is the foolishness. And then they get on Facebook and challenge us like you wouldn't believe, but won't get up and have a discussion.
The niggas that put all the African nations. They put all the
In
Africa in
Morocco.
Morocco and Spain. All of Cameroon, all of Guinea-Bissau.
Yo, we almost 6 hours in. Come on.
I'm
this
sorry,
week, man.
bro. These niggas
Come
that
on,
put the whole Yoruba, Igbo. Oh shit! And they serious too as a heart attack, bro. Oh,
With Judah, that probably means we have the raw bloodline, right? Because YAHYA Negro was, and all those people who were there with him was his family.
Thank you, Sister Cabello, for the gift. And also understand this: it's all of y'all Negroes here who descendants of slaves. Don't let nobody twist it and say you not.
What?
He said, all you Negroes
Descend from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making sure I wasn't the only one that heard that shit. So everybody, all the descendants of slaves actually descend from Spain.
Run that back a little bit. Rewind. So everybody can hear.
What?
Rewind just a little bit. Just a little.
There's some good shit.
Right? And that they were of the royal house of David, right? And yet all of us, now if that statement can hold water, if that's true, that YAHYA Negro was from the house of David, they came after the Babylonian captivity, then that means that we are probably of the house of David, right? We already know we're Judah, but that probably means we are of the royal bloodline, right? Because YAHYA Negro was, and all those people who were there with him was his family.
Thank you, Sister Cabello, for the gift. And also understand this: it's all of y'all Negroes here who descendants of slaves. Don't let nobody twist it and say you not.
Facts. Well, that's what when it comes down to it. You know, they say, well, oh, look, they went from.
Did y'all hear that? Like, I'm just still in a state of shock right now.
Yeah, he said it.
All Negroes.
No, go ahead,
But he said that YAHYA
YAHYA is a descendant of the house of David or something like that.
right, and he was of the royal bloodline, and he wouldn't B1A.
I don't know. But
Yeah, no, that's the prayer on the run with him. That's what they teach, and they they run on top of it. Even B1A was found amongst the Natufian DNA for him.
Yeah, it's that old. It's that old.
And then they also claim E1A is Natufi, or E1A is E1B1A for him. Like it's bad.
So all Negroes come from Spain. That's what I got. All Negroes come from Spain. Every single one of us. Everybody that's descended of slaves come from Spain.
They didn't discuss any mutations, anything. Just raw.
Wow.
Just.
Can I share my screen for like 17 seconds?
Yeah, this is bad. This is very bad.
I'm not even gonna finish this with y'all tonight. I'm going to bed, man. I had enough. Oh, that's your man. That's your man. Yo, this dude. I don't know what to say about this dude.
Say, dog, hey. I just took a trip to Morocco.
Hey, he laughing. Yo, we need that. More, you gotta shoot us that. We need that. We need that, boy.
These niggas really did. These niggas put the whole African, all of Western Central Africa in Morocco. East Africa.
This the anti-West African doctrine, fam. Yo, this is worse than ISUPK. They at least admit that we were sold by West Africans. We weren't even in West Africa now, fam. Yo, Sister E, Dante, word, y'all rocking with this, son?
Nah, they staying out of it. They staying out of it. They
These niggas have
staying
put
out
the
of it.
whole continent
No,
of
damn
Africa.
that, Sean. They getting drug in this. No, we weren't in West Africa, Sean. No, you getting drug in this shit. We weren't in West Africa.
They're not gonna get involved with
Yo, the
this, though.
slave ships came from Morocco, fam.
They traversed the Mediterranean first. Deuteronomy
The
28
whole
ships
transatlantic slave trade came from
started
Spain,
in the
fam.
There's a lot of
started in the
people. Hey,
Mediterranean.
Morocco was popping, bro. Because I'm trying to think: Limba, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Tuareg. Who else? The Fang people. Like, you got to put a
Yeah.
lot of people in Morocco. Like, god damn, this is crazy, bro. And it says 700 AD. So how many? Man, wow.
No Negroes on the slave, no Israelites on the slave ship. So, oh yeah, there was some Israelites on the slave ship. Now, when you look at the DNA, you have to explain why the DNAs are so similar. If the DNA is similar, then all of us are Israel. That's the bottom line. Now, you go find anyone that's ADOS, American descendants of slaves, and run their DNA, you're gonna find similar results. It's just 100% of the time. That's all I've seen. All right. So one more thing. Where were we? Was this? I don't think I had anything on this tab. Do you remember?
That's right, Caris.
Yeah. Well, no, I think you covered everything, right?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
So yeah, that's everything we wanted to cover. We're gonna pass the torch to Brother Rawls, and let's see what he has to share.
Should we look
All
at
right, so I'm gonna share
Rawls?
my full
Like, or
screen
should
with
we end
y'all
the video
go ahead.
here?
Yeah. Let
because I got
Rawls
this on
rock.
two separate browsers.
Because I don't even think he
Make sure
added
your brother
anything. Oh, look, there go Jermaine over there. Good stuff, fella.
Yeah.
I think we're unique because now, as you can see, we are in a studio
Bless
atmosphere.
Jermaine
We're
Hart.
not in a remote atmosphere anymore. But
All right, so right here. So starting off, let's go all ages. Let's just go ahead and dead the foolishness. All ages.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on.
All ages, all periods. Like I said, this is dead the foolishness. This is most likely my mama's side. All right. Now that we done got that out the way from my mama's side, let's go ahead.
No, bro. What's his haplogroup? Who know that brother haplogroup?
I don't know. Let's see if he says it. That's why I said let it rock.
And you see a little red dot over there in West Africa. At least he got a red. At least his brother got a red dot in West Africa. Teo didn't have no dots over here.
And that's close to Sao Tome.
And go into the Neolithic, then the Bronze Age. Right there. Not only that, where am I at? In the Bronze Age, right down here. And then also late Bronze Age. Where am I at? Right here.
Hold on, go back to
it.
Go,
Over here, still.
Hold on, bro, go back.
And then, I'm right back up here again. Still.
Why are you over there in Spain and Portugal, Brother Rawls?
Man, look, the Iron Age. Look, right there again. In the Iron Age. What time period is that? So right there, still again.
What's this island
right around
right
Negro
here?
Village. Early medieval. Look, I'm still there. Why am I still there? Okay. And then little do people know that there were Jews that got sent from here to the Canary Islands. Right here. They got sent from here to here. And then I ended up sharing that inside the group, inside the Teotw Ministries group. Oh, but look where else I'm at. Early medieval. All the way down here. I'm all down through here. And up here.
Thank you for your Brother Mario.
And then look, even more still.
Well,
Why am I still all through here in Spain, Tarshish?
So brother, how come you in the Levant too, Brother Rawls? What's up with that?
I mean,
I thought you.
You said what?
That wouldn't be MT DNA. That wouldn't be L3. If we gotta let the video move up a little bit to show us the whole global the whole topography of Africa. Because here in not South Tome, Canary Islands, that wouldn't be mtDNA. And down in South Africa, where he was showing his nose, that's Jermaine. Nah, we ain't laughing at you, Jermaine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good.
They got him too.
They got you, bro. They had you for a minute. You know, we pulling you out of that mindset. And no disrespect to my bro Ross Talley. Ross Talley's a good brother.
Jermaine had donated $300.
All right, come on, listen. So what I was saying is, if you back up,
Oh, real quick, when y'all come over here, we give y'all straight dope, no bullshit. Y'all go over there and get bullshit.
get the cut. They get that cut put on their dope.
They selling y'all baking soda.
Yeah, baking soda. I need baking soda.
They selling y'all sheetrock. Y'all not even getting the real shit.
Motherfuckers get killed behind selling sheetrock. But hold on. If you back the video up just a little bit,
Okay.
You'll see that this is just back it up just a little bit and then pause when Rawls is going through his because I don't know if he says his Y DNA, but
Right
you're gonna
there.
see the Canary Islands, then you're gonna see over here basically Egypt into Sudan or yeah. And then if you go further down in South Africa, this wouldn't be mtDNA. This wouldn't be L3. This wouldn't be L2.
Yeah, this is like Y DNA, don't it?
This
Yeah.
is all Y DNA.
I think these are European. I think he has a European marker. Cause look, it's in Italy. It's over here. Boom, boom, boom. It's
Yeah,
possible it's European.
it's possible, but I'm saying I'm just studying these African nodes here, these nodes in Africa, and even down south. If you know we were still, but we're not going to go back. But he had like a few markers down there too, a few nodes down there too. So this would be Y DNA. But go ahead, bro.
If they would click the buttons and actually let us see what each of them say, then
Right,
maybe
each one of the
we'll
nodes.
have a better picture, but we don't.
Right.
Am I still there? Okay. And then little do people know that there were Jews that got sent from here to the Canary Islands. Right here. They got sent from here to here, and then I ended up sharing that inside the group, inside the Take Ministries group. Oh, but look where else I'm at, early medieval.
That's what I say.
All
Stop.
the way down here. I'm all down through here and up here.
This is not mtDNA. This would be Y DNA. Down south. This would be Y's. So this might be, this wouldn't be like L1, L2.
They got
Unless
the
it's
sample.
A's.
They got the sample number on it, so I'll go back later and type them in. And
Oh,
see
it's the sample number here. You're right. I didn't even notice that.
19134. That could
Yeah.
be an old E. I don't know. They're not telling us
Right.
nothing. They just,
Right.
oh, we're here and there. Like, what are we looking at? We don't even know.
Yeah, we got to research it and source up. We're going to source this up for them. All right. We going to source this up for them. I didn't even notice that. All right. Go ahead, bro. Let's go forward.
All the way down here. I'm all down through here and up here.
Thank you, Brother Mario.
And then, look, even more still. Why am I still all through here in Spain, Tarshish?
So Brother
How
Ross,
come you're in the Levant too, Brother Ross? What's up with that?
I mean, I thought you were African. I thought we were African. How come we showing up in Europe? I'm just saying. How come it like?
I'm gonna let this play, but I didn't know they was anti-African like that. I didn't know.
Yeah, bro.
Or anti-West African. I didn't know that. This is new to me.
With the history we've been presenting, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I want to know the same thing. But look, the whole time, let's just go on back. Look, the Neolithic, Bronze Age, Late Bronze Age, Iron Age,
Oh, what the
early
hell?
medieval. My DNA stay right there.
These niggas is getting
Stays
paid.
right there. All periods. Now look, all periods, all through here. But I've been staying all right there. My DNA been staying all right there. Now my level ain't up as high as y'all's, but at the same time, if we were to actually have the money to go ahead and have them unlock all of our DNA, because now look, all periods, look at this. Oh, move a little too fast. Move a little too fast. Look, this right here is still showing 1599. Look at that. In 1599, this is during the slave trade. This is during that. So I got ancestors that somehow got across this ocean.
Your ancestor
How
is
did they
probably
get
a
across this ocean?
slave trader.
You know what I'm saying? From all the way over there to all the way over here, down in Central America. And then also up here, a cholera victim. All right. So
Now, that's a good point, Brother Ross. I'm glad
how
you
did they
mentioned
get
that.
from there over here?
I don't know, man. How you over there and you not Israel? You all over the Levant. You all over Spain and Portugal. You all over Africa. You shouldn't be in America. Y'all shouldn't be the same people.
Oh my, I know, right?
But you know, the interesting thing is, like you mentioned with the
Those
slave
nodes,
we matched
those
to.
nodes in America.
I didn't show that, but we also matched to a slave in Mexico in the 1500s, like Brother Rawls. And where do you think the slave came from? That was during the Spanish migration. Not the Inquisition, but the
those nodes in
the
America might
migration or
be
whatever to the New
mtDNA.
World, right? When they went
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. They're not telling us anything. They just said, hey, I got an ancestor here. What type of ancestor and how are you connected to this person? You won't tell us nothing because you're keeping stuff vague on purpose.
When they
went to
those donations coming in though.
You said what?
I said, do you see those donations coming in?
Oh, them donations flying in. I might have to
Boys
try
getting chipped off over there.
These boys have made at least $300 this stream. I'm like, whoa, boy, they going in.
Hey, racism pays, man.
Racism pay. Hey, selling that sheetrock pay.
No wonder every time we we go in on them, this is what they do. Like, they're fearing right now for their little wallet.
Hey man, this internet shit is crazy because back in the day, if you sold somebody sheetrock, you had to leave that block. You couldn't keep coming back to the same customer.
Nigga, you had to leave the whole fucking borough. You fuck around and do that shit in New York.
But on the internet, you can just keep going back to the same block and selling the same whack ass product.
Hey, copium dealers getting their money up right now. You know what I'm saying?
New World, Spain was in Mexico first. They took the slaves from where the slaves came
I'm
from.
sorry, I gotta read that. Somebody put in the Most High never mocked, but this is some. Never mind. This is some shit you need to mock for real.
Europe, Spain, and Portugal. Who were those slaves? The ones that they were punishing, the ones they were killing, the ones they were kicking out during the Inquisition.
When you get a chance, see if you can find that, Minister Teotw, and we'll show it, because that lines up with the history of us coming over to the Americas before slavery as well, and during slavery. So, I mean, there was a whole bunch going on. You had the free slaves, you had the ones who were slaves straight out of Portugal and Spain. I'm like, this whole thing lines up.
Right. Well, remember too, when it comes to Savannah, Georgia, and the whole church thing, it reaffirms, what Pastor Kelly and them were talking about, because the people in that area were what? Sephardic Jews. And we saw that the Portuguese Jews were always black, Spanish Jews were black, right? So once again, it reaffirms who those people were at the time these events took place.
I need you to rewind
Safari. Could you give me a source on this, please? I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but please give me a source on this.
He might be right because y'all got
100%. He might be right, but I still need a source. I can't go off your word, bro. Please give me a source. 100% G2A. 3 found. All right, let me see. Please give me that study. Drop it in the chat, whatever. Please. All right,
appreciate it, Jermaine. Now they're gonna cancel your subscription over there.
Yeah, you done over there now, bro. You
done, bro. You should never done that.
Thanks, Jermaine. Good
luck. All your wrenches, fam. I'm sorry.
Thanks for that, fam. Thanks for that.
That's my man, Jermaine. He be going in over on Maria, and he be giving him the business.
Shout out
That's
to the
my
plumber.
brother. Yeah,
Hey,
the
but
plumber. They call him the plumber.
Yeah, I need you, just a little bit, because did he say that the Limber were Sephardic Jews and all this?
I think he did, man, but there's so much.
Yeah, just 10, 15 seconds, because we're talking about the church in Savannah, right before he said something about the Limber, like talking about the Limber, like, yeah, the church views in Savannah, like what Dr. Kelly's talking about, right? And then he says, yeah, they're Sephardic Jews. He just called the Limber Sephardic Jews?
Hold on, let's see.
The slaves came from Europe, Spain, and Portugal. Who were those slaves? The ones that they were punishing, the ones they were killing, the ones they were kicking out during the Inquisition.
When you get a chance, see if you can find that, Minister Teotw, and we'll show it, because that lines up with the history of us coming over to the Americas before slavery as well, and during slavery. So, I mean, there was a whole bunch going on. You had the free slaves, you had the ones who were slaves straight out of Portugal and Spain. I'm like, this whole thing lines up.
Right. Well, remember too, when it comes to Savannah, Georgia, and the whole church thing, it reaffirms, what Pastor Kelly and them were talking about, because the people in that area were what? Sephardic Jews. And we saw that the Portuguese Jews were always black, Spanish Jews were dark, right? So once again, it reaffirms who those people were at the time these events took place.
So just to let y'all know, because somebody was asking, this is at mytrueancestry.com.
I didn't hear him say the Limber. Let me go back one more time then.
Yeah, I might have misheard him. It might have been a little bit before
that. I mean, there was a whole bunch going on. You had the free slaves, you had the ones who were slaves straight out of Portugal and Spain. I'm like, this whole thing lines up.
Right. Well, remember too, when it comes to Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, he said remember too.
I remember too. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, he do believe the Limber, because he said there was a Morocco. So,
and the whole church thing, it reaffirms, what Pastor Kelly and them were talking about, because the people in that area were what? Sephardic Jews. And we saw that the Portuguese Jews were always black, Spanish Jews were dark, right? So once again, it reaffirms who those people were at the time these events took place.
So just to let y'all know, because somebody was asking, this is at mytrueancestry.com. All you need to do is take your file from any one of your other sites and upload it. I think it has to be a more recent version. It can't be too old like you did it 10 years ago, right?
Right.
Yeah, because I tried to load an older version and I had problems. I had to go get an updated version.
You got to download your raw data. It'll be in like a zip file. It's going to be a large zip file. Like I had to do it like 3 different times because I ended up downloading like a compressed of something, and I had to go back to the 23andMe site and actually get the proper raw data file. I had to follow the instructions. Like, oh, that's the raw data file they was talking about. And so, like we was just talking about, so my closest ancient populations are Bantu and Al-Andalus. Like, look at that. So, like on my personal channel, ministry channel on Brother the Rap, I told people that there was a possibility of me talking about some of the sins of my forefathers. So this conversion,
you got to echo your shoe.
Being who we were, I'll leave it just this simple. This conversion.
What'd you say more?
I said you got to echo.
You got to echo.
Oh, my bad.
Converting away from the true way of what should be known as the way, following the scriptures of the Most High, which is Christ. That is the way. We converted from the way to Islam and Roman Catholic Christianity. That is part of the sins, iniquity of my forefathers and of a lot of our forefathers. And that's how we got to this place that we trapped in right now.
So that wood and stone came to pass, huh?
That sure did.
That's the thing you find out as you go through the history, you go through the DNA, you validated that every word that the Most High spoke against us has come to pass. And I'm waiting on that other prophecy, our Exodus.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk? What? And not only that, but why is the serpent's punishment to?
Mm-hmm. Hey man, this is some funny shit, bro. This is funny as hell, and it's like they on my ancestry they have a cave drawing of people with spears. Where was that cave drawing from? Because I'm pretty sure that cave drawing, that rock drawing, is not in Spain. That's probably in Western Central Africa somewhere. Oh man.
Hey, yo, Jermaine.
So I mean,
hey, yo, Jermaine. This is bruh. You're about to make some real enemies with over at the other channel.
It's about to get really real for you, fam.
You about to make some real enemies. If you can give $10 for some sheetrock, I can at least give $20 for the real. Oh, they're gonna be mad at you, bro. They're gonna be mad at you.
Oh, snap.
Now I can show if y'all want, I can go into the let's see here. I could go into I'd have to pull back and then pull back in because I'm not going to share my my kit number.
I mean, don't
even got to
because we're running down on the time anyway. Do you got any final thing you wanted to show?
That pretty much that's it right there, just to show that what my results were, you know what I'm saying, even for the level that in which I unlocked on mytrueancestry.com matches right up with y'all's too. And so even with what you were saying about south of Ethiopia, right around that area there towards Kenya, as a matter of fact, right around in Kenya, I have so much DNA ancestry. I mean, even through my timeline, so much DNA ancestry that's right there in Kenya. It's ridiculous. Of Kenya, Tanzania. I mean, and I end up doing another check on something I shared with y'all. So much of my DNA is in Gabon, is in Zambia, Tanzania, Angola. I mean, Botswana. I mean, Congo, Cameroon. I mean, all the places that they sold us from. And then even on 23andMe, they say I'm Ghanaian or Nigerian, Senegalese. Even Cameroon once again, Congolese once again, even on 23andMe with the little small ambiguousness of their site, not even going on a deep dive, they don't go that far. But matching up a little bit of what they give to my true ancestry and with GEDmatch shows that I'm Limba and shows Bantu, shows Igbo, shows, I mean, so family, like do not let these.
Well, he knows his haplogroup from 23andMe, he just ain't saying it.
Lie to you and tell you there's no way that you could possibly be the people of the book.
Hey, Kendrick, you know why there's a lot of ads? Because they get so many views that, they get those ads and they get money for those ads.
So does anybody know this brother? Because I would like him to be on the show and him break down that DNA.
For real.
And hopefully he'll share his Y DNA. And does anybody know him? The Royals brother? You can reach out to him on Facebook or something.
I don't know him like personally, but I do frequent his channel. They know me in the chat, him and brother YASHAR-YA'OH the Prophet. I'll try to reach out to them and see, if he's willing to share.
Yeah. Reach out to the brother, man, so we can figure out, I'm saying what his haplogroup is, man. Because he might have a European. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if, some people don't want to share all that much, but we'll see. I'll ask him. Hopefully he doesn't get offended by me asking.
The minute he say he don't want to share it, I already know what it is.
Well, he a good brother though. He do a lot of scripture reading on his channel. It's called Red Letter Wrapped. His channel is Red Letter Wrapped, and they do a lot of scripture reading.
Okay,
So
yeah.
he's a reader. The brother's a reader. He's a reader.
That's what's up. You need to read that DNA out loud. That Y DNA.
You always blow the shot
Even as
here, too.
a so-called, and I can't say so-called, even as a Book of Deuteronomy mamzer, you know what I'm saying? We got to flush that stuff out our head too. And I want to thank y'all as well, for both of you brothers, for talking some good wisdom to me about that, because the Most High knew that we would want to be scattered across this world, across this plane, and then what was going to happen to the seed from the time that we got here. And after 400 years, there's no way that the bloodline could stay pure. So don't let that mamzer talk get in there. None of y'all neither.
Exactly. So let me share the timeline. That's something I didn't show. Okay, so this is the timeline.
What's happening? Second birth Hebrew. Pay
So-
no mind.
Yeah. So you can see that our genetic timeline: ancient Ethiopian, right? Kenyan during the Stone Age, Bantu, Cameroon, Shuma Lake, right? So remember, all of these locations are matches to archaeological discoveries, right? So these are actual comparisons to just
What I tell you, those stone writings got to be somewhere in Central America, man. I mean, excuse me, Africa. They got to be.
DNA that they dug up. All right. So Phoenician, ancient Egyptian, right? You know Israel gonna have some of that in them, right? Ancient Egyptian. So let's see. I think so. You can see here, early colonial Mexico City slave trade victim, right? So we have someone who's a slave trade victim. What? 1472. So they took one of the, during this time the Inquisition was going on, and one of our people was taken to Mexico as a slave, right? And that's how we tie back to that. Then you can see the Yoruba, the Congo, Mbata Congo Kingdom, Yoruba.
Hey, who familiar with this website? Because I need to know how these timelines are plotted out. I'm actually getting.
We was talking about it. We was talking about it in our Telegram chat, bro. We was talking about it, and I was asking if it's worth, because I was going to drop my kid into this, and I was asking Rue. Is Rue still here?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Yeah, Rue, you dropped yours in here, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Right. So that's a question for Rue.
Hey, Rue, how does this timeline work? Is it like showing all your ancestors, or maternal or paternal? I have to look at it. I haven't seen this, so I'm not sure how it works.
Wait, what was that? I missed it.
How does this time? He has an ancestral timeline. How does it work?
Okay.
Is it like paternal or maternal or autosomal? I don't know how this works.
From what I understand, it'll be both, and depending on how much money you spend, it'll give you more options to see.
Got it.
So once you hover over like the picture or the sample on the world map, it'll show you if it's MT or Y DNA.
Yeah,
So
shoot,
those
I'm
nodes,
right now.
Rue. I'm sorry, Ma. Those nodes that they were showing across the maps, Africa. If you click on them, they'll give you if it was a Y DNA match or MT DNA match, Rue.
Yeah, I'm about to go back on the site right now and double check that.
Yeah, I'm on it right now, sharing my screen.
Khan, thank you. All right, yeah, let's look at that.
So what do you need to see? This is their info breakdown on the ancestral timeline right quick. It says, hold on. It says your ancestral timeline journey through time. Below is a timeline of samples you match either by ancestry or by sharing direct DNA segments. Red line.
Okay. So that's what they're not telling you.
Mm-hmm. Red lines matching the red dots on your ancestral maps are your matching samples. Blue lines matching the blue dots on your ancestral maps are your matching samples, which are identified to a specific civilization. Yellow lines representing deep dive direct matches are samples you share direct DNA segments with in CM.
Centimorgans, right?
Exactly.
This autosomal,
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, they only touch on centimorgans. They keep talking about centimorgans and autosomal.
So
that's all they talk about.
Yeah, not to cut you, but real quick, there's something also to understand about this site is like, so they use a multitude of different dig sites and whatnot that will have different levels of degraded DNA or whatnot, right? And so they're not matching to like perfect DNA to like a perfect DNA match. They're really matching to really small segments of degraded DNA in a lot of these situations. And so it's not proper to say it's like an exact match. You know what I'm saying? There's most of this website is based off of autosomal stuff, right? And so they're really tricking people into believing that it's something other than, and it's sad, honestly, because it's not that they're tricking people; it's people misunderstand what's being represented to them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So they're taking advantage of that.
I don't think the site is. I think people like so. I think people
No,
like
not the site. I'm talking about like
yeah.
Teotw.
I was
How they
exactly. I was
using
about
it.
to say yeah, exactly. 100%. So yeah. Let me just stop sharing right quick.
So again, for the audience that's watching, this is not showing their pedigree, their direct descendants. It's not showing that. It's showing who they're connected to autosomally.
Right, their admixture.
Which is why they did not jump up on these 30, 40 dots in Northeastern Europe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're mixed multitude. That's their mixed multitude DNA they're showing.
Hey, that's their Y haplogroup breakdown now. That's the doctrine. It's the mixed multitude doctrine with the Y DNA. You can be 34% E.
Wow.
So the timeline, everything lines up with what we have previously taught on the history. Oh, there's some background noise. Someone.
Hey, real quick, hold on. So how does this make sense? So they got no West African stuff, right? But now all kind of West African stuff's popping up. Where's the consistency?
Yeah. And the Shumlaka, I know the Shumlaka samples. The Shumlaka samples are haplogroup A and B. You see right there, Shumlaka, Cameroon, 1200 BC. I know those samples.
In their direct descendantry, their West African DNA would have to show up on their mtDNA because it damn sure ain't going to show up on their Y-DNA.
Right. So the yellow, autosomal, boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
So all of this is autosomal.
Mm-hmm. They're not Shumlaka. They're not the people from Shumlaka. They're A and B. Just your autosomes.
Right. This is what we were saying earlier when they were saying like they're 30+4% close, or they share the same DNA as people who are who have haplogroup E1B1A. They share this percentage of people who belong to R1B or whatever. It's through this autosomal.
And just so y'all know that the Yoruba right there at the
you
end,
can see, look, you can adjust.
The Yoruba there at the end is that's not from West Africa. That's from Morocco.
Is it?
Well, that's why they rocking with Morocco.
I'm definitely doing some straight fake talking this. Like, no,
that's why they rocking with Morocco. They Bantu, like they can't. You know what?
They must be all over this Igbo thing right now, and because like the Igbo are doing it to the Sephardic Jews and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? They must be all over that.
Yeah, they're upset.
Actually,
they're upset with them. Yeah, they're upset with it because
they disrespected them.
they're upset.
Oh, well, okay, yo.
They're upset with them because they feel that they're running with the enemy. Like
but the Sephardic Jews, hey, the Portuguese Jews got that haplogroup G in like what, like 3-5%, something like that. Those your people's family.
According to them, they're all white, so they're all crackers, so they running with the enemy.
Yeah, the Most High said, "Thou shalt not join with the white man."
They got the cracker G, not the Negro G. My fault.
The Most High blessed all 12 tribes to have nothing but black kids indefinitely. That's the part of the Bible we didn't read.
Yeah, so where is that in the scrolls? Like Israel you can't be a mulatto, right? Like they're like Majid was just talking about mams, this, that, and the third, but there's no like so Abraham's DNA makes it to where like he cannot make mulattoes. Jacob's DNA makes it where he cannot make mulattoes. What?
I mean, that's pretty much.
But they're looking at it from a place. They're looking at it from a place that you could only be mulatto, unless you're like half white. Like mulatto doesn't count for if you're one ethnic African group or West African group, mixed with another. Like this is how they see things.
This is consistent, right? So like I guess in their mind, like so they're let's assuming their mitochondrial DNA is L. Like for them, that must override the GDNA, make the GDNA the Israelite, some Israelite stuff versus some non-Israelite stuff.
Right. Basically.
So again, this is nothing but replacement theology.
Yo.
Replacement oh my goodness.
Genealogy.
Replacement genealogy.
Oh no.
Replacement genealogy.
Oh my God. All right, let's finish this video.
Just the timeline here. Let's see. Let's go shorter. And look, they got snips and the number of matches in the snips and all that, right? So that tells you how many matches it actually found at the time. Okay. All right. I shortened it from.
Did y'all see that? What was that?
The caveman dude?
Yeah, what was that?
I have no idea. They went past it real quick.
That was his uncle.
Why can't we see that? Hold on, no.
Did you hit update button?
I did.
What is this?
I'm just shortening the list so we can see.
I think that's part of. Yeah, but I think that's part of the website. Once you join, like they got all kind of stuff. Right there was probably their Neanderthal DNA or some shit.
Yeah, why didn't it show that? They didn't want to show it, bro.
All of us got a little bit of that in us.
I know, but that
Especially
had
if
to
you
be like a viper or something. What was that?
I don't know, bro.
We'll never know.
Look like a caveman Neanderthal to me.
You remember that commercial, you know what I'm saying, when we were younger, the lollipop? And he was like, the world may never know. What was that, bro?
Okay, it's the loading screen when you hit update.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I thought they was being slick.
Narrow it down. It doesn't look like it's narrowing down, though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah.
Let's see. Number of samples.
Shouldn't be. Well, I guess give it a try. See what happens.
Okay. Maybe I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah, that may be it too.
What if you could get rid of your kitchen garbage?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, I'm Matt from Pila, and I want to introduce you to my friend Lomi.
Yeah, let's do that this way.
Bro, them YouTube checks fat, bro. Them checks they getting.
That don't look good.
Them checks fat.
One more time. Okay, well, yeah, before I was able to narrow this down, you could just see certain periods. So, like, this should be in the AD section until, let's see. Okay, let's try it like that. Maybe that's the one I should have moved. No, it's not. Anyway, you can see all of this. You can play around with it with your own. Yeah.
All right. Any final comments, Brother Raw? Then Mr. Teyu, and I'll close it out.
Well, once again, thank y'all for letting me come on the platform. Thank you for letting me share. All praise to the Most High. Shalom, family. Y'all be safe out there, all right? Don't let nobody fool you.
Yeah, so I just want to say, a lot of our DNA ties during the time of the Reconquista, when the Isabel and Ferdinand took back what we call Spain today, which was really Spain and Portugal, which was Al-Andalus, right? Our DNA shows up during that time period, exactly. And as Brother Rawls has showed, it never really left, right? We had people there, and we had people in the Levant, we had people in East Africa. Okay, it's undeniable. I mean, why we knew the history before we knew the DNA, right? So how is it our DNA is being reaffirmed? I mean, our history is being reaffirmed by our DNA, right? There's no way getting around who we are. So peace and blessing, Israel.
Yeah, they can't deny who we are. I mean, all the evidence we put out there, but it don't matter because truth don't matter to them. So, but thank Brother Raw, thank Minister Teyu, and thank you all, family. And also, I want to thank all of the Cash App givers. I want to thank all of the Super Chat givers, and definitely our patrons. And also, family, please make sure you support the Dry Bones Project. That's very important because we're connecting with the continent. Those dry bones coming together. Peace and blessings, Israel. Your captivity is ending. Love you with the love of the Messiah.
Oh my God. They need to change their outro because they got the whole continent of Africa. They need to have like Spain and Morocco. That's it. Why they got this? It's a misrepresentation what these guys teach.
All right, remove their shit off the screen, please. I'm done. And let's have a bill real quick. Yeah, I'm done with them dudes, yo.
Oh man, that was a shit show, wasn't it?
The usual. And we spent over 6 hours, 6.5 hours. My wife is twisting up her cheeks at me, sucking her teeth like a real Caribbean woman. She pissed. 6 hours fucking around with y'all with these dudes.
In closing, the brother said at the end that they don't care about truth. Actually, y'all don't care about truth because you're lying to the people and you're trying to mislead the people about how haplogroups work. Again, haplogroups are a group of individuals that share a common ancestor. So that you don't even relate to the majority of your audience. And there's nothing wrong with that, but you got to be honest about it, man. Be honest. What happened to integrity? You know what I'm saying? What happened to telling the truth, bro? What happened about being honest? What's wrong with that? Like, you got to spin this narrative. Now you saying that you pretty much said in the video that the Limba are in Morocco. Like, based off what? Just because you said that's a lie. You know what I'm saying? You said the Yoruba migrated from Morocco and then down into West Africa. That's a lie. Come on, bro. Y'all just telling all type of mistruths and lies to deceive the
At
people.
least show us a genetic study. Show us something, a migration study. But the same thing that they're arguing about migration patterns and haplogroups is the same thing they showed tonight. They migrated from into Morocco, Spain, then Morocco, and then into West Africa. You know, you show migration patterns. The same thing you arguing with us about is what you showing.
The nigga said they
Like, get
came
your shit
from
together.
Babylon to Spain and then became slaves. And they didn't just stop with them. They didn't just say they did this. They said everybody that's a descendant of a slave, you come from Spain too. Like, bro, what are you talking about, man?
No
Then
sources.
it's so convoluted because you have another brother going on and say, oh, they took us from West Africa, but you guys not teaching that. All right, before we get out of here, does anybody have any closing statements for you?
Yeah, I do. Hey, More. What's up with your new name? I just noticed that Scholastic Smartass. Where he at? He disappeared on me. I just noticed that.
Oh my God.
But anyway, look, I want to say this real quick in closing. I don't hate these brothers, nor do I say that they don't have salvation or they can't be saved or they can't even practice the culture. I'm not saying any of those things. What I am saying is that we're not going to allow them to continue to lie to the people. I'm gonna on Facebook or whatever we do, Facebook, here on Evie's channel. We're gonna stay on them. We're not gonna stop. Every time you put a DNA video out, know it's gonna get critiqued.
That's big facts.
In closing, I would like to say this.
I just took a trip to Morocco. I just took a trip to Morocco. I just took a trip across the water. Yeah, he got it out the mud for the bags. I be standing tall for the rag.
I just took a trip to Morocco.
Oh man, that's a good. Yeah, we gotta hold on to that one.
So I want the listening audience to remember that these guys are teaching that the Limba migrated either to Morocco or from Morocco. The Yoruba migrated from Morocco to, oh my God, this is science fiction. This is what it is, right? Truth over fiction, bro. Like, come on, y'all. All right, man. Anybody else got any closing words before we get out of here?
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
man. Stop with the foolishness, brothers. Yeah.
The tomfoolery.
All right, we out, man.
Yeah.